Once the victim Katie. Now returning after 5 years as the brand, new Casey plays E. How will she confront those who once bullied her? And what opportunities will her secret becoming a werewolf bring to her revenge? If you're ready to witness the comeback of an underdog, don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Hunted becomes the huntress 5 years ago. Ashington Middle School, Ashington, Connecticut. 7th grade. Hey Katie, I heard you ate dead people. Do you speak to N too? Luke Dunn laughed in my face, the rest of the class laughing and gathering around. I was the last one playing statues against my friend, Grace Brown, in theater class. The point of the game was one person was supposed to try to get the rest of the class to move. The last one that hasn't moved a muscle wins. Yeah. Do you eat dead people? Chase called out, making them all laugh harder. My fists clenched by my sides. They never give up. More than halfway through the school year and they haven't given up. I'm still a freak in game to them. Hey Katie, look at that dead squirrel over there. All its guts and brains spitting out onto the ground. I loved animals. So what? Chloe knew and didn't have any right to say that though. Her little group of witchy friends gathered around, practically repeating what Chloe said. Enthusiasm, they have made fun of me because of how I dressed, how I act, and how pudgy I was. I wasn't fat, but I wasn't skinny. I was just round, and because of that it gave those girls another reason on the very long list to ruin my life. I noticed out of the corner of my eye, Grace laughing with all of them, as if humiliating me was hilarious. I felt the tears swell up in my eyes. It was just another game of who can get Katie to cry first, and this time, the winner was Grace. As the class continued laughing and yelling themes in my face, warm tears slid down my cheeks, but not from sadness, from anger. I was furious. I was Miss Perfect, or at least I tried. I did everything to get high grades, to keep on the teacher's good sides. I worked my freak in ass off, and one punch across the bastard's face would send me out of this school. No, I worked too hard to have work thrown away on a bunch of immature witches. Though I had to settle with yelling. SHETUP. I screamed back in Luke's face. It was silent for only seconds before they erupted with laughter. All right. Everyone back to your seats. My theatre teacher, Mrs. Gutitit, I directed as she came back into the room. She quickly noticed me crying, and as the others sat down, chatting among themselves now, she brought me back to her office behind the props. There I explained everything that just happened, all the nasty things my classmates said. This wasn't news to her, though she had heard the others in the past bullying me, but hadn't done much to stop it. Just tell me how bratty and immature they are. Teachers usually shouldn't say mean things about students to other students, but that's what I admired her for. She didn't do much to stop the harassing, but she gave me better parts in plays if she thought I actually did well and gave me more responsibilities. Plus, she didn't get me in trouble when I dissed the group of girls once or twice. She calmed me down in the back room, getting me to laugh when she agreed with me that the only reason these kids were in theatre was because they were too lazy and pathetic, that they didn't want to sing in chorus or carry around instruments in orchestra or band. And with that, she sent us all to lunch, present day. I recalled the terrible memory when I got a text from my friend Paige Carey that Mrs. Gutiti I had quit and moved to Florida. I didn't blame her. There were about 2 kids in theatre she actually didn't hate, and that was me, and a boy named Adrian Holmes, who had also moved away the same year as I did right before 8th grade. With both of us gone, teaching that class must have been hell for her. I was glad she actually got out of there while she could. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Quit texting. You'll be seeing whoever in less than an hour, Mom said from the driver's seat. Assured, Blonde hair fell across her blue eyes before she could brush them away. Tucking my phone into my pocket. I couldn't believe in less than 60 minutes, I'd be seeing all those morons again. I had moved to New York almost 5 years ago because my mom had gotten a job there. It was the worst and best thing I could have imagined. I'd finally be leaving those jerks that had ruined my 6th and 7th grade years. But I'd be leaving my friends as well. My father had just died instant his death. My friends and I grew closer. It caused me a lot of pain to leave them. I couldn't be much happier that I was going back. I hadn't seen any of them since the move-in within those 5 years. I have changed a lot. I lost a lot of weight. I've switched my style from those loose baggy jeans, large t-shirts, and sneakers to skinny black jeans, slim t-shirts, and black military boots. I had changed my name, and I've gotten a whole new attitude. New York can change a person. Now I just go by Casey Blairz. The name Katie just seemed innocent for my new self. It didn't fit right. So Kay, you excited to be going back to Ashington? Mum asked, trying to break the silence in the car. We were only about 20 minutes from Ashington. It'll definitely be different. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We were moving back because my mom got transferred again. She started out as a teacher. Then we moved to New York because she got a job as an assistant principal. And now we're going back because she got the principal's job at the high school, same school I'll be attending. Great. Note my sarcasm. I know what you're thinking with a mom as principal. You probably get a lot of advantages. Right. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You get cold glares from the people your mom has punished and high expectations from your teachers. I'm sorry you have to start today. I wish we could have had time to move into the house first and settle in. But I got the job just last week and I have to start work ASAP, Mom said, putting to the first lane. To more freaking exits. I was excited and nervous at the same time. Not even any of my friends knew I was coming back. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The sooner I can start and get it out of the way, the better. I guess, I mumbled in response, watching the familiar forest scenery fly by into a mixture of late autumn oranges, reds, yellows, greens, and browns. Mum pulled off the exit. A couple quick turns and 5 minutes later, she pulled up out front of the lodge, Ashington High School. My nerves tensed, but not because of the bullies and having to face them again. Trust me, they're practically going to be the ones begging for mercy when summer comes around. But because I've changed so much, I'm not sure what the rest of the student body will see me as. If they realize it's me at all. I'll make sure they see crystal clear that I was Katie Blairz, but I'm not the same innocent little girl that they tormented for years. I grabbed my bag from the backseat and climbed out, walking up to the front doors of the building. It was still large, but it looked smaller than I remembered. I heard Mom's high heels clicking against the pavement behind me and pushed the doors opened. I pulled the schedule the school had sent last week from my bag, glancing at it to be pleased that I had lunch at this time. Perfect. You know where you're going, sweetie? Mom asked. Please. I remember this place like it's the back of my hand. I'm all good. I grinned up at her. She smiled warmly down at me, saying a quick goodbye before heading into the office. Taking a deep breath, I forced that first step and made my way down the hall. The chatter coming from the cafeteria became louder as I saw the open doors. With one more proud stride, I found myself standing in the doorway of the cafeteria and about 100 pairs of wide eyes staring right at me. Oh, did I forget to mention that I was now a kick-ass werewolf? Chapter 2 Memories Burn. Ashington Lower Middle School 6 years ago, 6th grade. Hey Katie. I ate it all this morning. It was delicious and meaty and OMG. Sydney steely laughed in my ear as she and her friend came up to me at lunch. Oh yeah, and my dad ran Alnick at this morning. It's got spraying across the windshield. Sydney's friend. Ella Perkins. I glared up at them, trying to continue eating my lunch as my friend Danica jumped from her seat. Just leave her alone, will ya? She hissed at them. The girls giggled as they walked away back to their table across from ours, still laughing and obviously whispering things about us. Thanks, I muttered to Danica as she calmly sat back down next to me, that flare of hatred and annoyance still clear in her dark brown eyes. No problem. Those girls need to grow up anyway, she growled, taking a sip of her chocolate milk while I continued to glare at the girls from my seat, not glancing away for a moment. They tried looking away, even blocking my glare with their lunch bags, but eventually they got up and walked back over, their faces red from laughing. OMG, Katie. I'm really sorry, Ella said forcefully. It was clear in her smug little voice that she didn't mean a word. Sorry was just a random word used with no meaning to her. Just go away. I can tell when you don't give a crap. To my agent extraordinaire, my Lindolben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not daring to look up at them. No, but was serious. Can you please just stop glaring at us? Sydney pleaded, but struggling not to laugh. Just go away. Danica snapped back at them. They tried to hide their giggles as they slunk off in a different direction of their table. Feeling the tears come to my eyes again. The boys gave me a hard time last period in science. I don't need some girls ruining my lunch as always. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I glanced up at the teacher standing over me from behind, her face fairly dark. I switched my glare to Sydney and Ella, who were standing defensively behind her. These girls keep saying you're glaring at them even though they apologized to you. Will you please leave them alone? Her voice rocky like sandpaper, being rubbed back and forth. But they were being jerks and, yeah, but we, apologized. Sydney piped up defensively. That's right. They did. So can you please eat your lunch and stop staring in their direction? The teacher said with as much authority as she could muster. I muttered under my breath and turned back to my lunch, taking a bite of my sandwich. I heard the girls giggle a thank you innocently to the teacher before prancing back off to their seats, the teacher taking a final glance around before stalking back off to wherever she came from. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I did something to stop the bullying once again, yet I'm the one that gets scolded. Present day. An air of silence floated above the heads of everyone in the cafeteria, eyebrows rising in shock or surprise or knitting together into a confused expression. It was clear they could feel who I was, even if they didn't recognize me. I stood in the doorway for another second, scanning the faces of all the students. I recognized almost everyone there. Some of the unfamiliar faces were most likely new students that began attending Ashington in my absent years. Spotting out some familiar faces filled with surprise, joy and confusion, I strode towards the table in the far corner of the cafeteria, plopping my butt down on the stiff plastic seat. Their mouths hung in as if a question or sentence was forming on their tongues, but they were unable to spit it out. While the silence continued, every eye on me, I grabbed my water from my bag, taking a gulp before smirking back at my old friends. Well, someone's going to have to say something eventually, I chuckled. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Abby Calvin S. asked wide-eyed. She had been my longest friend, more like a sister to me than anyone. especially since those hard times. She looked so much older now with her long, dirty blonde, thin, straight hair and deep, innocent blue eyes. Her wardrobe hadn't changed a bit, still silly and blues and flower pinks. That's the ABS I knew and loved. Next to hers at Maggie Carson, my bright blue-eyed friend with her short blonde hair. It seemed she hadn't changed at all besides her much shorter hair. Her face was still round and sweet, but I knew too well she wasn't the sweetest person around, but sweet enough and rockin' to be one of my best friends. Beside her sat Mary Curtis, her crazed blonde hair pulled back into a ponytail, her slim face full of confusion. She wore a horse necklace, which she adored last time I saw her, and a loose-fitted horsey shirt. She had always been a close friend of mine, and we constantly chatted while I was away to all the odd hours of the night. Katie Blair's. I heard a boy from the other side of the cafeteria kid question loudly, the silence growing to frenzied whispers. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's Casey now, but I'm filled with complete and utter joy that you remembered me. I called back to the kid, glancing behind me to see that it was Jeff or Nick, a bulky and full of himself kid. Also one of the boys who found it amusing to watch me cry a few years back. And I'm filled with more joy to know you and your large. Shut talkin', Melv haven't changed a bit. I grimaced, as a wave of ooh grew in the room, Jeff's face turning a bright shade of red. Sup guys? It's been a while, huh? I smiled coolly, turning back to my friends whose faces were between the urge of bursting into laughter from my comeback to Jeff and still shocked from my sudden appearance. Hell yeah, Maggie said, coming around to give me a huge hug. I gladly hugged back before she pulled away and granted Mary and Abby to tackle me with hugs from both sides. OMG, bud. You never visited. You look totally different. So groovy, bud. Abby squealed and I couldn't help laugh. Same old Abby and her hippie talk. You could never get bored of talking to her, even if she talked for hours in a one-sided conversation. My God, what did you do to your hair? Mary asked, smiling wildly as she looked down at my long, black hair. Last time I had seen them I had long, wavy brunette hair that made me look small and sweet. I had dyed it black a little over 3 months ago and had gotten side bangs to better frame my face. On good days I'd straighten it to better complement my heart-shaped face. You know, a little dyeing here, some straightening there. No biggie. I noticed the chatter in the room had picked up, but almost every pair of eyes was still on me. No doubt they were talking about me and my appearance. It was pasted along all their faces. Ashington kids were never great at hiding facial expressions. Another reason why only 2 people had mastered theatre. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I heard squealing from behind, and as I turned, I was attacked from all sides with hugs from Danica Moore, Ollie Grant, Paige Carey, and Rebecca Lane, all my friends from past years that have comforted me through some of my hardest times. Hal, why are you here? Paige asked, unable to contain her excitement. I mean, not that I'm not happy you're here, but my mom got a job as a principal. I replied nonchalantly, no way. Your mom's the new principal here? Danica asked. I didn't say that. Of course you didn't, but the principal's job here just opened up, and of course, you're here, Ollie said in her usual yet lovable know-it-all voice. That must be awesome to have your mom as principal. Probably a whole lot of advantages. Right. Rebecca nodded as if knowing I'd agree with her. Not really. Just knowing kids that she's punished will probably come after me. But you know, I'm a big girl now. I could handle myself just fine. So you got a new look. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Are we supposed to be intimidated? Chloe and Sydney appeared behind me, arms crossed, eyes glinting heavily. I smirked back at her, resting my elbows on the back of the chair and my chin on my fists. Not yet, you aren't, I spat, feeling my wolf flash behind my eyes. Making eye contact while threatening a wild animal was never a smart move. We'll see about that, but just remember, once a loser, always a loser. Chloe hissed before she and Sydney giggled obnoxiously as they retreated towards their table where the rest of the popular witchy girls sat, staring at me and guffawing as they whispered amongst each other. How sweet they threatened me. Flattered, I mused as I turned back to my friends. They don't stand a chance. Mary snickered with an amused smile. Oh well, Abby sighed, clearly trying to avoid the tension. That was the ABS, the peacekeeper, the innocent big-eyed and bushy-tailed girl. You're back, and that's really all that matters. Right. Back and better than ever. I grinned, swallowing down some more water. And you know it, baby? The voice deep inside me said. My wolf, as if just saying it brought her great pleasure. And it brought me just as much. Chapter 3. Wolves never forget 6 years ago. Ashing Tyan Low, a middle school 6th grade. Hey. Look at this. Ollie Star Jordan came up to me. A picture of lions mauling an antelope, opening its throat and eating its internal organs. I tried ignoring him, looking away when another picture of a dead-in-skin panda my eyes. I glared past the picture and up at a cackling Jeff and Ollie Star, laughing their heads off. I looked down at my work, trying to concentrate on it and not on the boys. Come on. Don't be such a baby. It's just a lion tearing the lungs out of this soft and cuddly antelope. Grow up, for crying out loud. Ollie Star snickered, Jeff laughing like a maniac behind him. I couldn't help the tears that started gathering behind my eyes, threatening to coo out. I just couldn't believe these people would be like this. I didn't even know them before this year. I couldn't even understand why they thought it was funny to watch me cry. Was it because I just liked animals? Was it because I didn't dress hot and exposing like the other girls? Was it because I wasn't popular altogether, or I wasn't funny? I just couldn't understand, and frankly, I'm not sure I want to. Present day. I sat through the rest of the day being stared at by other students. I could hear them talking about me, saying things like, OMG, remember when her hair was crazy and greasy looking? What happened to her? I bet she got possessed by a ghost or zombie or something. I'm sure it's one big act. Show her a dead rabbit and she'll go down in tears. I rolled my eyes. I don't know if they sensed it, but I caught their sense by just walking into the room. About 3 or 4 kids in this one class were werewolves, and I couldn't even tell 6 years ago. But now it was clear as day what they were. Their large canines flashed under the dim fluorescent lights, and the golden walls laced into their eyes were quick giveaways. When school had ended, I found Maggie and Danica in front of the building, beating up beside it. I had told my mom I was going to hang with them in town for a while and probably wouldn't be back till later. Oh my god, it's so awesome to have you back. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Danica smiled. I threw her a look. I had made it very clear to the others that I was strictly called Casey. Innocent victimized Katie was dead, hiding in my shadow and being told by the new me, the stronger and more independent me. Sorry, Casey, they giggled before, standing quietly and beaming at me almost awkwardly. That was when the sense hit me. My jaw fell slack and I raised my eyebrows at them in question. No, you're not. I grinned, knowing what they'll say. What? You can't really be that surprised, can you? Danica said. Now that I had caught their scent, the gold laced in her earthy brown eyes was clear, and it looked as if the gold in Maggie's eyes was a sea serpent weaving an end out of the water. I was starting to think you'd never find out. Maggie chuckled. How long have you known? I whispered, knowing they would know what I meant. Please. We caught your scent the moment you stepped foot into the cafeteria. I'm sure a lot did. Danica mused as we began walking towards town. As we walked, I noticed some of the other students glaring at me with cold, suspicious eyes, making me wonder the answer to my next question. How many others are werewolves? And who? In 12th grade alone, about 12, including Maggie and I. Danica answered nonchalantly. You make the 13th. And for who? Ryan Andrews, Doubt Smith, Ollie Grant, Luke Dunn, Liam Miller, Amber McCain, Crystal Palmer, Jeff Olnick, Nick England, and Damon Fallon. Maggie finished. My mouth dropped. Luke Dunn, Nick England, Jeff Olnick and Liam Miller were werewolves. They were maybe the last people in school I would ever expect to be wolves. It was depressing to think they had any value in life. You're joking, right? I laughed, making sure I had heard right. Those ARS holes were more like just bunnies than werewolves. Unfortunately not. Maggie rolls her eyes. That's not even the worst of it. God, it gets worse than that. Oh yeah, Danica sighed. Damon Fallon is our alpha. I stopped walking. A wave of chills spilled across my body as my eyes widened in a crazy mix of emotions. Flashback. 5 years ago, 7th grade. God, you are just pathetic. Damon sneered, looking down on me, his group of friends hanging around him in a cluster. I scrambled to the ground to gather my books that Luke had purposely knocked from my hands. I mean, look at you. Can I ask you what planet you came from? 'Cause it sure as hell it's not Earth. His friends roaring with laughter. A few boys were stepping intentionally all over my drawings that had taken weeks to finish, now covered in boot and sneaker impressions. I pried the papers from beneath their feet and continued collecting the rest of my stuff before hurrying away, listening to the laughs of the boys fading behind me and being swallowed by the talking of other students that began to file from their last classes and into the hallways. Yet out of all the people that gave me a hard time, which was a lot, was maybe the worst. His words burned me like venom, always tearing more away from my will and dignity. After a while, there was nothing left to tear away, and I became a soulless being, wandering around from class to class, trying my hardest to ignore Damon or at least avoid him altogether. Neither ever worked, leaving the venom to consume my trust in others. I pulled away from all my friends, my family. I felt trapped and alone, no one to turn to. It wasn't till my dad passed that I grew closer to my friends and my mom again. But the bullying didn't stop. It didn't stop until I was 2 hours and several miles away from my tormentors. Present day. You mean Damon Fallon, the jerk with the shaggy dark hair, extremely dark, almost black eyes, always smirking and hanging with the hot witchy chicks. Damon Fallon. He's the freak in Alpha. My mouth dry and a ball of lead forming in the pit of my stomach. Yeah, since his parents died in a car accident last month. He's been completely in charge of the pack, but he's still pretty broken up about it. He tries so damn hard to hide it in school, Maggie informed. Oh my God, I gotta admit, I almost feel bad for him. Yeah. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Danica grinned. The guy can still be a huge jerk though, but I was actually really surprised. After lunch today, he went into like a phase. He was stiff in all the classes I had with him, and it was like his friends weren't there. It was so odd, Maggie said, her eyebrows knitting together as if trying to figure it out. Damon was a strange guy, a lot book. All his secrets were on the inside, never open about them. Best not waste the effort. Megs, it's not worth it. Her face lighting as she lightly pushed me in a friendly manner. Whatever. I just say we drop it. It's not that important. Probably hormones or something. Besides, there's so much more we have to fill you in on first. Grabbing my wrist and dragging me behind her eagerly, Danica struggling to fall. Chapter for rumors die, but hunt for eternity 5 years ago Ashington Upper Middle School. 7th grade so. While you were up on stage, you know, when you were practicing with Mrs. I and the other kids in Little Women. My close, fun, loving, energetic friend, Amber, asked as she sat down next to me at the lunch table. I nodded, nervous about where this discussion was heading yet waiting for her to continue. Well, while you were up there, Chloe leaned over and whispered to me, "Is Katie, like anorexic or something? She, like, totally lost a lot of weight." And then Sydney said, "I bet she's like depressed or something, and is starving herself to death." Creep. I just couldn't believe they said that. I was about to punch in. Amber growled. My jaw dropped, hurt filling my eyes, ready to pour over and stream down my cheeks. My dad just passed away. I've been sad and mourning, barely able to eat. I was the definition of Daddy's little girl. He had been sick months before, and while my mom worked her butt off the mortgage and take care of his medical bills, I sat with him, helping him with even the smallest things. I knew his time was running out, but I never expected his death to be so soon. I was definitely hit hardest with the news. I practically went into a coma, locking myself in my room, hiding under my covers, crying for hours on end until I couldn't cry any longer, but only because I'd hydrated myself out by crying out everything I had been holding up for the months my dad was suffering. I couldn't talk to anyone. I felt they wouldn't understand. No one could understand. And going to school, acting as if everything was fine and still participating in the school play, that took all my effort and all my guts, and the last thing I needed to hear was Chloe getting warmed up to start spreading around a rumor. To everyone else in the school, her words were the golden Ruth. Everything she said was inspiring and amazing to others. For her to start a rumor about me being anorexic would be the truth. The great truth. The golden Ruth to others. And there was nothing I could say to prevent people from believing her lies. Nothing at all. I just had neither power nor authority in this school. I was just an outcast. Present day. Next day, I sat with my friends at lunch. Mary going on about her horse, Navia, and Abby talking her. Groovy, talk like always. Maggie sat on one side of me, and Danica the other, as we discussed between ourselves just about the happenings at school. They were telling me what the bullies had been doing in my absent years. Apparently, after I left, they moved on to another victim who just so happened to be a close friend of mine, Amber McCain. I noticed her sitting at a table on the other side of the cafeteria and instantly felt bad. My once happy-go-lucky friend looked depressed, staring down at her food with vacant, stormy eyes. Her skin looked pale, and her vibrant orange hair was now dull and a little shaggy. Just by looking at her like that, I felt the ghastly memories fill my mind. All the terrible things the bullies had said to me. I have never wished once that they were to be cursed on someone else. Cautiously, I stood from the table, well aware that my friends' eyes were on me, and headed towards Amber's. She didn't notice me coming until I sat down in the rickety plastic chair beside her. "Hey, Amber," I smiled softly at her. She looked up at me, and almost instantly did her eyes glow a fraction of their usual china blue. I didn't know whether or not she had heard of my return, but either way, she just seemed ecstatic to just have me sitting in that chair beside her. Oh my gosh. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You look totally different. I love what you've done with your hair. She grinned, though I could tell her excited words were forced. She was still suffering, and I knew she would. But that gave me an idea. Why don't you come sit with us? I want to talk to you about something. Standing from the table and getting her to follow me back to ours where she sat down on the other side of Maggie. Luckily, Abby and Mary were too wrapped up in their conversation to notice what we were planning. Is it true that Chloe, Sydney, and Ella still hang out at the mall every Saturday in the afternoon? Leaning in so only the three other girls could hear. Yeah, why? Danica wondered aloud, even though I could see Maggie and Amber were getting the idea. I say we get back. A sly grin sneaked into my face. Similar grins made their way to the girls' faces, Amber's eyes instantly filling with a shine of mischievousness. An idea was already beginning to take place in my head, and once it started, it wouldn't stop. After I explained my revenge plan to the girls, more kept filling my mind, but they were planned for the rest of the bullies. Jeff, Ollie Star, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Damon. One by one, they're going to meet their own game, and the person pulling the strings. Chapter 5 Forgiveness isn't in my dictionary. Ashington Upper Middle School 5 years ago. 7th grade. Hey. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Chloe's clan of witches called from the other side of the auditorium. Letting out a frustrated sigh, knowing that I shouldn't. I looked up from my script and turned to them. What? I bit, throwing them a spiteful glare. Somehow, they found that funny and couldn't help themselves but giggle. So we heard about your relationship, Chloe hissed, a sly grin slithering to her face as she exchanged looks with her friends. I knew I was just taking the bait by going along with it, but it wouldn't make things any easier for me if I just ignored them. Trust me, I've tried, and it's like ignoring a bee that is buzzing right in your ear. What relationship? Your relationship with Chloe's dog. Sydney. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And Jessie blurted out, laughing, in unison. Chloe's slim little face was red as she was practically laughing her lungs out, doubled over and appreciating when Sabrina and Maev joined in. I growled, rolling my eyes as I turned away from them. If I could yell at them everything that was going on in my head, I would, but I was stronger than them. I can't stoop down to their level. I wouldn't. Present day. They're such posers. Maggie growled, glaring up at Chloe, Sydney, and Ella as they sat together, drinking smoothies a few tables over in the mall food. They giggled with each other as they tried getting the attention of a couple boys a table over from them. Tell me about it, I muttered, rolling my eyes as I leaned back in my seat and taking a French fry from the basket in the center. And that haircut Chloe got makes her head look too big for her body, Amber chimed in, her eyes narrowed a queen bee OTCH. Just like a Barbie doll. She spat. Oh, her head's been too big for her body since the day she was born, Danica remarked, snickering as she took a sip of her soda. I'm surprised her mother survived giving birth to that thing. You could say that again. I laughed, fist bumping her from across the table. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. 2 o'clock. You guys ready? Maggie cut in, grinning wildly as she pulled the bag of paint explosives from her bag, tossing them to me. Did I forget to mention that Maggie was secretly a science nerd? I've been ready for this for the past 7 years of my life. Gladly taking the explosives as I placed my Batman baseball cap on my head, making sure it shadowed my face. Amber and Maggie got out their phones as Danica pulled out her camcorder, pretending to be fooling around with it as she faced it towards the girls, ready to capture our payback on film. 10 million views on YouTube, here I come. Cautiously, I got up from my seat, the explosives clutched in my fist as I strolled towards the bullies, keeping my head down so they didn't see my face just yet. As I casually strolled by them, I covertly dropped each of the small round paint explosives into each of their bags, not pausing or slowing down at all to avoid catching their attention. I circled around the food court before making my way back to my seat, sitting down back at the table and leaned back to watch the show. Recording as of now, Danica saying, Maggie and Amber nodding as they had their phones carefully and invisibly pointed at the other girls. Now all we do is wait. I grinned, kicking my feet up on the table as I grabbed a handful of the fries, waiting for the action to happen. Minutes passed before the girls got ready to move on. I sat at the edge of my seat, ready to get back after all those years of humiliation. I exchanged a sly grin with my friends just before the bullies picked up their bags. Then 3 small pops echoed through the food court, followed by shrieks. The paint explosives had been triggered by the movement, and now Chloe was splattered all across the front in dark blue paint, Ella covered in green, and Sydney painted bright red. They looked at each other and down at themselves with a look of utter disbelief. Cue for our great entrance. Hey, Sydney. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Chloe. Walking up to them, my girls right behind me, though Danica the only one still recording. They looked at us in complete shock, their eyes wide as they stared at the 4 outcasts. Losers. And nobody's in front of them that just got back and embarrassed them in the middle of the mall and on film. Oh, what's the matter, Ella? You're looking a little green. Amber faked a sympathetic sigh, coming up beside me as she gleamed mischievously at the girls. Ellie gasped, insulted as she shook the paint off her hands and ran towards the girls' bathroom, Sydney close behind. And Chloe, looking a little blue there. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll be able to smile again one day. I mean, once you get the paint off your teeth, Maggie hissed. Chloe glared menacingly at her before shifting her glare to me, narrowing her eyes to slits. If a look could kill, she'd have disintegrated me by now. Run along now. Chloe, don't want to be a smurf ever now, do we? Shooing her away. She gave me a final glare before spinning on her heel, running towards the ladies' room to where her friends were, no doubt, trying to get some of the paint off. And cut. Danica cheered, her smile spreading from me too. It was the 4 of us fived each other in a little celebration of victory. I say we celebrate at my place with pizza and a movie. Any objections? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Pulling out my phone and ready to order several large pizzas. None of them objected as we cheered while I hastily called the pizza place. 3 bullies down, only a handful left to go. But don't worry, my brain is exploding with thousands of mischievous little tricks. My games have only begun. Chapter 6, knock 'em down like dominoes, Ashington Upper Middle School. 5 years ago, 7th grade, so Katie. Damon grinned, leaning closer to me. How does it feel to be the ugliest person in school if not Earth? I'm genuinely curious. I ignored him, my arms crossed in front of my chest and my nails beginning to dig into my flesh. If anyone crossed the line, went too far, it was definitely Damon. I could never get a break from him. Even days that I stayed home because I was so scared to go to school, he would send emails or texts. Brutal ones. Eventually, they burned so much, brought me so much pain, I didn't even bother opening them. I just deleted them on first sight with no hesitation. Every message I opened seemed to just tear bits away from my heart, from what was left of my pride, what was left of the little respect that I had left. I was withering away, these jerks literally sucking the life from me. Why don't you tell me? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. It's not that hard. All you have to do is tell me. I glared at him from the corner of my eye, my grip becoming tighter on my own arms that I felt my nails pierce my skin. Light flow of blood dripping from the wounds. Just, please, stop, I squeaked, barely able to hear my own words. You know I won't. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His dark eyes glinting mischievously. Present day. So, who's next on our list of targets? Maggie asked me excitedly, a wide grin on her face during lunch the next day. Danica and Damon leaned in, eager to hear what kind of revenge we had for the next bully. I was thinking Jeff, Nick and Ollie Star Jordan. I replied, taking a bite of my sand, which nonchalantly. They all smiled in a silent agreement, exchanging small glances with each other. What do you have in mind? Dead fish in the locker, steal their clothes and towels during gym. The paint trick again. Danica questioned eagerly. Close. The boys have gym next period. Leaning back in my chair, Maggie nodded in confirmation, making my smirk grow. Perfect. That makes this all the more easier. I laughed, taking a gulp of my Pepsi as the girls looked at me with confusion, obviously very curious about what I had up my dark sleeves. Lights. Makeup. I mused slyly, grinning maliciously at my friends. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Who the hell did this? Jeff's furious voice echoed down the hallway. Maggie and I turned and looked down the row of lockers to see Jeff and Ollie Star standing in the middle of the hallway in old women's dresses with knitted floral designs. I had made sure to have sewn pillows into the exterior chest to create the look of old saggy breasts. Above their lockers I had planted flowers so when they opened them to reach for their clothes, only to find the granny dresses. They would be covered in the white powder, making their hair white and sandy, like old ladies. I don't even know why they went for it. Besides a couple moderationers, it was one of the oldest tricks in the book. I did. Sticking my hand up into the air. I needed to make sure they knew I controlled their lives now. They were my pawns and I was now the player. Both their eyes found me and they stormed up to me, Ollie Star shoving me brutally against the locker. His eyes flamed with fury. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And embarrassment. Embarrassed that he had to be seen in front of the student body like my grandmother. Of course it would be you. Jeff growled, narrowing his eyes at me. Only you could have pulled off such a pathetic prank. He snarled, but I couldn't help but snicker, not being able to take him seriously looking like my great-grandmother. What's so funny? Ollie Star demanded, shoving me harder against the cold grey lockers. He only made me laugh even more hysterically, both their faces turning even redder. I'm sorry, but I can't take you seriously when you're dressed like Betty White. I cackled, laughing in their faces, like they had done to me so many years ago. You're gonna pay for this, Bearsy. Jeff threatened, grabbing me by the front of the shirt and holding me higher so that my feet didn't touch the floor any longer. This school wasn't like the schools on TV where boys wouldn't dare to ever hit a girl. If they were enraged and provoked enough, they'd break my nose. Luckily, I still had the upper hand. Please, Jeff, I've already paid 3 years of my life for this. It was about time you've paid me back. I laughed before bringing my knee up into his, little friend down south. He let out a loud and pained groan, dropping to his knees and collapsing to the ground, caressing his pained friend. I snickered as Ollie Star tried to take a swing at me, missing my face by centimeters. Before he had another chance to swing, I brought my foot up above my head and felt it connect with his jaw, sending the boy dressed like an old woman into the lockers. He groaned as he fell beside Jeff on the floor, blood flowing from Ollie Star's nose. I thought I had made it pretty clear. Boys, it's Casey now. I spat, yearning over the two whimpering boys with my arms crossed in a smirk playing my lips. Remind me to never get on your bad side, Maggie said, walking up beside me and looking down at my handiwork. Wise thing to do, Mags. I grinned, dusting off my hands as I turned on my heel and headed towards my next class, leaving the boys moaning and groaning on the floor for the student body to see. Chapter 7: The Devil and His Hellhounds. Ashington Upper Middle School 5 years ago. 7th grade, and she ran out crying. Oh my God, she's such a baby. She's so weird. I can't believe her. I wish she would just get her face out of this school. I glared back at the table barely 4 feet away. All the girls from my theatre class and more who all wish I was dead sat, eating their lunches. They barely spoke in hushed tones, maybe not realizing I was there, maybe wanting me to hear. I clenched my orange tightly in my hand, juice beginning to run through my fingers and down my wrist. One girl suddenly saw me staring and shushed her friends, all their eyes turning towards me. Each of them gave me a nasty glare before moving their heads closer together, now whispering. With the orange crushed in my hand, I threw it at the other table, the fruit landing in the middle and spilling some of their drinks. I shot up from my chair, my fists clenched tightly by my sides, tears threatening to pour out. I walked up to the table, glaring down at the girls. Do you really think I'm that stupid? I snarled. Do you think I'm deaf? They continued glaring up at me, some giggling and murmuring to each other. I banged my fist down on the table, rattling it, and making the girls shut their traps and look at me. I have never done shit to you. I didn't even know you before this year. I yelled. You think I didn't hear you talking about me? I'm sitting a freaking table away. Did you think that I was stupid enough not to understand you were talking about me? We weren't talking about you. A weasel, girl named Erin Saunders sneered. I glared down at her, my teeth clenched so tightly I swore they were going to break. I heard my name about 10 times, you witch. I snapped. Each of their jaws dropped at my fancy wording. I can't believe any of you. I glared at them all once more before walking back to my chair, collapsing down in it, my body shaking violently from adrenaline. I had never done anything like that before, never stood up for myself before. I buried my face in my hands and couldn't fight back the tears anymore. They flowed out crazily, no more self-control left in me. My body shook and quivered uncontrollably. It wasn't till they spoke up did I know my friends had come. Are you all right? Abby asked. I kept my face in my hands, but her soft and gentle voice was unmistakable. Oh my God, dude, she's shaking, Mary said, her voice concerned. What happened? I felt Paige put her hand cautiously on my arm and I could feel her blue eyes observing me with intense concern. My lips quivered so much, my mouth so dry, I couldn't find the words to explain what just happened. But nearly 20 minutes had passed before a teacher noticed my insane crying. Sweetheart, are you all right? She placed her hand on my shoulder. Her old voice troubled. My words were choked, caught in my throat, but I was unable to say anything. Do you girls know what happened? She looked to my friends who were still curious themselves. They shook their heads, shrugging. She's fine, I heard one of the girls say from the other table, wanting to avoid getting in trouble. I threw a red-eyed glare, my lips pulling back into a snarl. Speak for yourself, I gnashed before I began sobbing again. The teacher helped me up from my seat and escorted me into the hall before asking again what the matter was. I still had trouble getting the words out, but so badly wanting to say them. "All right, sweetie. It's all right. Why don't we go to the counselor's?" She insisted, putting one arm around my quivering shoulders as she led me to his office. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." It was no different, but I was somehow able to force out the story. Present day. "Yo, pass me the ball," Maggie called from the 30-yard line on the large football field. Danica was on my tail, persistent at tackling me, but just as she lunged, I hurled the football towards Maggie, my face meeting the turf a second later. Danica toppled over me. "Sus," I chuckled at Danica as I shoved her off of me, watching Maggie run past the goal line. She ran around the goalpost, her arms in the air and hollering at her victory. "You know me," Danica laughed, jumping up from the ground with a wide grin on her face. "Nice throw, dude," Amber complimented, running up to me. Sweat beat off her forehead from chasing Maggie around the field, breathing heavily to refill her lungs. "Hey, no compliments to the enemy." Danica snapped, a large smile still on her face even though it was obvious she was trying to stay serious. "Why not?" "It just means this girl knows who the best is." Wrapping my arm around Amber's shoulders, she raised her eyebrows at me, crossing her arms, but didn't put down my remark. "Whatever, big shot," Danica snickered, rolling her eyes as she headed back towards the 50-yard line. "Quit fooling around and let's get back to our game," Paige called, lining up against Danica. Maggie ran past me and lined back up at the line, facing Mary. I played quarterback, facing off with Ollie. She smirked at me, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "You were just lucky that time," she laughed, positioning herself. It was our turn to start with the ball. "Luck don't got anything to do with it, Miss Grant," flashing my signature smirk. She rolled her eyes, keeping her confidence up. "Yo, what? 2 random numbers?" I yelled, Olivia tossing the ball back to me. Mary was quick to tackle Maggie, wanting to keep her out of the way this time. Ollie lunged for me, but I quickly noticed Paige open and threw her the ball as I ran away from Ollie, her arms reaching for me. "Gotta try harder than that," Ollie cat, sticking my tongue out back at her as I ran, pursuing behind Paige as she charged for the goal. I noticed Danica on her tail instantly, a sly grin on her face as she got ready to pounce for Paige. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Behind you," I yelled to her, but as she glanced back, Danica swiped the ball from her and sprinted in the other direction. "Get your ass back here more," Paige screamed at Danica, chasing after her. I laughed, noticing Maggie and Mary still wrestling in the middle of the field. I caught a glimpse of Ollie behind me and stopped abruptly, watching as she flew past me. I didn't waste a minute before sprinting in the opposite direction towards Danica and Amber. "Damn it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Wait till I get my claws on you," Ollie swore, already coming back for me. I accelerated, trying to get out of reach of Ollie as I headed for Danica, Paige a few meters ahead of me. "Danica, you drop that ball this instant," I threatened, racing towards her unpassing Paige. "Or what? You'll turn me into Betty White," she scoffed, smirking back at me. I stuck my tongue out at her as she cackled, all the while paying less attention on her pace and gradually slowing down. "So much sauce coming from such a small person," I remarked. Paige suddenly appeared at my side before running past me, tackling Amber, who I had barely to jump from me. I take that as a compliment. Danica beamed, holding the ball above her head as if she were taunting me with it. The goal post was only 3 yards away. Well, here's an insult for you. I laughed, jumping and grabbing the ball from her raised hands. She gasped as she spun around, beginning to pursue after me. You don't have a chance. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I taunted, my feet beating against the turf. She growled as she chased after me, but having trouble keeping pace. That 3 years of military camp really came in handy, huh? I'm starting to think you have more sauce than she does. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ollie called, coming out from nowhere and lunging for me. I ducked and she flew over my head, tumbling and sprawling out across the field. Of course I do. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm the sauce creator. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Proud of my well-earned nickname that had continued to stay with me since 4th grade. How could we forget? Amber screamed from across the field sarcastically. I laughed, just about to cross the goal line when a painfully familiar masculine voice filled the air. Still the pathetic dreamer. I tripped over my own feet at the sound of his icy voice and went tumbling across the ground. My chin, palms, and knees scraping against the turf and earning myself some pretty tough-looking turf burns. Shut the FCK up. Damon, I heard Maggie snarl. Danica appeared beside me and helped me to my feet, brushing the fake grass from my hair and clothes. I glared up at Damon, who stood behind the chain-linked fence, his friends surrounding him like they always had been. He smirked at me with the same old evil grin that haunted me for years. You can't even play a decent game of football. A man's sport. Girly. His friends chuckling. I glared up at him, feeling my canines beginning to grow even though I was fighting to control my wolf. Still too many humans lingering around. Go to hell, Damon. No one asked you shit. Ollie barked, her fists clenched tightly by her sides. For a bunch of girls, you know a lot of big bad words. One of his friends, Nuke Dunn, snickered. He looked exactly the way he did in 7th grade. Same strawberry blonde and unruly hair. Same small and snarky face. Same lean figure. Don't you guys have anything better to do? Like, I don't know, walk in front of a bus. Amber snapped, walking up beside me. Looks like someone is regaining their self-esteem. Dang, him good. No, we'd much rather be amused with the outcasts than nobodies. Chase Lander shrugged, Damon grinning slyly at all of us. At least we know how to play a decent game of football without being kicked in the nuts. I growled, crossing my arms as I instantly noticed their grins drop and their faces turn red. You make fun of my friends, expect to be bitten in the ass. What's that supposed to mean? Damon narrowed his eyes at me, his muscles tensing. Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Putting on my innocent face. Just that girls know how to play it right. You need to shut your trap before you regret it, Chase threatened through clenched teeth. Well, if that pissed him off, I wonder what I could do with this. Listen, dude. Right now I'm standing here looking at you, trying to see things from your point of view, but I can't seem to get my head that far up my ass. The girls exploded into laughter. Even Paige was clutching her stomach. She was suddenly laughing so hard. Damon's face instantly turned red, and I saw his wolf beginning to show. His group of immature dogs looked as furious or as shocked as he was. Whoops, did I insult you, Mr. Fallon? I asked innocently. Let's put it this way, I'm not mean. You're just a sissy. I saw the fence railing beneath his hands begin to bend as he tightened his grip. His teeth bared at me. Meanwhile, my friends were laughing their heads off behind me. You're going to regret that, you little BTCH. Luke snarled, protecting his leader, as he jumped over the fence and stormed towards me. But I have so many more I must recite. I complained loudly, more to Damon than to his feral dog, struggling to keep a straight face. I cleared my throat gruffly as I began backing away from him. Roses are red, violets are blue. The gods made me pretty. What the hell happened to you? I sang as he lunged for me. He swung his fist towards my face, but I moved out of reach. He tried again and again, missing my face by just about nothing. Wow, you swing like a girl. Let me teach you how to really bring on a hit. I grinned, as I ducked beneath his last punch, swinging my foot up into his jaw and sending him stumbling backwards. He barely had time to register before I brought my fist to the side of his face, feeling the skin on my knuckles split on impact. He made a quick recovery and growled at me, his fist clenched so tightly his knuckles were white. Oh shit, I just made a fool out of a popular boy in front of his big bad friends. Whatever shall I do? Yeah, right. Damsey as in damsel in distress, my ass. Before he was able to swing again, I brought my foot up into the place where the sun don't shine. He stiffened before falling to the ground, groaning loudly. Yeah, we're just a bunch of girls. You need to clean that mouth of yours out with soap, Mr. Dunn. And word of the wise, I leaned down over his paint by. Never look a wild animal in the eyes. You're just challenging them, Luke, I whispered before stepping over him and back towards my girls. Still laughing, I winked back at Damon's jaw, dropped, shocked friends. You prepare to tame the wolf. You better have some protection. Boys, I warned before turning back to my friends. Out of the corner of my eyes, I noticed all their hands fly to their crotches, except for Damon, who just kept his icy glare on me. Tick-tock. Damon, your time's running out. Chapter 8, Surviving Friends. Enemies. And crushes. Upper middle school 5 years ago, 7th grade. All right, girls. Now remember who your characters are, Mrs. Gooty TTI instructed from the back of the auditorium. Grace, a girl named Carly, and I were on stage rehearsing one of the scenes from Miss Teen Beauty Queen. The three of us played the angels, all the dead beauty pageant girls. I scored the part as Heather Kirk, the lead role and angel who has the power to hear messages from beyond. Earning better parts in my favorite class always helped a bit. The bullies were too busy being bullies to ever work hard for the parts they wanted, giving me the advantage. It was one of the only things that still brought me joy in that class. It also gave me recognition in the school board and administration. It was that particular play they had seen and voted me, out of the entire school, as best actress. You girls are the stereotypical popular, dumb, flirty girls. Do you guys know anyone who's like that or ever seen someone like that on TV or something, Mrs.? Gooty TTI continued. I instantly turned to Chloe and her group of followers and couldn't help but grin. Oh yeah. I know a few of them actually. Watching their jaws drop in offense. Oh my god. That was so mean, Sydney exclaimed, all of the girls changing from stunned to furious. My grin only widened as I bent down towards them. Yeah, think about the next time you want to turn me into your little game. I threatened, proud of myself. As we continued with the scene with Chloe in mind, I perfected being the popular airhead and am pretty sure that's what led me to winning that award. But it only got better by end of class when I was gathering my stuff and I noticed Sydney. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And my Ev walked up to Mrs. Goo-tee-tee-tee-I, throwing dirty looks in my direction. And I think she was talking about us. I managed to hear Maev complain. She noticed me staring and narrowed her eyes at me before Mrs. Goo-tee-tee-tee-I said something to them and they stormed out, all of their eyes narrowing fiercely at me. With my gut wrenching and the shock of myself actually standing up to Chloe still rushing through me, I nervously walked up to Mrs. Goo-tee-tee-I. So, I noticed Sydney, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And Maev were talking to you, and I was just wondering if I was in trouble at all. I stuttered to her. I looked up at her and was relieved when I saw her smiling, reaching out to wrap an arm around me. Are you kidding? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm proud of you. Honestly, I was thinking of them when I said all of that. She giggled. I had to admit in that moment I was a little stunned myself. I mean, I knew Mrs. Goo-tee-tee-tee I wasn't a huge fan of any of those girls any more than I was, but I never expected her to say that. I doubt as a teacher that she was allowed to. That's what made her one of my favorite teachers anyway. Oh, thank you. I was afraid I might have pushed it. I muttered. She just laughed, giving me a supportive clap on the back. No, Katie, I'm seriously very proud of you. You need to show those girls that you're not the one to mess with. Plus, I think that might be the funniest thing I've had all week. She grinned, continuing to laugh. I felt my cheeks grow hot from self-confidence. Maybe a little too proud of myself, but it was probably the first comeback for me that was good. Thank you, I repeated shyly. Have a nice day. I waved as I headed out of the auditorium. It was a force of habit. Of course I was teacher's pet, so I found myself saying that often. But among the adults and staff, I was known for my timid behavior and kindness. Exact opposite of Chloe. Present day, is it me, or was that movie just downright terrible? Maggie asked, shuddering as we walked out of the movie theater. Hopeful noise. Hell, it should be called dreadful noise. I gagged, zippering up my black leather jacket as an autumn breeze made me shiver. Maggie and Danica giggled as they walked on either side of me. Natalia Kills, Song 3 suddenly filled the air, and both Danica's and my head turned towards Maggie as she fumbled for her phone. She glanced at it before a huge smile spread across her face. What? Danica asked in unison. She quickly started typing on the small keyboard before she giggled, looking back to us. Abby's have a party up at the cottage tonight. She wants all of us to come. She smiled eagerly, looking at the two of us expectantly. I'm definitely in, Danica answered, a similar smile spreading across her face. Shoving my hands into my pockets nervously. Depends who else will be there, I muttered, hoping specific people won't be attending. It's mostly friends and family, Maggie said. But David's inviting Justin. She grinned. I felt my cheeks instantly turn hot, a blush creeping up. David was Abby's twin brother, but Justin was his best friend and the guy I've had a huge crush on since 5th grade. I didn't talk to him that much while I was away. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. In all, I've been too nervous to talk to him. We had a few internet conversations and 1 or 2 conversations in school about our favorite shows, CSI Miami and Criminal Minds, trying to do our best impressions of her Aisho Kane. But that was really it. I don't know. Nags. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Feeling all my bad, as girl swab drain from me. I mean, what would the guy think of me now? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I mean, he, besides David, was my only guy friend before I moved. Did he only talk to me because he felt bad for me? Or did he actually not hate me like everyone else? KC, just yesterday you showed a whole bunch of boys you can't be messed with. Are you going to let one guy tear down your confidence? Maggie raised her eyebrows at me, her hands on her hips. I bit my lip nervously, glancing down at my feet. Casey, this might be the only time you will be able to dress so totally hot in front of him. Hell knows you won't dare wear anything that'll attract attention to you in school, or at least you didn't before, and this is one of those parties where you dress to impress. Danica exclaimed, gripping my arm excitedly. I groaned, fearing where this was heading. I don't have to dress in something formal, do I? I moaned, stressing the word formal. Does that mean you're coming? Maggie leaned in, eagerness written across her face. I rolled my eyes, letting my shoulders hang slack in defeat. Yeah, I guess. But you will not get me into a dress. It's forbidden. I exaggerated dramatically to get my point across. Maggie and Danica sighed, Maggie slapping her forehead with the palm of her hand. We're going shopping, Danica stated, grabbing my wrist as she dragged me towards Maggie's bright red Jeep Wrangler. Mags, what time does the party start? Not till 6, Maggie replied, glancing at her watch. We have a good 4.5 hours, considering the drive, including traffic, is roughly 30 minutes. I rolled my eyes, buckling into the back seat as I studied my friend's mischievous grins. You're not gonna make this easy on me, are you? I groaned, already knowing and hating the answer. KC, when it comes to boys, it isn't going to be easy, Maggie cackled, pulling out of the parking lot and hitting the gas, following the route to the mall. Isn't that an opera WH in Frake Wote? I cocked my head to the side. Maggie made a face at me and Danica turned around in her seat to raise her eyebrows at me. No, it's a Maggie Carson quote, so shut it and let me do the work. She has asked me. My eyes widened at her nightmarish statement. That's what I was afraid of. Maggie only smirking through the rearview mirror at me in response. Come on, Case eke at your freak in ass out of the car. Maggie snapped, pulling open the car door as Danica stood beside her with her arms crossed. Music filled the air from the beach where Abby's cottage was, laughter mixing with the instruments. I don't wanna, I moaned, clutching my seat buckle as I shrunk lower in my seat, still trying to keep my jean shorts from riding up my butt. Both girls raised their eyebrows at me, Maggie's hands flying to her hips. Casey, get out of the damn car. You sound like such a baby, she scolded. What happened to that miss-aggressive act you were throwing at Damon and his group before? It wasn't an act, I gasped. There's a difference between getting revenge on the people who ruined my young life and facing the crush of my young life. I complained, rolling my eyes for emphasis. They exchanged a look with each other before Maggie took a single stride and unclicked my seat buckle, Danica appearing at her side and prying me out of the safety of my seat. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Personal Pentagon, do not come into my freak in Pentagon, I exclaimed, using my hands to accentuate my personal space, that just so happened to be shaped like a pentagon. What? Danica and Maggie asked in unison. Personal Pentagon. Examining my space. I'm an odd person. Always have been. Always will be, okay. Personal bubbles are too normal and pointless. Bubbles pop. Pentagons are sharp. See my logic? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. staring at their blank faces. New York clearly has not changed you. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, Maggie stated, shaking her head as Danica scoffed. Yes, I'm territorial now and somewhat maniacal, but I still choose to express myself. That's what makes me. Me cap is he. I crossed my arms, raising my eyebrows at them. Whatever you say, Casey, whatever you say. She smirked, grabbing my arm and leading me towards the cottage. The soles of my black canvas dragged against the ground as Maggie half-dragged, half-led me towards the laughter. I pulled my black vid aura over my eyes, hoping that no one would see me. School I was okay with. Weekend party. No, MG, hey guys. I heard Abby's unmistakable voice call out. I glanced up to see my small, giggly friend bounding towards us with a huge smile on her face. Hey, ABS. I grinned, opening my arms for her. She gave us each a quick, tight hug before taking a step back to laugh and observe us. KC, are you actually wearing short? Abby gasped, ushering towards my uncomfortably short, vintage jean shorts. Unfortunately, it's not like these two gave me a choice. I groaned, Maggie's and Danica's faces lighting up at the mention of their blackmail. I hated wearing shorts, almost more than wearing pink. I was always self-conscious about my body and I used to always get teased because I had thunder thighs. So I stuck with baggy Pouncy around. Doesn't she look cute though? Danica chimed in. I threw her a glare, a low growl emanating from my chest. Don't call me cute. I'm anything but. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Rolling my eyes once again. If anything, intimidating, terrifying, and weird are better words to describe me. Psychotic too, Maggie murmured. I threw her a look as Abby and Danica tried muffling their laughter. Oh yeah, such comedian, I smeared sarcastically, just wanting to move on towards the party and get it over with. Oh, lighten up. KC, this is gonna be one of the last warm days left before winter. Come on, Abby smiled, grabbing my wrist as she jerked me towards the beach, Maggie and Danica trailing behind me. Why so specific? I gaped, feeling as though Abby was about to tear my hand right off the rest of my arm. Because, Casey, you know, who was here? She giggled, winking back at me. I instantly planted my feet firmly on the ground, making Abby nearly fall back from the sudden stop. You know what? I'm feeling kind of queasy. Maybe I should just go home and sleep it off. Trying to avoid seeing my old crush. Abby just raised her eyebrows at me, a smirk crawling along her face. Your excuses depress me, Casey, Abby said, shaking her head. Now woman up and move your caboose. She demanded, once again Abby dragging me by my wrist while Maggie and Danica shoved. I hate you all, I muttered, practically pouting as we stumbled onto the sandy beach. Oh, hush up, Maggie snickered, giving me a final shove. Hey, is that Katie? I turned to see Abby's twin brother, David, walking through a crowd of people towards me, a friendly smile on his face. He and I were just about as close as Abby and I were, and we were practically sisters. Hey, David. I grinned, giving him a quick hug as he came up. What's up, man? Not much. The same old. You know. His grin wide and welcoming. I smiled back, remembering the old times Abby, David, and I had together. Yo, David, where'd you go? A deep voice chuckled, a dark figure forming in the corner of my eye. I glanced over to see a familiar face shuffling through the sandy beach towards us, dark green eyes jumping to each of our faces before landing on mine, surprised and a little stunned. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Wow, what the heck happened to you? Justin laughed, looking me up and down. I heard Maggie and Danica snicker behind me, and I flipped them off behind my back. Look who's talking. Looking up at the tall 17-year-old. He grew several inches, now about 3 inches taller than me. His shaggy black hair had grown out a bit, now coming down to his dark eyebrows. Last I remembered him, he was a little thin. Now he was all muscle, but not too much that it was creepy. Plus, his voice was so much deeper. Well, it's nothing. He grinned, shrugging down at me. You look like a whole new person though, he complimented, studying my new features. Because I am a different person, I thought to myself. It's really not that much though, I said instead. Well, we'll just leave you to it. Then, Maggie said, slinking away with Danica. Wait. David began, looking confused. Nope, let's go. David, Abby interrupted, grabbing him by the arm and quickly dragging him off with the girls and quickly disappearing in the crowd. So, what now? Just a nurse. Amused. You wanna dance? I offered hesitantly, ushering towards the lights strung around and the large speakers. He only replied with a wide smile, gently grabbing my hand and leading me towards the dance space. You still got those moves I remember so well. I winked, already beginning to follow the flow of the music. He grinned down at me, demonstrating the expert dance moves that always caught everybody's attention. You know I do. Eyes already drawn to him. You're so weird. Watching him dance in a circle around me. That's why people love me. Oh yeah, I'm sure that's the reason, I said sarcastically. He just raised his eyebrows at me, snickering. Or maybe it's my charming looks. Maybe. Hoping to draw him in like a fish. Calm and careful. Well, then it just might be my personality. Could be. He just laughed, clearly amused. So, Casey, while you were away, were you? Did you ever? Did you have a boyfriend? I raised my eyebrows at him, smirking. Why do you ask? Just curious, he replied. No, I didn't. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I could see his muscles relax the tiniest. Did you? Yeah, a girlfriend. But we broke up last month, he responded, but with a small grin. Oh, really, yup. Well, that's sad. I'm sorry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Except not the tiniest bit sorry at all. If anything, I was a little overjoyed. She was too clingy. He stepped closer to me, only a few inches of space between us, both our bodies still dancing to the music. Most girls here kinda are, I considered, guessing whatever popular girl he dated last. Not that I gave a dang. Tell me about it. He laughed. Oh, there's a lot we have to talk about. If you enjoyed today's story, don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like, and turn on the notification bell to never miss an update. After the brutal bullying at Ashington Middle School, how will Casey Blair's Eve face her past tormentors with a new identity? And how will her secret werewolf nature affect her path of revenge? Ready to witness a werewolf girl's revenge? Subscribe to our channel and don't miss a moment. Chapter 9, Off the Line. Relax. Jazzy. I hissed as I lifted the squirming cat into Chase's locker. Her claws were hooked into my hands and it took me 5 painful minutes to unlift her from my skin. She stared at me with big yellow, marble eyes as I closed Chase's locker, noting that there were vents so that the cat could breathe. "Me cat, where do you find her?" Amber asked me as we slowly began retreating from the locker. I glanced quickly up at the clock and felt the tension grip me when I noticed that the doors would be opening in 7 minutes. I can't wait to see Chase's face when he opens his locker only to be attacked by a cat. "In the dumpster down the street from my apartment," I replied, adjusting my backpack on my shoulder. Stupid cat shredded my English homework and left behind the stink of dumpster cat in my bag. Hopefully, it was worth it. "Come on," Casey Danica moaned. "You never told us what happened on Friday." She shuffled her chair closer to mine, Maggie boxing me in on the other side, both of them waiting for me to fess up everything that happened at Abby's party Saturday evening. Maybe because there's nothing to tell. Taking a bite of my ham and cheese sandwich, Maggie groaned while Danica banged her head against the table, nearly spilling her milk. "You were with Justin somewhere for 2 whole hours. What the hell were you guys doing?" Maggie pleaded to know. I leaned back in my chair comfortably, eating away at my sandwich ignorantly. "If you're implying Justin and I got cozy together right after we saw each other for about 10 minutes and for years, then you're sorely mistaken." I rolled my eyes, glancing up at both the antsy and irritated girls. "So you guys did nothing?" Maggie pressed, digging for something intent. I groaned, letting my head hang in frustration. It's like they were craving for something hot to happen. "Well, I certainly was. We talked, like actual human beings." "Yeah," trying to get my words through their thick brains. "But that's the thing." Danica practically yelled in my ear, causing me to drop my sandwich on the floor. I stared down at it longingly, letting my shoulders drop. "You owe me a new sandwich," continuing to stare down at my lost lunch. "Well, it was delicious while it lasted. My point is," "KC," Danica continued, "you're not any human being. You're a freaking werewolf. And we all know how intimate our wolf instincts are." Danica sang, Maggie raising her eyebrows at me. "Why are you such a pain in my ass?" Banging my head on the table. "Yeah, I was a werewolf. I'm aware. Yucky. And any day now I was bound to find my restricted mate. More like being chained to a husband for decades to come. Because we're your BFSFLE. We're here to make your life a living hell, then help you through it," Maggie said way too cheerfully. I glared up at her as she smiled back down so widely I almost laughed. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Continuing with Justin, Danica perked. "Anything you'd like to share? Have I not made it clear to you there is nothing to discuss?" I groaned, letting my head rest against the table again. "He and I are meeting up tomorrow to study for a test Wednesday in history." "Cap is he. That's all," I spat out, letting it hang out there for them to absorb. "Oh my god, WSH. Seriously," Maggie gasped excitedly. "It was about time you coughed up some deeds." She narrowed her eyes at me before breaking out into her signature smirk. "Wait, that reminds me." Danica dragged, looking off into the distance as if she was searching for something. "What?" I asked eagerly, snapping my fingers in front of her eyes in hope to snap her back into reality. "When are you and your mom moving into the pack house?" She furrowed her eyebrows. I stared at her blankly, having no idea in God's name what the hell she was talking about. "Oh yeah," Maddie agreed, her face beaming in remembrance. "You guys are supposed to have a room in the pack house." I remember Ben was clearing out a couple rooms for you and your mom just a few days ago, she informed. I continued staring blankly, feeling like I was the only one in this conversation having no clue what was going on. Wow, you've been gone for too long, sister, Magius asked. Was there no pack in New York or something? We needed time alone, I replied inferently, an image of my dad flashing quickly behind my eyes. Okay, listen up. Danica pulled my attention back to her. There's a pack house where the entire or most of the pack lives. Ben, our beta, cleared out to vacant rooms for you and your mom. You get the one on the 3rd floor with the other wolves around your age, like us, and your mom gets a room below for the adults. Okay, she paused, waiting for me to absorb it all in. The idea of a pack house was so vague to me, but I could just barely remember hearing about it. That explains why my mom was refusing to unpack all the moving boxes. I murmured more to myself than to my friends. Wait, but that means we're on the same floors. Not wanting to believe it. Yup, the boys. Danica somehow was able to finish. All 8 of them, even Damon. I snarled at the name, my fists clenching. Unfortunately, Maggie shook her head depressingly. Already hating the idea of moving into a pack house. But I wasn't about to just deny my mom, who would roast me alive for just saying no to her on a demand. Oh, to joy, I muttered sarcastically. But it's not all bad, Danica assured. I mean, it's in the middle of the forest, so there's plenty of running room and there are so many rooms to just lounge in. Plus, you get a lot more freedom, she went on excitedly. Maggie simply nodded. I mean, it's like living under one big roof with your extended family, Maggie added. Eat together, sleep together, and hunt together. She paused, thinking about it for a moment. Scratch that. It's just hunting together. You can just eat whenever you want and just ignore the whole sleeping together thing. Separate rooms for everyone unless you're mated. Not bad, I guess. I shrugged as I grabbed Danica's lunchbox before she could stop me and swiped away her apple, taking a bite out of it. She growled, but I just returned it with a grin, my mouth full of apple meat. Are they, dear? Plenty, Danica replied, though giving me a glare for the loss of her apple. Good. Hunting's always good at this time of the year. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Deer, rabbit, even the rare elk. Sounds like my kind of place, I affirmed nonchalantly, pulling my legs up into a crisscross, applesauce position on my chair and finishing what was left of the apple, handing the core to Danica and wrapping us around it. Trust me, you'll love it, Maggie reassured just as the bell rang, summoning us for class. Chapter 10, How Very Housewarming. Hey, Mom. Entering her office right after school had ended for the day. I was curious to know when we'd be moving into our new rooms in the pack house. After a while of thinking and cunning, I realized sharing a floor with a couple boys I hate the most isn't such a terrible thing. It gives me more chances to set revenge forward. Especially since several boys from Damon's gang aren't wolves. They won't be clustering around him like usual. Oh, hey, sweetheart. Mom greeted me as I shrunk into the chair across from her. She took off her reading glasses to look up at me with a warming smile. So, I know we're moving into the pack house and I was wondering when that might be, I asked innocently. I can be badass at times, but around my mom, well, it's best to be more respectful towards her. She may seem all nice and caring, but when her motherly wolf instincts kick in, that's when you want to run for the hills. Oh, how'd you find out? She looked disappointed for a moment but continued before I could answer. It was supposed to be a little surprise, considering your birthday's Friday. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ben and the boys just finished moving our boxes in this morning so we can head straight there as soon as I'm done with all this paperwork, she beamed, ushering down to the stacks of paper piled on her desk. I flinched when she said that my birthday was next week. I had been so sucked into revenge plotting, friends, and, well, Justin, that my 18th birthday had totally slipped my mind. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, do you mind if I head over with Maggie, Danica, and Amber? I sort of want to get a good tour of the place. You know how easily I can get lost in big places, I joked, setting a smile on my mother's lips. Go ahead, she grunted. I'll text you once I'm finished with all of this, she groaned, leafing through the heavy stack of papers. I quickly thanked and hugged her before sprinting out the door, meeting my friends out in the parking lot by Maggie's Jeep. The pack house was huge, 5 stories high, strong, intimidating wooden structure. Painted a pale white, accentuated with black shades and darkened windows. It was practically in the middle of nowhere, too. It was only about a 10-minute drive from the school, but it was isolated and set deep in the woods, surrounded by thick trees and brush. There was a wide, grassy field and bonfire pit in back where I'm sure the wolves trained and the younger pups hung out. But the inside seemed to be so much bigger than it looked from the out. A lot of adults and older werewolves hung around in the living room and kitchen, a couple on the second floor where all their rooms were. I won't even describe to you the sounds that came from several of the rooms. Just disturbing. Disturbing enough to make me fear what my mated years hold in store for me. The 3rd floor. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Was a long corridor, a balcony at the end through a pair of glass doors. The hallway was lined with doors that were evenly spaced out. I noticed some familiar faces lingering in the hallway, talking secretly to another. Pretty snazzy, how Amber smirked, noticing my amazed face that was impossible to mask. I quickly shook off the look and shrugged coolly. Yeah, I guess, I said nonchalantly, crossing my arms. They snickered, Maggie furiously grabbing my arm. Your tough little lady attitude doesn't work on us, Miss Blairsy, Danica snickered. Even you can't hide your face when you see your ruin, Maggie grinned. I was led down the hallway to the last door on the right, the one closest to the balcony. Amber hastily swung the door open and Maggie dragged me in, taking a step back so that I could absorb the surroundings and details of my large room. It was big and spacious, a little over the top, but I wasn't complaining. There were 2 large windows on the left wall, overlooking the forest and bonfire area. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Queen bed sat in the center of the room, pushed back against the far wall. To the right was a door that looked like it led to the bathroom, another one beside it that could very well be a closet. A pile of boxes, which I could only guess were my moving boxes, were stacked neatly in the corner. Comfy looking enough for you. Danica mused, strutting over and plopping down on the edge of the bed, feeling the silky sheets between her fingers. See where wolf girls get treated right. Amber smiled as jumped onto the bed, as spread out on her stomach in the center. Clearly, I agreed, kicking off my shoes and jumping onto the bed, nearly tackling Amber. I propped myself up on the large plush, red silky pillows, watching Maggie inspect the place, Amber loath on the sheets, and Danica pulling out her cell phone. Hey hey, someone suddenly yelled loudly. I glanced up and noticed Dan walking into the room, a wide grin on his face. What do you want, Dan? Amber growled, rolling her eyes as the brown-haired boy stood in the center of the room, taking a glance around. Nothing. Just wanted to welcome our new pack member. KC, he winked at me, a wide smile on his face. I remembered him like he'd never left my life. He was a sweet boy, if I remember right. I mean, he never stood up for me, but he never joined the others when humiliating me. We talked a few times and would be paired up for projects and do well, but we weren't close. Hey Dan. I waved Kui. Dan smiled back up at me before giving Amber a sly look. My friend just rolled her blue eyes at him. Oh yeah. Danica yelled, like she had just realized something important. You're the Beta's son. You're supposed to welcome all the new younger wolves, she stated. Oh, now it all made sense. Bingo, Dan chuckled. But that doesn't mean I didn't come you on my own free will. But you didn't. Amber and Danica giggling. Well, even if I didn't have to come here by force, I would have. His dark eyes shining with child-like happiness and amusement. Amber sighed, looking to be more interested in her nails than our conversation. Whatever. See you guys later, I guess. Heading back out the door. He's such an odd child, Amber whispered, shaking her head in amusement. I heard that. Dan called from the hall. Amber had to clap a hand over her mouth just to hold back the laugh that was trying to escape through her lips. Even I couldn't hold back the few snickers. Stupid werewolf hearing, she moaned quietly. I heard that too, Dan yelled back. This time Amber couldn't stop herself from laughing, Danica falling off the bed and clutching her stomach as she giggled silently on the floor. Even Maggie was just shaking her head with her hand clasped over her mouth. Oh my God. Maggie gasped once we all quieted down a bit. We all looked towards her with curious faces. I don't know about you guys, but my wolf has been bothering me for the past half hour. You guys want to take a run? She offered, stretching out her arms. Amber and Danica worked to agree and I wasn't far behind. I couldn't even remember the last time I had shifted. It felt like it's been forever. For privacy's sake and the fact there were a bunch of boys hanging in the hallway and outside, we undressed in my room, our backs towards each other and shifted there, running down the flight of stairs as large yet thin female wolves. It was the first time I was able to see my friends in their wolf forms. Amber had a thick, scarlet coat that accentuated her golden, blue eyes. Streaks of light orange, dark orange, red, black, and white were all mixed to make a beautiful, soft-looking coat. Danica had a light, earthy brown coat that resembled her brunette hair in human form. White, grey formed around her belly and chest, her paws completely snow-white. Maggie had a light grey coat with dark striations around her eyes and muzzle. Patches of darker grey, almost black, formed behind her ears and around her shoulders and back. White fur, like Danica, ran along her belly and chest. I felt so out of place with my coat though. The real reason I dyed my hair black was because my wolf silky coat was midnight black. But what was weird enough, instead of turning more golden like most wolves, my eyes were metallic silver and contrasting against my stormy grey human eyes. Once my paws pounded against the earthy soil, my claws digging into the earth, I felt my wolf instinct starting to take control. My tongue lolled out of my mouth as we ran towards the tree line, the wind rushing through my fur and caressing my skin. Remind me again why we don't do this more often? Maggie cackled through the mind link, her grey wolf appearing at my side. School, homework, jobs, Danica trailed, jumping over a large fallen tree trunk. Amber snapped at her heels, playfully annoyance from her rambling. The truth was painful enough without her listing them all. Danica in return bared her teeth at the slim red wolf, narrowing her eyes, Amber only yippee back, continuing to snap easily at Danica. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of my neck pricked lead and I lowered my head, my ears flicking back, lying flat on top of my head. A new smell was in the air and I knew it wasn't a wild animal. It was definitely wolf, but I didn't get to stop and investigate before Amber caught me in surprise and tackled me, the two of us tumbling through the brush. "Oh, you are in for it, girl." Lunging for Amber repeatedly as we darted through the forest, continuing our game of wolf tag. But the other wolf scent still lingered, poking into the back of my mind. Chapter 11, Unknown Species. Biting my lip, I nervously drummed the desktop with the eraser of my pencil, glancing constantly up at the clock. 3 minutes before school ended. Justin and I were going to meet up at the library to study for a history test the next day. I can't remember the last time I was this nervous, or nervous at all. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "Someone's really got to pee," Maggie whispered to me from behind, noticing my nervous motions. I threw her a side glare before rolling my eyes. "Wise ass," I hissed back at her. She knew just as much as I did that Justin and I were meeting up that afternoon. She just always had to push my buttons. But in a friendly way. She snickered, leaning back in her chair before returning to the lesson, or pretending to anyway. The teacher was in the middle of a sentence when the bell rang. Instant reaction from the students as they fumbled for their folders and book bags. I quickly swiped my bag from beside my desk and was the first to get out of the room, not waiting for Maggie to catch up, knowing she'd hunt me down in the halls and probably stalk me at the library. When I reached my locker, a small smile was able to crawl onto my face when I noticed Justin leaning up against the wall beside it, a little smile of his own on his face. "Sup?" Casey High grinned when he saw me approaching, slinging his backpack onto his shoulder. Returning his grin, "Not much. How about yourself?" Walking beside him down the crowded corridor, "Not much. We've got a lot of studying to do though, mister. Callaghan's really strict about the tests he gives." Rolling his eyes dramatically, I chuckled in agreement. Like usual, the school library was empty except for the librarian that slouched behind the desk, scolding at some People magazine in her hands. She barely spared us a glance as we walked in, making our way towards the way back corner of the library, behind one of the bookshelves and settling down at one of the tables. "So you've been, Ray, adjusting to Ashington well." Pulling out his notes and textbooks from his bag. "There's not much to, Ray, adjust to. It really feels like I never left," I replied, trying to get comfortable in the stiff wooden chair. "That's good." Like he didn't know what else to say. He casually fiddled with a pencil between his fingers, glancing over his notes anxiously. It fell quiet between us for a few minutes, reviewing our notes, but not knowing exactly what to say to each other. The both of us jumped in surprise when a chuckle taunted us from behind, cold and steely. We glanced back to see Dame and lean against the bookshelf, smirking down at us with his dark, hateful eyes. Luke and Chase were with him, though looking a little grimmer. I had to bite my tongue to keep myself from laughing when I got a good look at Chase. His face was swollen and checkered with scratches, but his arms were hiding in long sleeves. "What do you want, Damon?" I thought I already warned Jasari Ares to stay away. I growled, narrowing my eyes up at the tall boy. I noticed how Luke's smirk faltered for a second at the mention of the other day and my warning. I would have thought that kick to groin would left a pain long enough to warn him to keep a far distance between us. "Nothing," he answered snidely, slightly shrugging his broad shoulders. Justin was now glaring back up at the boys, too, the pencil still in his hand. "Then get out of here. We're trying to study without you being a Jack ARS. I snapped back at him, He just gleamed while his gang snickered, Damon's eyes narrowing on me. Just remember your place, Blazy. You may think you're such a punk, but you haven't seen the worst of me yet, he snarled. I noticed his eyes glimmer black for a second before returning back to their normal brown color. I felt my fist clench tightly at his words, my canines urinating in my mouth. I had to bite back the growl that tried to escape my lips so I wouldn't tip anything off to Justin. Remember yours. And it's not here. Go away, I barked. I wasn't going to challenge my sorry excuse of an alpha, but I needed him to leave. He grunted before he slowly turned around, leaving the library with his 2 friends following behind him. He's such a jerk, I muttered under my breath to Justin as we returned to our notes, but my rage still boiling. He murmured in response, his pencil still tightly clenched in his fist. He glanced back once more as if to check if they were really gone before continuing with his study. I collapsed onto my bed at the pack house, burying my face into my pillows. I let out a loud moan, letting my muscles relax and my eyes close. I was so tired from today and all I wanted to do was sleep. But it seems like nothing ever goes my way around here. Oh my god, WSH. KC, you must tell us everything about your study date with Justin. I heard Maggie's voice scream excitedly as my door swung open. I rolled onto my back and propped myself up on the plus pillows so I could look up as Amber, Maggie, and Danica flounced into the room. There's nothing to tell. Running a hand through my hair tiredly. The 3 of them were now sitting on my bed, all facing me and waiting impatiently for something that wasn't going to come. Tell us. Danica demanded in the 2 single words, her wide eyes staring at me intensely as though she could reach into my mind and see everything. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. What are you ladies talking about in here? Dan suddenly poked his head into the doorway, a cheeky grin spreading across his face. I groaned, the 3 girls rolling their eyes and Amber turning to glare at him. None of your business. Dan, go away, Amber groaned, propping her head on her fist, knowing all too well the boy wasn't going to leave. Hey, I have an idea. Why don't all of you go away? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Ushering towards the door. You're e-forcing info out of our dear old friend, Casey. Why would I leave now right when she's about to spit it out? He grinned, clearly ignoring me completely and strutting over to the bed. He jumped onto the mattress and sat like Amber lying on his stomach with his head propped on his hands, looking up at me as if I was telling some fascinating story. You're once strange, dude, Amber muttered, shaking her head resentfully. Dan just smiled back at her, almost pleased at her statement. You were saying, Your Highness? Dan asked nicely, fluttering his eyelashes for effect. I gave him a look that said everything. What the heck are you? Again, nothing to say. We were studying and small talking until Damon and his friends came in. I growled, feeling my hatred for the alpha rise again. Damon was at the library, Danica gasped, as if that was the mystery of the whole statement. Well, he's not stalker, ish or anything, Maggie drawled, Danica nodding her head in agreement. Wait, who are we talking about? Dan asked. You were with whom? She was with Justin at the library when came along and totally destroyed the moment, Amber explained impatiently. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So Casey has the hots for just Anne Reed. Dan's eyebrows shot up as he looked up at me, smouldering. Yeah, keep up with us. Giving him a light shove. Okay, I still think there's something off with Damon, Maggie blurted. Remember the other week when I said he was acting weird? The day Casey came back. Yeah. What's your point? Amber shrugged, glancing from me to her. I thought we agreed it was hormones. I stated plainly, wanting to just move on with this discussion of Damon. Just the mention of him was giving me a headache. Oh, so is that what girls talk about when guys aren't around? Dan smirked, glancing around at us. May I? Amber asked, slightly nodding towards Dan. Be my guest, I granted dully. Amber frowned as she reached over and flicked down between the eyes, Dan grunting at the action, his hand flying to his forehead. Oh, he mumbled, glaring across at Amber as she grinned sweetly back at him. Moving on, Maggie continued. He's obviously not himself. Now that, I will agree with, Dan said, pointing to Maggie. Being Beta's son, I get to hear a lot of interesting things. Apparently, he's in the market for a mate and he's eager to find his. Del informed us in a hushed tone, like it was some government secret. Well, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He continued, my dad's pressuring him into finding his mate. Something to do with taking control of the pack or whatnot. He needs a lunar to help him. Especially since his parents are, like, dead and all. Well, that explains a lot. Danica nodded. No, that only explains a part of it. He's still a jerk. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And you won't back off, I muttered, crossing my arms stubbornly. I hated it when people didn't fear me in some way. They all should, especially Damon. I'm sure he's very well aware he's on my hit list. They suddenly grew quiet, leaving the air around us slightly awkward. Dan said nervously, I am exhausted. I have had enough gossip for one day. See you gals later. He waved before hightailing out of my room. Maggie, Danica, and all stared at each other and at me awkwardly, Maggie fiddling with her fingers. Anyhow, we have school tomorrow. You know, today being Wednesday and everything, Danica said, stretching as she jumped back from my bed, Maggie following. I'm gonna hit the hay, she stated before her, and Maggie hastily hurried out of the room. I narrowed my eyes at Amber as has wandered around the room and avoided my gaze. See you later, she squeaked, darting out of the room and leaving me in complete silence. Great. Now I was going to have to pry the secrets from my own friends. And Dan. Wonderful. Cussing under my breath, I closed my door and jumped back onto my bed, hiding under the thick covers, surrounded in darkness and my own thoughts. Chapter 12. My Casey. Where did your short attention take you this time? I barely heard Dolly call from behind me, her hands suddenly waving in front of my face. I snapped myself out of my thoughts from that particular Wednesday afternoon to glare over at my smirking friend. So funny. Smart ARS. I sneered, tossing the football between my hands. Ollie and I were practicing a one-on-one scrimmage after school on the football field of the school. But seriously, what are you thinking about? Brain. Playfully shoving me as she dropped to the ground. I sat down beside her, thumbing the rough material of the football in my hands while I stared blankly into the distance. Tired, thinking about how oddly my friends had been acting. Ever since they ran out of my room the day before, they've been avoiding me. Not one of them came to lunch. Not even Dan was in the lunchroom. Casey, I know that's bullshit, Ollie's saying, rolling her eyes. I know you when you're tired and it sure ain't pretty. She laughed. This is distracted, not tired. There's a lot on my mind then. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. running a hand tiredly through my hair. Yeah, no shat, Sherlock, she scoffed. Care to be more specific? You are a very persistent person, aren't you? Wow, Blair's E. I thought you knew me better, she chuckled, shaking her head resentfully yet amused. Spirit. Schoolwork, crushes, bullies. The average teenage, high school drama, I blandly stated, not needing to give away too much information. By bullies, you mean Damon? She inferred, glancing around the field suspiciously as though just the mention of his name would summon the demon himself. Unfortunately, a chill running down my spine at the thought of the alpha being near. I couldn't help but glance around. The guy's a creep. I know everybody's been noticing that he's acting all wonky. She whispered to me secretive lie, side-glancing once more. Define wonky, I requested, leaning back and using my arms to support me, my palms digging into the grainy black turf and plastic green grass. He slithers about the holes, all sneaky and in the shadows. He's not all loud and proud, flaunting off his muscles to every popular, brained gird he's. The listener not listener, the talker. The loner not the gangster. The snarky and not the badass. You know what I mean. She listed, awkwardly biting her lip and trying to think about it at the same time. He's not exactly an open book. Maggie, Danica, Amber, and I think it's just hormones. But carefully thinking about what she had said, her definition of Dame than being wonky. Ollie just shook her head. I'll agree with you on him being a closed book and all, but I think hormones are pushing it. He's just an odd dude is all I'm saying. She raised her hands in defense before tucking a strand of her short black hair behind her ear. I just say he's not worth the discussion. I swear I've heard his name more in the past 3 days than I have ever heard in my entire life. Seeing his face is enough to get me sick, but talking about him is just stack. I gagged, getting to my feet and helping Ollie to hers. True that, sister, she agreed. Her eyes then wandered past me, a grin sneaking to her face, and I quickly followed her gaze. Leaning against the gate, grinning at me was Justin. He slightly waved at me and I returned it, showing the faintest of smiles. What was the other thing on your mind? Ollie wondered sarcastically. Oh, would it have happened to have been crushes? She snickered, swiping the football from my hands. You know, if you want to get close to him, a decent game of football never hurt. Especially when there's tackling and we all know how aggressive the KC Blaze E can get. She teased, balancing the football on her fingertip. Ask him to play. I'll sneak out of here when I know you got him pinned, she taunted. I stuck my tongue out at her, unable to stab her with a glare. You just can't back off my nerves for 10 minutes now, can you? I muttered, walking backwards in Justin's direction. Oh, Blaze E, you know me just enough to know I can't. She winked, turning and trotting towards the white 50-yard line. I rolled my eyes as I spun around and went towards Justin, meeting him at the gate. Hey, Casey, what's up? Smiling down at me. I shrugged nonchalantly, hoping he hadn't heard mine and Ollie's conversation. Nothing much. You want to play a quick game of football with Ollie and me? To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing cliche enthusiasm. Hoping it didn't come out as desperate as it sounded. He glanced up at Ollie before looking back at me, clearly thinking about it. Please, just practice. Ollie's been a pain in my arse about me being a sucky linebacker and I could use the pointers. Again, trying not to sound desperate and whinny. Sure, why not? Dropping his bag and hopping the fence. I grinned as I ran back towards the center of the field, meeting Ollie in the middle. What up? SHM Annie Spance. Ollie smirked once Justin lined himself up at the line. Oh, Justin retorted, crossing his broad arms as I punched Ollie in the shoulder. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Crazy Case and I, the amazing Ollie, against Justin the chump. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ollie beamed cheekily, tossing Justin the ball. Whatever you say. Your amazingness, Justin said sarcastically, smirking as he placed the football in the center of the field and backed up towards the 30-yard line. I don't need your sass. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ollie called as she and I backed away from ball towards the field goal. Some mature friends I have. Without even a countdown, Justin sprinted forward and kicked the ball, sending it flying towards the goal. Ollie went sprinting for it, catching it in the air and running back towards the other goal. You were a little short there, not Ollie teased, flaunting the football in the air. Justin was already running in pursuit. He didn't even attempt to come back before he lunged for her, missing her by a few inches and giving her the liberty of running across the goal line. Harder than you thought. Ollie smirked as she skipped by Justin and back towards the 50-yard line. Oh, just hush and hike the ball, readying himself for the next go. She tossed me the ball and I darted towards the goal, knowing Justin was already on my heels. I didn't even make it far before I tumbled to the ground, the ball flying from my hands and Justin pinning me. You weren't even trying. Justin laughed as I flipped onto my back, the muscled boy straddling me. Oh, I think I was trying pretty hard. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Glancing around, Ollie winked at me as she ran from the field, leaving me and Justin like she had planned out. If you were trying, I wouldn't have been able to catch you. He grinned, green eyes looking down into mine. Then what was the point in asking you to play if I wasn't trying? Noticing him slowly leaning in towards me, I have no clue. But I hope you'll tell me. His lips carefully and almost hesitantly brushed along mine, his hot breath fanning my neck. I wrapped my arms around his neck, slowly drawing him closer. I pressed my lips to his and he instantly reacted, our lips moving in sync. For the first time in years, butterflies filled my stomach, but it didn't last long. Justin was suddenly torn out of my embrace and thrown a few feet away from me, Damon looming over my stunned body, his eyes pits of blackness. What the hell? I yelled, quickly getting to my feet and glaring up at the taller boy. What the hell was that? Justin growled, storming up to him, his fists clenched at his sides. Damon barely glanced at him before glancing down at me. Please, like he could ever get you anywhere in life, Damon snarled to me, barely nodding towards Justin, his eyes returning back to their natural colors. Like it's any of your freak in business, I spat, my wolf raging on the inside. It's stereotypical to only believe males are the possessive ones, when really, the females can be just as aggressive and possessive as the male. And I was furious that Damon just tore away Justin from my grip. It is my damn business. Damon yelled, especially when I knew Alpha. He added through the mind link so Justin, who stood barely a foot away, wouldn't hear. Damon, I don't know what your problem is, or what it has been, but you need to freak and back off. Justin tried to stay calm, though his teeth tightly clenched together. My problem? I don't have a problem. You're going to have one though if you don't back off. Damon shoved him back, nearly sending Justin back to the ground. I growled at him, my canines growing out. You know what? I interfered. Let's just get out of here. Justin, I muttered as I grabbed Justin by the arm and started towards our bags on the opposite side of the field. "Go home, KC," Damon demanded through the mind link, making me cringe. It was his freak in alpha tone, and no matter how hard I tried to resist it, as a werewolf I couldn't. I let go of Justin and picked up my bag. "I'm sorry. I gotta go. I'll see you tomorrow, okay?" I offered quietly as he reached down to pick up his bag. "Fine." But I knew he was pissed. Pissed with Damon. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelpen, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We headed off in separate directions and I ignored Damon's cold glare as I stormed away, heading straight towards the pack house. Chapter 13, Big Bad Alpha. Growling, I threw my backpack to the side and jumped face first onto my bed, screaming loudly into the sheets. My wolf was still thrashing on the inside and it took all the strength I could muster up to keep her in. I hated Damon enough, but now I despised the guy, my goddamn alpha. Without hesitation, I shifted, my clothes tearing off my large fury body. I jumped off my bed and ran down the hall, ignoring the concerned looks Amber and Maggie gave me as they peered out the doorway of Danica's room. I pushed past several people as I sprinted out of the house, heading straight for the woods. The sun was now just setting behind the tree line, sending the evening into dusk. My black coat blended into the dark scenery around me, making my run perfect. The last thing I wanted was to be seen. Being invisible seemed like the best thing at the moment. My paws beat heavily against the leaf, littered ground, branches and brush tugging at my fur as I ran. My tongue lolled out of my mouth, my breath visible in the cool evening air. I heard the sound of rushing water up ahead and knew it was probably a river or stream. I gradually slowed to a lean walk, my head low to the ground and my hackles raised. The brush cleared into a flowing, clear river, at least 30 feet wide. However, it was maybe the most peaceful thing in the woods at the moment. Slowly, I trekked along the rocky shore, the round stones wet and slippery beneath my padded paws. The water was cool, flowing between my paws and licking at my slim, muddy legs. I carefully walked farther into the river, the water slowly rising with each step I took. The gentle current pried away all the stress that clung onto me moments before. I was several feet away from the center when the water rose to my shoulders, everything but my back and up submerged in the soothing water. I relished the silence the forest brought, having an actual moment to think and not be swarmed by friends or Justin or Damon. But it didn't last. The scent I had caught the other day filled the air again, and I glanced around. Alarmed. It was the wolf scent, but not one I knew. Maybe it was just a wild wolf, not a shifter. Nothing appeared indifferent from the trees and brush. It was all still. Whether it was a wild wolf or not, I wanted to be alone. For the moment, this was my territory. I prowled along the riverbed, walking closer to the shore so the surface of the water only swirled around my knees. It remained silent, but the scent didn't go away. Another one joined it. Except this one I knew far too well, painfully well. My ears flicked back as I released a snarl, following my unwanted company's eyes as they crawled from the brush, trained on me. Damon. He slowly circled me, like prey, studying my defensive stature. I kept my eyes on him, my lips curled back into a snarl, and my hackles raised in defense. Alpha or not, he had no right to be preying on me right after what he did at the field. Get the hell away from me, Damon, I snarled through the mind link. The dark, charcoal grey wolf just grunted, lowering his head in an assertive motion. In his wolf form, Damon was almost twice my size and could easily pin me down. If I didn't fight back, that is. I mean it, Or I'll give you an ass-kicking like your buddy Luke, I added with a feral growl. Except I'm much less friendly when I'm more wolf than girl. Narrowing my eyes. You're pathetic. His golden eyes rising to meet mine. I growled at his insult. Dustin's a weak, spineless fool if he believes there's something in you. You were just a disease-ridden mutt since the day you were born. My claws scraped into the rocky riverbed, wishing they were digging into Damon's flesh. Baring my canines, I released another feral smile towards him. Shut up, I barked, trying my hardest to not lash out at my alpha. There would be some serious consequences for doing that. You're worthless. You always have been, always will be, he continued, starting to circle me again. I snapped at him, only as a threat though. Get out of here, I howled, my canines bared, my eyes narrowed. I don't even understand why you came back. You're weak, just like your father was. That tore it. Snarling, I lunged, feeling my claws rake against Damon's flesh. I wasn't even thinking about the trouble I was getting myself into as I aimed for his neck, my jaws snapping for flesh. All I could think about was my daddy, the memories I had left of him, and how he never had done wrong. I finally got my jaw apped around the larger wolf's neck, my sharp carnivorous teeth grazing the flesh. I wanted right then and there to tear his throat out, to kill him for making me suffer for all those years, for insulting my late father, for everything he had done to me. But he was my alpha, and his death would lead to my own. I won't stoop down to your level, you jackass, I muttered, hesitantly releasing him from my stern grip and jumping back. Unlike you, I know the difference between harmless fun and games and real pain, I huffed, turning my back to him. The mysterious scent that was in the air only moments ago had faded, making me wonder more what it had been. Damon growled, and the next moment I felt his heavy paw on my neck, pinning me to the ground. You think you're so tough, so badass, he taunted, but really, you're just bluffing. You don't know me anymore, Bearsy. Maybe then you could have beaten me around like you're doing to my friends, but now I won't take it. I'm stronger than you, KC, and I think you know it. Get off of me, you bastard. I tried snapping for his paw, but he only pressed it harder against my neck, forcing a whimper through my lips. I control you now, can you alpha male? Keep that in mind next time you want to make a statement out in public, he threatened, stepping back and releasing me, but I remained still on the forest floor. And stay away from that Justin boy. If you were really so smart, then you'll know you're just making more of a fool out of yourself. Glaring at me as he turned and slunk back into the brush, the sound of his paws pounding against the earth and slowly fading. Screw him. Cautiously, I stood, shaking my coat dry and free of snag leaves and branches. As long as it ticks him off like that, there's more fun in hanging around Justin than just having a huge crush on him. Alpha or not, he can't tell me what to do like his freaking servant. No way in hell. Chapter 14, The Big 18. What's up, pal for mate? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Where the hell are we going? I haven't seen y'all for 2 days, and now you want to kidnap me. What up with that? I yelled as Maggie pushed me into the passenger seat of her Jeep right after she made me get all dressed up. Amber and Danica hopped into the back as Maggie walked around to the driver's side, grinning wildly. Oh, hush up, KC, Maggie grinned, rolling her eyes. It's your 18th birthday for crying out loud. All wolves know what happens on their 18th birthday. Yeah, I know. You find your mate, and it's not on your 18th b-day. It can be any time after, I clarified, rolling my eyes at the idea of a mate, a soulmate and eternal lover, Well, I think you'll find yours soon. Really soon, Amber murmured from the back seat. I glanced back at her, but before I could ask, Maggie stepped on the gas, rattling my seat and speeding down the road, heading onto the highway. I just say we don't worry about it right now, Danica burst, smiling between the three of us. I'm sure Dan's already at the club waiting, so we should just turn up the volume and quit the nonsense chit-chat. Amber nodded in agreement and Maggie was quick to turn the radio louder. Kristen, I aided Barger's good by blasting through the speakers. Am I supposed to be torn apart, broken-hearted? In a corner crying, pardon me if I don't show it? The young artist sang, Amber and Danica waving their hands in the air to the rhythm of the music. Cut my hair cause everybody need a new know you like the long had to switch my attitude up. I couldn't help but sing along, having a familiarity to the lyrics. Just able to belt out the sassy, punk lyrics that seemed to connect to my own life made me feel so much better. Forgetting about my run-ins with Damon and the odd scent out in the woods and the fact that my friends had been avoiding me since Tuesday. So where are we going anyway? I yelled over the music to Maggie. She just smirked at me, barely taking her eyes off the road. You're gonna have to find out when we get there, she replied, shrugging. I glanced back to Danica and Amber, hoping they'd have an answer for me. Amber made the motion of zippering her lips and throwing away the key, and Danica just shook her head, grinning slyly. The song then changed, and the moment the new beat started playing, Amber stood up, gripping the back of my seat and screaming the lyrics at the top of her lungs. Shots, 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 everybody. Danica burst out laughing, her arms wrapped around her quivering body as she stared wide-eyed up at our crazy red-headed friend. Shots. Patrons on the rocks, and I'm ready for some shots. The women come around every time I'm pouring shots. Maggie was dying from laughter now, biting her lip to try and control it, but failing. Amber was pumping her fist into the air, keeping a tight grip on my seat for safety with the other. If you're feeling drunk, put your hands in the air. If try and FCK, then put your hands in the air. Now say I mef ked up. She chanted the next verse, catching the attention of college boys in the Mustang convertible in the lane beside us. They get cold and hollered, carefully observing Amber and the rest of us. The guy in the driver's seat seemed especially interested in me, winking when he noticed me glancing at him. Keep driving, buddy. Nothing on board for you or your crew. Danica yelled, shaking her finger at them. Amber, fake pouting, nodded in agreement as she waved her fingers at them. They all sneered and scoffed as the driver stepped on the gas, speeding ahead of us. Human wannabes, Maggie scoffed, rolling her eyes. If only they knew femme-wolf instincts. Then they wouldn't be hitting on us. She laughed, Danica and nodding along. As if she'd been cued, Amber howled loudly towards the sky. Danica and I glanced at each other, shrugging before following along, the three of us howling into the night. You guys are so weird. Maggie laughed. Oh, and you're not. Punching her in the shoulder. OMG, it's the next exit. Amber squealed suddenly, pointing towards the bright green sign that read Exit 7, New York City, as she sat down in her seat. Oh my God, we're in New York. Seriously, where the hell are we going? I exclaimed, my eyes locked on the white block lettering. Calm down. Don't get your new panties in a twist, Maggie taunted, making me gasp. For some odd reason, my mom had gotten me practically a whole new wardrobe for my birthday, consisting of a lot of nice dresses, including the short, black, shredded clubbing dress I was wearing, skirts, and lingerie. She ignored all my questions but demanded that I started wearing them. I wanted to question how Maggie knew that, but didn't bother, knowing I wouldn't get a response. Suddenly, heavy music filled the air, accompanied by laughing and yelling, and bright neon lights blared on around me. On the right was Eden's Garden, the most famous werewolf club in the New England area now. "We are not going in there," I gasped, having trouble containing my excitement. I've heard a lot about the place but never expected to be going to it. I never dreamed of it. "Oh yes we are, birthday girl," Amber shrieked, not waiting for the car to completely park before hopping out. Once Maggie pulled into the spot, we climbed out, admiring the decorated club from the outside. Like the Legend's Garden, large trees wrapped in snake, like vines decorated the outside, the branches forming the sign that was lit up with crimson red and midnight blue neon lights, spelling out the name of the club. The entrance just looked like a dark opening of shadows and nightfall. "Let's have some fun, this beat is sick. I want to take a ride on your disco stick." "Let's have some fun, this beat is sick. I want to take a ride on your disco stick." The song by Lady Gaga echoed from the club, sending my body into the swaying motion. "Let's go. You can dance inside," Danica giggled, grabbing my arm and dragging me across the street. We didn't even have to hop into the block-long line. All we had to do was walk up to the bouncer and wave. Werewolves are considered VIP. Amber grinned as though reading the question that hadn't even formed in my head yet and answering it. "The bouncer's one of us and can easily tell the difference," she told me, leading me past the first room. Neon lights blared, flashing across the dance floor and the dancing bodies. However, we headed upstairs onto the second floor, amazing being an understatement. The dance floor was designed to look like some enchanted forest with fog swirling around the floor eerily, engulfing people's feet. Dark, haunting trees rose from the ground to the ceiling, concealing it with vines, branches, and leaves, like a canopy. Around the room, stages like face-to-struck supported dancers, dressed in short leather skirts and tube-tops. The flashing lights seemed to come from the rock's bases and from the darkness that seemed to surround the room. It was Eden's Garden. "I died and went to heaven," Maggie stated, looking around wide-eyed, which is funny. "I could sworn I was going straight to hell," she added with a snicker. "Tell me about it," Danica chimed in. "Now is this a birthday or what?" Amber asked, her smile spreading from ear to ear. "I let you know right after you buy me a drink," pointing towards the bar that was barely peeking out from behind the shade of vines. "Right away, your royal pain," she joked, flaunting her hips from side to side as she strutted towards the bar while I followed closely behind her, leaving Maggie and Danica to the dance floor. "Let's have some fun, this beat is sick. Don't think too much, just bust that kick. I want to take a ride on your disco stick. Let's play a love game." "Play a love game? Do you want love or do you want famed Am's love game? Hey hey hey, there's the birthday girl," Dan yelled when we stepped through the shade of vines. It looked as though he was about to hug me, but immediately stopped himself, sticking with his welcoming and cheeky smile. "What's up, Dan? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Sliding onto one of the red leather stools at the bar, he sat on the one to my right as Amber plopped down in the one at my left, just waiting for the big cheese and her 3 saucy friends. He laughed, leaning against the counter nonchalantly. I snickered as Amber reached over and punched Dan in the arm right as the bartender came over to serve us. "Shut up, you little cheese," Amber hissed, hinting a small sly grin. "Hey, don't hate the dude." He raised his hands in defense, winking at Amber. She rolled her eyes at him just as a glass of colorful liquid was placed in front of Amber and I each, salt lining the rim. "Just like virgin margaritas. Except they ain't virgin," Amber informed when I stared curiously at it. She didn't hesitate before she picked up hers, taking a large gulp. I know, but I ain't a fruity drink kinda girl. I prefer the strong stuff. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Pushing my drink towards her. Yo, one shot of liquor. I called down to the bartender. He gave me a thumbs up before he started filling a shot glass for me. Why am I not surprised? Dan gaped, shaking his head. I murmured before shooting the liquor, feeling the burning liquid run down my throat. I was quick to order my second round, then for more later and a glass of vodka. PARTYRTYRNTHEHOUSCTONIGHT Eve EOYBODYJUSTHAHOOTIME. Jumping up onto the stage, I MMAMAEYOUIMIND. EVOYBODYJUSTAHEAHOOTTIME. And she's gone. Girls. I heard them yell over the music to Maggie and Amber as they stared up at me in amusement. No, sir. I think you're gone. My feet feeling unsteady beneath me. The stupid high heels not making it any easier for me to keep my balance. SHAT EVOYDAY miss UFFLIN. I continued, swaying my hips to the party rock anthem that blasted from the speakers, practically vibrating the place. YOINTHECLUB PARTYROCK NON STOPWHENW8ITTHESPOT BOOTYMOVINWTHTLIKESAHEBLOCK WITH8ERNKIJTOKNOW TIGHTJENS TETTOOS CAUSEIMROCKN OLL HALFBLACK HALFWHIT DOMIN GNGTHEMONEYOUTTHEDOOR Oh, who's LNFBO now? Suckers. I yelled, running my hand through my straightened black hair as I continued my little dance. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No more alcohol for Casey, Maggie screamed up at me, crossing her arms sternly, but unable to hide the amused grin on her face. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Who made you my mother? Miss Borsy Pants. Shaking my finger at her. Suddenly, Danica came pushing her way through the crowd towards us, looking slightly panicked. Guys, slight problem, she said to specifically Dan, Ember, and Maggie. Yeah, I know, right. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're such a party pooper. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Half falling, half jumping down from the stage and shakily standing up, having to lean against Dan for support. Damon's here, she muttered, biting her lip. EW, that guy is, like, a total creeper. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Poking Amber's arm until she slapped my hand away in irritation. Casey, maybe we should head home, don't you think? Maggie offered, trying to grab my arm, but I avoided her reach now. I came here to party and dance and be 18 years young and... Stuffs, I growled, feeling all hyped up and wanting to stay for. Like, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No, how about we leave? She insisted, looking slightly panicked, like something really bad was about to happen. Look, To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Poking her shoulder. If you are so scared of Mr. Alpha Man, then I shall go and scare him off. No, let's not do that now, Danica urged, glancing to Amber and Maggie for help. You know what? I think I will. Storming off and slowly making my way through the dance floor. I knew my friends were probably after me, but I would not have Damon stalk me around like some creeper every single little thing. I don't care if he was the dang king of F or EZNO. I still would give him a good beating, hey. Mr. Alpha of FREZENO. I yelled once I caught sight of the guy I was hunting, standing in the center of the room like he was looking for something. The moment he turned in my direction, I planted a punch right across his face. However, the pain of my knuckle splitting was masked by something else. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. An electric shock. It shot through my body like a wave of energy, sending my heart into frenzy, my brain fuzzy and blurred. Well, more blurred than it already was. Damon looked down at me, his eyes pitch black, staring right into mine. But it wasn't rage that reflected in his eyes. It was lust. No, there was no way. There was no possible freak in way. He couldn't be my mate. The bully, jerk of an alpha could not be my mate. It had to be wrong. Somehow, some way, it had to be wrong. I would have preferred Dan as my mate over Damon. And that's saying something. Oh crap. I heard Dan mutter behind me, but I wasn't able to tear my eyes from Damon's. Horror, hate, lust swimming around my mind all at once. You're my mate. I gasped, unable to handle all of this. It was wrong. It was so very wrong. No, I'm not. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Tearing his eyes away from mine. That's bullshit. Damon, Dart snapped, walking up to us. You freak, in no case he's your mate. You've believed it for days now. We've all known. You're just too self-centered to admit it. The young beta snarled. Damon turned to growl at him, baring his fangs. No, she's not. She's just saying that. She's a pathetic little liar. Damon argued through clenched teeth, pointing towards me. Is she really the pathetic one? Or is it you? Amber damned, grabbing me by the arm and pulling me away, my legs weak and jello-like. Danica and Maggie followed behind, leaving Damon arguing with Dan as he watched the four of us storm out, one of us more shattered than ever before. Chapter 15. Sugar. Spice. A whole lot of spite. You knew. You knew. I practically screamed the moment we stepped foot in my room. My three friends flinched at my rising, furious voice. Well, we had our suspicions, Danica murmured quietly, wringing her hands, glancing down at her feet as she spoke. Why the hell didn't you tell me? I questioned, beginning to pace back and forth in front of them, my arms crossed tightly over my chest. Is that why you've been avoiding me? Because what happened Tuesday afternoon? Maybe, Amber roared quietly. I can't believe you guys. I gnawed, rolling my eyes, my heartbeat speeding up. I hated this feeling more than anything I've ever felt before. My stomach was in knots and my heart was practically vibrating in my chest. It was painful. We thought it would be best if you found out yourself, Maggie whispered, glancing towards Danica, who just nodded. Besides, we weren't really 100% positive. Whatever, I muttered, but sort of agreeing with them. I guess it would have just caused more trouble ahead of time. But it would have given me a head start and great advantage on my next trick. Well, Dan walked into the room, shaking his head before glancing up at me. A sly smirk was already slithering to my face as my plan drew itself out in my head. I bit my lip, trying to stop it, but I was getting all excited, even making my wolf aroused. "Oh, that's never good," Dant stated, his eyes trained on my face. I noticed Maggie's and Annika's face pale, probably thinking they were now next on my hit list. Lucky for them, they're not. Not yet anyway. "Yo girl, what are you scamming now?" Amber asked, the corner her lips pointed slightly downward in a frown. I paused in the middle of my pace, turning to my friends with my snake-like grin. Well, my original revenge on Damon was to blow off his family jewels by placing firecrackers in his toilet, but I thought of something maybe just a tad better. I confessed, twirling my hair around my finger and biting my lip mischievously. "Dang man, firecrackers. That's sick," Dan gagged, his hand flying to his friend down south. My friends' faces were practically ghostly white, staring in horror. "How can anything be better than that?" Amber broke into a wide smile, cackling. "I'm going to make him want me." I grinned, watching Danica's and Maggie's eyebrows shoot up in question and confusion while Amber's face fell in disappointment. I will admit I was pretty proud of the firecracker prank, but think about how tourist this new idea will be. I thought we were aiming the opposite way. Danica said, her eyebrows knitting together as she was thinking about what she just said and putting together what I had said, trying to make sense of it all. "Nope, he doesn't want me, but we're mates. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I interrogated, trying to take it step by step so that it was clear. They hesitantly nodded, Dan looking a little frightened, standing safely behind Amber. "So, his ints want me. His wolf has already shown this weak possessive lie when I was with Justin. Even if he doesn't want me just as much as I don't want him, he's not going to be able to control himself. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Working out my plan in my head. If I make him want me, it'll drive him insane. It'll kill him on the inside. I whispered the last part, feeling my eyes flicker silver, like my wolf's. Her pain of being rejected was enough to fuel my anger and mischief. "You're insane." Maggie laughed like it was unbelievable. I caught a hint of doubt in her voice. "Maybe, but karma's never exactly mentally sound." Walking back to my bed and sitting on the edge, staring up at my friends. Touch Maggie agreed, thinking about it. Starting Monday. That LL give me the weekend to prepare. I put my plan in action. "And Dan," I pointed to him, making him jump and shrink back the tiniest bit. "Damon doesn't need to know any of this. Got it?" I threatened through clenched teeth, baring my canines. Hey. "Don't worry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm on your side on this one." He smiled nervously, holding his hands up in calm defense. I grinned, pleased. This was going to be very, very exciting. It was about time I got back at him, and it's going to be more fun for me than pain for him. Damon Fallon would finally meet his match. If you enjoyed today's story, don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like, and turn on the notification bell to never miss an update. What secrets are hidden in the 10th relationship between Casey and Damon? As Casey's 18th birthday approaches, will she discover who her mate is? Ready to witness how Casey plays her game of revenge. Subscribe to our channel and don't miss a moment of the excitement. Chapter 16. No, I'm not famous. People's heads turned. Jaws dropped. Eyes widened. My converse battered against the tiles of the school hallway, but my lace-lined hips swaying from side to side. My crimson-red lips were in a slight pout. My wavy black hair straightened and cascading down my shoulders. Amber had helped me with my makeup that morning, my eyeshadow smoky grey and accentuating my steel-grey eyes. My eyebrows were done and a coating of ruby-red lipstick had been added to my full lips, bright against my naturally pale skin. Amongst my new wardrobe from my mum, I was able to pull out a small black skirt, accompanied by fishnet stockings, and a long-sleeved, silk-red blouse that accentuated my curves and lips. If this didn't capture the attention of anyone of the opposite sex, I don't know what would. I smirked to myself when I reached my locker, pulling out the books I needed and stuffing my backpack into the locker. I had caught the attention of pretty much every guy in the hallway, which added to Damon's possession and jealousy problem and advantaging me perfectly in this war. I heard a familiar voice ask from behind. I turned around to grin at Justin, his eyes widening as he observed my outfit, taking in everything. I had been the girl just Friday wearing jeans, a shredded tee, and combat boots. This was going to be a big surprise for a lot of people. Maybe even more of a surprise than my big return. That would be me. I grinned, taking a step closer towards him. Hearing the slight hint of humor I hid in my seductive voice. "You look amazing," he complimented, glancing at my lips before returning his gaze back to my eyes. "Thanks," I purred, making the space between us barely an inch. Hesitantly, just unwrapped his arms around my waist, putting me to him. Grinning, I put my palms to his chest, feeling his rock-hard ABS just beneath my fingers through the thin layer of polyester. It looked as though he was about to say something, but before he could, I couldn't help but crash my lips to his arms immediately tightening around me, pressing me against his body. Our lips moved in a passionate sync, burning through me, breaking my wolf's longing for Damon. Carefully as in, calmly so not to attract too much unless-so-noted attention, I pushed Justin against the lockers, my wolf howling with the pleasure of dominance and control, something Damon would never have given me. Suddenly, the bell sentencing first period rang loudly just above our heads, tearing us apart. He chuckled awkwardly, running a hand through his hair as I smiled to myself, pleased, as I grabbed for my books. "Meet me in the library after school to continue our discussion. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Biting my lip as a lure, knowing he couldn't say no. "I'll see you there," he grinned, shoving his hands into his pockets before he walked off towards his class. I lingered in the hallway for a second longer, relishing and reliving the past few wonderful seconds. I was just about to head off towards class when I caught sight of Damon at the other end of the hallway, his eyes a mix of black and brown as he glared in my direction. "Perfect." I winked, waving my fingers at him as I strutted off towards my first period class, feeling wonderfully proud of my little game that I just put into play. I could honestly say that I was rather disappointed when the end of the day bell rang. Every second for the whole 8 hours that I was in school, at least one guy was drooling over me in each and every one of my classes. Even some of the girls couldn't believe how the not long ago ugly Katie Blasey was now, in one day, the hottest girl in Ashington High School. What can I say? Makeup can bring a girl a long way. "Looks like all is according to plan," Maggie whispered to me as we gathered our things at the bell, heading out of the classroom. I grinned. I couldn't have agreed more. It's better than I thought. Especially on the first day. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. running a hand through my hair, feeling rather proud about it. Justin loves it. Damon can barely keep it in his pants. And every boy that didn't know I existed before my return was practically drooling their own rivers. I chuckled, amused lie. Maggie grinned in agreement, giving off her own little giggle. We parted when I reached my locker, throwing some books in and pulling out my bag, hitching it onto my shoulder. Just as I slammed my locker shut, in the middle of the chaotic and crowded hallway, I felt a hot breath fell against the back of my neck, goosebumps racing along my arms. I didn't have a single doubt who it was that stood right behind me. Ever heard of personal space? Glancing back up, Damon. He stood barely a foot away from me, his dark eyes observing my face and quickly glancing down at my body. Thank God for womanly curves. Turning all the way around, I crossed my arms, smiling up at the big bad alpha before me. What's the matter? She-wolf got you a ton. I cocked my head to the side in mock wonder, slightly pouting as I fluttered my eyelashes innocently. Don't worry, she doesn't bite. Before adding, what are you playing at? There's E. Narrowing his eyes at me, but I could see his wolf in his eyes, aroused and wanting, begging. Oh, nothing at all. Mr. Fallon, absolutely nothing, I taunted, revealing a sly wolfish grin. His jaw tightened. I knew he was fighting with his instinct, his eyes flickering black. I don't appreciate being toyed with, he growled menacingly, however quietly enough for only my ears to hear. Rolling my eyes as though I thought he was being silly. No one's toying with anyone, yet I purred, biting my bottom lip. He flinched and I knew he was on the verge of losing to his wolf, announcing my show was about over. Speaking of, I have places to be, people to see. I hitched my bag farther onto my shoulder, shifting on my feet. To less, waving my fingers as I slid past him, giving an added sway to my hips to grab his attention. It was almost immediately that I felt his eyes piercing my backside. Wonderful. Straightening myself up, I made my way to the library, pleased to see, like always, it was almost deserted. Not even the librarian was at her desk. Probably off slithering towards the teacher's lounge to practice her scowling, I thought humorously to myself. Before making my way to the back corner, where I'm sure Justin was waiting, I quickly pulled out my compact and ruffled my hair so that it was messy, but in a sexy kind of way. I add a new coat of crims and lipstick to my full lips, forming a slight pout. Once I deemed myself ready, I stuffed the compact back into my bag and casually walked through the bookshelves to the corner, grinning when I saw Justin leaning against the table. He smiled when he saw me, righting himself. Dropping my bag, I snaked my arms around his neck as his arms wrapped around my waist, pressing me to his body. So he smiled. Where were we? He closed the space between us, pressing his lips to mine. What started as an innocent kiss quickly bloomed into something more passionate, our lips moving in fast sync. I wrapped my leg around his as his hand slid down to my thigh, his other hand on the curve of my back. He picked me up and placed me on the table, leaning over me as we continued kissing. We parted for breath when his lips traveled down my jaw, moving down and placing gentle kisses on my neck. I tilted my head back to give him better access, his warm breath against my skin sending adrenaline rushing through my body. Quickly I found his lips again, enjoying the pleasure he brought to my body. My wolf was ravaged on the inside, howling and begging to take this boy, to destroy the mate that rejected us. Justin's love brought her the love Damon should've, and she reveled in every bit of him. Though I couldn't care less about Damon rejecting me as his mate, my wolf instincts were crushed and pained, but very hungry. The human boy Justin would have to do, and he was just perfect for me. Chapter 17 Furry Love. Smooth hate Damon's P. O.V. I watched Casey as she walked away, her long black hair flowing behind her. I wanted her so much. I hated her so much, more than I had before. What I did back in middle school was harmless fun of my own. It was funny to my friends and me to see her reactions, watching her wail or cry in 7th grade. All I could think of was how pathetic she was, but she took the game to the next level. The moment she stepped into that cafeteria in her skinny jeans and black leather jacket, I knew she was ready to start a new round. The way she had everybody like prey. How she went for the kill at the mall when she attacked Chloe and her friends. Videos and pictures were all over YouTube and Facebook. She planted the trap for Alistair and Jeff, knowing where they would be and when. I knew it was my turn for her game, but I expected something more humiliating. This was manipulative and torturous, hitting me where it hurt most. It actually made me wish she had gotten the same revenge on me the way she had on Luke. In the alpha of my own freaking pack. How could it be possible that I was stuck with that miserable excuse of a werewolf? If people besides my weak beta and KCS friends figured out that KCS my mate, my life would be awful. My reputation would be destroyed. Yo, Damon. Dude, where are you? Dan's voice tore into my thoughts. I glanced over at him, his signature grin cutting across his face. What? I asked annoyed, wishing I could go after Casey. I had a pretty good idea where she was and who she was with, and my wolf didn't like it one bit. But at the same time I cowed and give a damn who she lip-locked with. We have patrol today. Remember, he dragged on, hitching his backpack up onto his shoulder. A low growl ruptured from my chest as I glanced in the direction Casey left before looking back at Dan. Yeah, whatever, I muttered, quickly walking down the corridor towards my car outside. As I passed the library, I couldn't help but glance towards the doors, growling when I noticed Casey on the other side. Ruffling her hair, she pursed her lips into the mirror of a small compact. No doubt that human boy, Justin, was in there. Fighting my instincts, I moved on, not glancing back again at her as I pushed through the doors and across the parking lot, furiously climbing into my car. I prowled through the brush, my belly low and close to the forest floor. Dan was a few feet to my right, vigorously sniffing the air, his muzzle raised towards the sky. I knew he could smell it to the sour scents of nightshades, decay, and grass. The rogues had been there recently. Their tracks were still fresh. They're coming closer, Dan stated, his eyes narrowing. We caught their scent a week before, not far from the pack house, maybe 2 miles deeper into the woods. We barely patrolled a mile before we caught their scent the next time. Don't you think it's time we've told the pack about them? What if they strike? We're not exactly prepared, Dan added a few minutes later, glancing towards me. I flicked my ears as I stared back at him, deciding what we should do. Well, tell Ben tonight. See what he wants to do, I replied, hating to have to turn to the older beta for his thought, but I wasn't positive on what else to do. I had only inherited the pack barely 2 months before. Yes, sir, Dan said lightly, continuing to move forward through the thickening brush. I hesitantly continued on behind him, hearing the gentle trickle of the stream ahead. I winced once I stepped through the brush, my paws touching the rough gravel of the shore. Casey's fading scent swept across my face, making the hairs bristle between my shoulders. The sweet scent of lavender. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks to your unfading patience, enthusiasm. And ivy still lingered in the air from the other day. I needed her, but I was disgusted by her. Wealth, that's a familiar scent, Dan hissed coldly, glaring up at me as he pressed his nose to the ground where I remember Casey had tackled me. I growled at him, flattening my ears against the top of my head assertively. He didn't say more as he moved on, sniffing around the shore. I knew he was pissed about me rejecting Casey. Considering his dad was pressuring me in finding my Luna, telling me a bunch of crap that it would be easier to have someone by my side, supporting me and helping control the large pack. Unconsciously, I pulled at the spot where I had tackled Casey, her set strongest there on the sand. Once I realized I was doing it, I growled at myself, shaking my head as I moved on. The rogue scent had also gotten stronger around the stream, almost fresh, probably passed through there not hours before. I don't like this one bit, Dan said, his ears flat and against his head as the hairs around his shoulders rose uneasily. Me neither. I think it's time we've told Ben, I sighed resentfully, hating the idea of the whole situation. If these rogues were getting closer, we needed more patrol and protection. Only their scent is strong, but they haven't been seen. I'm sure the first thing Ben was going to do was send out a team to patrol and track down where the scents are coming from. I didn't wait for a response from Dan as I turned and sprinted through the brush back towards the pack house. I think mostly because I wanted to get out of there and away from Casey's overwhelming scent, taking over my instinct. I knew her malicious game was going to test my strength as an alpha if I can't fight my own wolf. Then, what could I fight? As I exited my room after getting dressed, I saw a thin black wolf slink out of Casey's room. Her coat was silky looking, soft and groomed. Her eyes gave off a metallic glow, like freshly polished silver. She glanced in my direction, her ears playfully flickering as she trotted by. My wolf clawed at me, eager to follow her as she disappeared down the stairs, but I fought against him, forcing my feet towards Ben's room upstairs, in the beta suite. I didn't bother knocking before walking in, John's and Ben's eyes darting up at me as I approached the table the two of them stood in front of. Dan says there's something you wanted to talk about. Ben gestured, Dan leaning against the table nervously. Yes, Mr. Smith, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Dan and I caught the scent of rogues not even 2 miles away from here. They're getting closer every day, I informed, crossing my arms. Ben's eyes dropped before looking back up sternly at me, glancing once in Dan's direction. Are you boys absolutely positive? He questioned, sternly looking from me to Dan. Dan sighed. Dad, I know their scent. I'm 100% positive, he grimly replied. I knew what he was thinking about once he had said that his mother. She was killed 3 years ago when she went to visit another pack not too far from here for a meeting. The rogue struck when she was in the meeting room, killing 2 other beta mates from another pack, an alpha, and 3 healers. If Ben hadn't been sick that day, he could have been murdered too. He has to suffer the loss of his mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You'll get some people out there tonight. Enthusiasm, in the meanwhile, don't stray too far except for Schooland within a single-mile radius from here. We'll make the announcement tomorrow once the team returns with news. Ben said, his voice soft and strained. I knew he was reliving the pain of his mate. I nodded with finality and began to leave when he stopped me. Just on a quick note, Alpha Damon, have you found your mate yet? Ben interrogated. My jaw clenched tightly as Casey's face flashed through my mind at the mention of mate. There was just one other reason why I didn't want to confront Ben about it, yet he asks whether or not I've found my mate yet. No, not yet, I responded plainly. I heard Dan sigh loudly and Ben cleared his throat, signaling that we were finished for the evening. Chapter 18 forcefully caged Damon's POV. I stuffed my backpack into my locker, barely paying attention to Luke going on and on about the basketball game I missed the night before because of patrolling. Dan leaned against the lockers casually, nodding once in a while and pretending to be listening to Luke. Chidi barely said a word to me since the night before. But if you asked me, I preferred him that way. Grabbing my books, I slammed my locker shut and was about to head off to my first period class when my shoulders unintentionally tensed and the temperature in the hallway seemed to have risen. Dan chuckled, crossing his arms. Luke stopped talking in mid-sentence, his face blank as he stared down the hall. I didn't have to turn around to know what they were staring at, but I glanced back anyway. Casey stalked down the hall in a pair of skin, tight leather pants that outlined her long slim legs. A loafy, neck, midnight blue shirt hugged her body, bringing out her womanly curves. Her raven black hair was wavy, falling down her shoulders. I was practically drooling. A growl escaped my lips when I noticed it was draped around her shoulders. Justin. Casey giggled as he spoke to her, a smile on his own lips. My wolf hated seeing another male holding my mate, but I fought against him, trying to keep him caged along with my instincts. As Casey and Justin walked by, her molted grey eyes flickered in my direction, a crimson smile forming on her lips. Her scent washed over me, testing my ability to keep my wolf locked up. Crushing the textbook in my hand was all I could do to prevent myself from tearing Justin to shreds before claiming my mate. That wolf's Blair's E that just walked by with just unpractically wrapped around her finger. Luke gaped, clearly just as shocked as the rest of the guy population in Ashington. Oh, you bet it was. Dan grinned slyly, his eyes flickering from me to Luke. Why do you care anyway? He added with a tease. I was in I don't care. I was just about to ask if she got into some serious car accident that messed up her face or something. Luke stuttered, trying to replace it with his signature cool guy grin. As his words processed through my mind, my wolf became furious that Luke was dissing my mate. Shut up, I gnawed, shoving Luke against the lockers. My wolf had finally broken free, my fangs elidinating, bearing fiercely towards Luke. I just barely heard Dart snicker as my fist tight and around the collar of Luke's Ashington football jersey, my claws threatening to tear into his flesh. Chill, man, Luke tried to say calmly, but his voice rising in fear. What's got you so hot-headed? It's just Blair's E. His words breaking into my mind. Oh, you'll tell you it's got him so freaking aggressive. Dan tore in, looking almost excited to spill what he had on the tip of his tongue. Before he could open his mouth, I snarled at him, releasing Luke. He didn't even wince as he kept his smirk but closed his mouth. Luke's eyebrows came together, and he opened his mouth as if he was about to ask when the bell rang and I stormed away from them before anything else could be said. Splashing cold water onto my face, I leaned against the sink as I stared at myself in the scratched and chipped mirror in the boys' bathroom at school. My wolf was tearing me up on the inside, practically clawing his way through me. I'd seen Casey sitting on Justin's lap at lunch, the two of them talking quietly to each other and sometimes with Casey as friends who were also at the table. Why did I freaking care? I hate her, I whispered to myself, repeating it over and over again through gritted teeth, trying to get myself to believe I still did. She's worthless, I continued, gripping the sides of the sink. I was surprised they hadn't shattered already from my tightening grip. She's not my mate, I growled, forbidding myself from accepting it. I would not give in to that low-level she-wolf. I was far stronger than she was. I could play her game just as well as she could. The bathroom door suddenly swung open and the scent that haunted me floated in, making my body rigid. Converse scapped against the tile floor. Whoops, this isn't the girls' bathroom. Casey's voice was sickly sweet, echoing in the small bathroom. I glared up at her, a sly smirk on her face. From only a few feet away, she looked hotter, her blue and black attire reminding me of something of the magical world. What do you want, Blairsy? I demanded, denying my wolf that was aroused by just her presence. She chuckled, her captivating eyes glimmering mischievously as she took a few steps closer, crossing her arms. I gulped, my eyes involuntarily flickering towards her accentuated chest. "Oh, Mr. Fallon, it's not what I want," she purred, slowly walking closer to me, her voice mesmerizing. She came up behind me, gently wrapping her arms around my waist. Her hot breath fell against the crook of my neck as she leaned her head in, her lips brushing along my ear. "I think it's what you want," she whispered, nipping my ear. A shiver traveled down my spine, my wolf tamed, relishing the warmth and attention of my mate. She giggled while her hands moved up to my chest. She placed a soft and tender kiss just behind my jaw. As I managed to escape my lips, my fingers beginning to crack the porcelain of the sink. "She was killing me," she sighed, goosebumps racing along my arms. "Too bad you had asked." Her nails broke skin, making me wince. Crushed, her claws flicked out, tearing deeper into my flesh, forcing a pained moan. And rejected me, she dragged her claws from the center of my chest under my arms, drawing blood. The porcelain sink broke from my grip as I used it to support myself when my legs felt weak. I glanced up at Casey's reflection in the mirror as she pulled away from me, her claws disappearing from the tips of her fingers. "You could have had a chance, Damon," she cooed, her eye flickering from black to silver like her wolf, to steel grey like her normal shade. "But when you called me pathetic, that's when you shattered any forgiveness I had buried deep down," she growled before disappearing from the mirror's angle. Her Converse, hour-added feet echoed against the tiles until the door swung open, her footsteps fading away. I cringed as blood seeped through the 10 long, deep scratches that decorated my skin from my center to my side, staining my white shirt red. The werewolf healing process was slow to begin because I had been cut off from Casey's seductive technique. I growled at myself for giving in to her, for letting her get close to me, but her touch seemed to have coursed through me, making me more instinctual than man. She was toying with me, her alpha, and I despised it. It was my turn to hit her hard, where her only weak point was, and just like me, it was both our strongest and weakest traits. Our wolf instincts. Chapter 19 Toys and Games P. "Oh, you need to learn to keep your trap shut." Then I snarled, shoving my bait up against the wall outside his door at the pack house. That was the first time I had seen him that day after he almost spilled the secret out to Luke. "I don't know what you're talking about, dude," he replied infuriately, a grin twitching on his lips. I snarled at him, shoving him harder against the wall. "Should I help you remember?" I threatened, wrapping a hand around his neck as I pulled my fist back, growing more furious as his grin spread wider. "You know, it's starting to all come back to me," he chuckled. "It's going to come out sooner or later," he taunted, his eyes flashing amber. "It won't as long as I say it won't," I warned, my hand tightening around his neck lightly. Dan just rolled his eyes. "I don't know about that. Damon, you may be the alpha, but Casey was born a lunar. And just eager to see how long you'll last." He laughed, obviously amused. I grunted, shoving him as I released him, storming away before I let my wolf take over. "Oh, Damon, there you are." I turned to see Ben hurrying down the hall towards me, his expression grave and sullen. "We found something, for miles out. Looks like they have a camp in the woods only about 6 miles from here. They had guards circling for miles away," he informed, his voice low and secretive. "We're holding a pack meeting in about 10 minutes. Make sure you're there. You, Dan, and other fighters will need to be training the younger ones." "Sure, whatever," I muttered, pushing past him and down the flights of stairs. I stood at the front of the room, watching as my packmates filed into the room. I stood behind Ben and Dan, eyeing everyone who walked in. My body stiffened and my breath hitched when Casey walked in, heading towards the couch. She, with her 3 friends, jumped onto the backboard, crossing their legs as they eyed everyone else. Ben then cleared his throat, silencing the room, all their worried eyes darting towards him. I'm sure you're all curious as to why I've asked you to all come here, so I'm just going to say it. Ben stated clearly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. A large group of them not far from here, he advised. Murmurs and gasps flew into the air, eyes widening and jaws dropping. Now I understand that many of you are worried. It wouldn't be a first time rogues messed with our pack. His voice faltered a bit, Dan nervously shifting on his feet. We plan on preparing ourselves. Older ones are going to be sent on more patrols daily. The younger ones will only be allowed to leave the pack house if they are together and can only travel to school in here. The youngest will not be able to leave the safety of the pack house at all for any reason, Ben added, his look hard and stern as he glanced over the crowd, observing every owner's faces. It will be required, however, that for the time being, maneuvers, strategies, and other techniques will be practiced and taught. Well, me volunteers to assist. Alpha Damon and Dan will be instructing evenings. You'll need to know if there is anyone else who is good in a fight, he went on. I noticed a hand shoot into the air, my eyes darting to the volunteer. New York ain't exactly the most pleasant and friendly place to live if you know what I'm saying. Casey smirked slyly. I took a few self-defense classes, picked up some useful techniques of my own that might come in handy. My fist clenched tightly by my sides. My eyes locked on my freaking mate. Daisy. Her words were music to my wolf's ears. Just seeing her sitting there and hearing her enticing voice was enough to make my wolf ravage. I felt her eyes on me, bringing myself back into reality to face her. Her lips curled into a smile that made my muscles tense and my throat go dry. She licked her dry lips, her eyes glimmering slyly. I felt my canines elongate, my wolf tearing through me. I needed to get out of there before I blew, before I did something I would regret. As Ben continued on, I quickly snuck out of there, making my way back to my room. If Casey wanted to tear me apart and have fun with it, I should do exactly the same. Please. She was still the same wannabe she was in middle school. Nothing's changed. I could still see right through her. Casey SP. Ovi. I grinned as I watched Damon escape the room, no one else taking notice. Oh, this was fun. More fun than blowing his family jewels off with firecrackers. My eyes flashed towards Dan, who grinned, his arms folding as he took a proud posture. As weird as Dan was, he was very useful. The meeting went on for another hour, nearly boring me to death. When it was over, I was the first to get out of there, practically fleeing to my room before anyone could stop me. The hallway leading to my bedroom was still deserted, all the teens still downstairs probably bombarding the betas with questions and concerns. I ran a hand through my messy hair hurriedly as I slipped into my room. I escaped my lips just as I was walking towards my bed when I was suddenly shoved against the wall, my heart racing in my chest. The scent of burning wooden hazel filled the air and a shiver vibrated my spine. I looked up into the black, brown eyes that stared down into mine, lust and hatred filled. Hello, KC, Damon grinned, his hands pinning my wrists against the wall above my head. My wolf howled as his cool, minty breath and my face, sending goosebumps racing up my arms. Damon, I attempted a growl, but it came out nervous and shaky. He grinned, leaning in towards me, his lips brushing along mine. Electricity seemed to flash through me, making my legs buckle beneath me, but Damon's grip on my wrists kept me up. He hummed against my neck, his lips placing small kisses over my sensitive skin. Gee, get away from me, Damon, at the same time biting back the moan that attempted to escape. My wolf howled with pleasure as Damon continued to trail his lips up my neck, his nose grazing my jaw. I don't think you want that, now do you? His lips tugging into a sexy grin. His seductive voice was making my wolf insane, demanding for more attention. But I fought against her, not about to give in to the bully that ruined my young life. Why yes, I emolescaped my lips as his tongue skimmed my skin, sending my wolf into utter insanity. Damon chuckled, his other hand firmly placing itself on my hip. The next instant, I found myself facing the wall, both Damon's hands on my hips, my hands pinned by my own body. A gasp prayed itself from my mouth, Damon's hands tightening on me. You what? He breathed in my ear, brushing my hair back behind my shoulder, revealing my neck and face to him. He pressed himself against me, my heart beating against the inside of my ribcage like horse hooves racing across pavement. My breath hitched when I felt every bit of Damon against me, my wolf purring with pleasure and lust. What was that you wanted? Casey, Damon asked again, nibbling my ear. I bit my lip, barely able to hold back the series of moans. What are you? I mumbled, my voice barely louder than a raspy whisper. My fangs grew out and my wolf was on the verge of taking over, begging for my mate to claim me. I want you to get away from me, I snarled, baring my canines. I knew he was turning my game back around on me, targeting what hit me hardest just like I did with him in the boys' bathroom earlier that day. Damon growled, taunting a lie, pressing his hips closer against mine, forcing out another gasp. Or you'll tear off the family inheritance, I threatened through clenched teeth, feeling his body instantly stiffen, his breathing slowing. Just a parting message, Daisy, his voice low and intimidating. Don't play this game with me, or I'll play you right back. With that, he gave me a shove as he stormed out of my room, slamming the door behind him. Now he was just challenging the wolf to play a better game. 2 words for him, challenge accepted. Chapter 20 Kick But Talent Casey SP. OV. Hey there, beautiful, just unchuckled, wrapping his arms around my waist from behind. I giggled as I turned to give him a quick kiss on the cheek. Yeah, I guess you could have called us boyfriend, girlfriend, but it wasn't official. Neither of us asked each other out, but we spent a lot of time together, so yeah, we were pretty much a couple. What's up? I grinned, pulling my books from locker before slamming it closed, turning to walk with him down the hall. Not much, just wanted to see how the most amazing girl in school was. His arm wrapped securely around my shoulders. I rolled my eyes, but my smile not faltering. I wasn't exactly into the lovey, wake-up or relationship kind of thing, but I guess I could tolerate it with Justin, especially since it drove Damon insane. Everything's all good. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Tilting my head against his shoulder. Casey. OMG Casey. Casey. I heard someone screaming down the hall, several pairs of shoes slapping against the cool grey and black tiles. Justin and turned to see Maggie sprinting clumsily down the hall. A huge smile spread across Maggie's excited face. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Amused by my friend's crazy eagerness. Look. Maggie chanted, holding up a flyer to my face. Student talent show. All acts welcomed. I read aloud carelessly, not seeing the big woo. Maggie and Amber looked at me, waiting for me to do something, maybe even look excited. Your point? Raising my eyebrows at the poster. Maggie moaned while Amber slapped her forehead, both of them obviously annoyed. We should enter. Maggie yelled, shaking the poster violently. I continued to stare blankly. Maggie, you can sing. Amber can sing. Danica can't sing. Case E cannot sing, I stated with a shrug. Amber and Maggie exchanged a glance before rolling their eyes. That's pupil snooker. We know you can sing. Everyone can sing. And we know you're an epic drummer, Amber said, Maggie raising her eyebrows in pure sass. I pursed my lips, considering the idea. I don't know. I haven't played the drums since 9th grade. I couldn't take them in the move. Offering another shrug. Oh, shush up. That's not bad. It's not like you suddenly got freaking amnesia and for play. Plus, Abby has a drum set I'm sure she'd let you borrow. Maggie said, bouncing on the balls of her heels as if that was the only way she could release all that energy she had. Can you please at least consider it? Amber pleaded, Maggie giving me an innocent wide-eyed look. I didn't want to make any promises yet, but I couldn't say no. I guess I could think about it, but don't get your hopes up, I replied, feeling defeated. Just unchuckled as Maggie clapped her hands excitedly and Amber gave out a small joyful squeal before prancing off, probably to ask Danica if they hadn't already. I think you should do it, Justin said with an encouraging grin. Seriously. Yeah, they'd love to hear you sing, he beamed, unwrapping me from under his arm to lean against the wall. I crossed my arms as I smirked at him. You're such a freak in flat. The look he gave me making my wolf hungry. It was a second later when I noticed Damon down the hall that I realized it probably was just and making my wolf lustful. But my Nate. Stealing a glance in his direction, I noticed his eyes were trained hard on Justin, bearing furious and spiteful holes into him. I grinned, returning my gaze back to Justin, a seductive grin slithering to my face as I closed the small space between us, snaking my arms around his neck as I pressed my hips against his. You mean that's not what you love about me? Justin grinned, his arms wrapping around my waist, holding me closer to him. My wolf purred with delight. I guess any lustful attention, especially since being rejected, would be enough to please her. You're still doing it. Slowly moving closer towards him. But instead of replying with another taunting remark, he pressed his gentle lips tenderly to mine. I could practically feel Damon's eyes devouring me, his possessive alpha wolf probably furious and bathing in aggressive rage. Poor self, warring wolf. Note the sarcasm. Dang. Casey just unchuckled when I pulled away, a heated gleam in his dark ocean blue eyes that made my wolf and I both feel overpowering and in control. Something not many female wolves can feel once they're mated to their overly possessive and controlling males. Being the independent lone wolf seemed like a better option anyway, especially when you had a demonic mate like mine. I stood beside Dylan in a pair of sweats and a sports bra, my arms crossed as I surveyed the group of younger werewolves, who were old enough to shift but still pretty young, before me who have obviously never been in combat before. Now that is just a horrible punishment. My friend, how's your game with Damon going? Dunn whispered to me as we waited for the all-amazing Alpha Pain in the RS to join us for the training session. Interesting, I responded, unable to think of better words to describe the little thing Damon and I had going on. Achias decided to try and turn the tables on me. The keyword being try, I snickered, rolling my eyes. Don't scoffed, finding it just as amusing as I had. How much longer do you think it'll be before he snaps? I questioned with a comical grin, not believing HE to be able to keep it together much longer. HED begging on his knees for me any day. Then see how funny it is to be slowly unwound and defeated. Well, if his wolf doesn't shred him within the next couple days, it'd say I choose a bottomless black pit of hate. Even him having trouble not being attracted to you, he joked, laughing as I gave him a friendly shove. Well, that's what I'm aiming for. Just hanging around Justin is enough to set the guy off. I scoffed as a picture of Damon's pissed face flashed behind my eyes, contorted with passionate rage and the need to control. Oh, speaking of the devil, Dan said, nodding past the teens. I smirked up at Damon as he stiffly walked towards us, his face tight, meaning something was bothering him. And please, let that bother be me. 'Bout time you came. Where've you been? Dan raised his eyebrows in question. Damon threw him a quick glare as he stood beside him in front of the kids. Away, he stated rather coldly. I rolled my eyes, crossing my arms before moving on and glancing around at the bored faces gathered in front of us, sizing up who or what we had to work with. Any ideas how to start? Dan asked nervously, staring at the 14, 15, and 16-year-olds in front of us, blankly staring up at the 3 superior wolves that were Damon. Dan. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I have an idea. Taking a couple steps back. All right, peoples. Watch me and everything I do. Dan, when I say go, I want you to try and punch me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I instructed, standing roughly 6 feet away from the 2 boys. I got nods of agreement from the kids, but Dan just furrowed his eyebrows at me like I had lost my mind. I don't punch girls, not even badass werewolf girls, Dan excused, shaking his head defiantly. I rolled my eyes, overestimating the beta boy. Come on, man up you wimp, I moaned, not having the time to be arguing with him. It looked as though he was about to respond in defense when Damon pushed past him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Let me do it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His eyes furiously locked on me. I couldn't help the grin that tugged at the corners of my lips as his fist clenched tightly by his sides. He snarled as he charged for me, anger flashing before his eyes. I heard gasps come from the kid's direction as I ducked beneath his flying fist, slipping under his arm and around him, grabbing him firmly by the shoulders and jetting my knee into the back of his, making his legs buckle. He fell forward, his eyes dazed as he slowly caught up to everything that just happened. Those were some self-defense classes you took there. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Dan gaped as I returned to my place in front of the class. I might be exaggerated a bit on the self-defense classes. I had a personal gym in the basement. I murmured to Dan before turning to the students. Did y'all see what I did when he tried to hit me? The first thing you want to do is dodge any hit. But if someone kicks for you, here's what you do. I continued, making Dan face me. He didn't look too sure, but he swung his foot up at me, aiming for my face. Unable to bite back the smirk, I swiftly caught his ankle inches from my flesh, grabbing it with both hands and giving it a sharp jerk to the left, spilling Dan over and onto his stomach. What if they come from behind? I heard someone call out. You didn't have to be a genius to know that one very pissed off Damon was propouts from behind. Just as a snarl rang through the air, I dropped to the ground, swinging my leg around and feeling my shin connect with Damon's ankles, causing him to lose his balance. If they're not dead or unconscious, You can be sure they'll try to take another swing at you, I taught, offering a supportive smile to the wide-eyed children. Now, if you'll want, partner up and try some of these moves on your own. I suggest starting with dodging before moving on to actual physical contact. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Watching as they eagerly scramble to their feet, excited to try the acts out for themselves. Damn. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Dan groaned, slowly getting to his feet, but leaning awkwardly as if to avoid adding pressure to the ankle I had abused. Enough anger can make a girl do that. Pretending to be more interested in my nails than what was going on. And that's why I stay on your good side. Brushing the dirt of his jeans and t-shirt. Please, I've seen Pinnacones more aggressive than you. Damon sneered, his eyes dark and full of agitation and a hint of embarrassment. I mean, I don't see why he could possibly be embarrassed. It's not like a 100-something-pound teenage girl kicked his ass or anything. Must be being some freak in badass Pinnacones then. Sparing him an amused and teasing glance. He grunted, storming past me to go to a couple of the kids who were on the ground and abusing each other, splitting the two up. Damon's P.O.V. tearing the two children apart, while at the same time sending them to the opposite sides of the field and away from each other. My wolf was going ballistic, watching Casey get aggressive, and in just a pair of sweats in a perfect-fitting sports bra that made my throat go dry. A defensive, strong, slick, and feral female wolf is everything my wolf wanted. It was just too bad it had to be freaking Blazy. Casey was born a lunar. John's words popped into my head, sending a chill down my spine. I hated that he was right, that this proved how right he was about her. She was everything my wolf could ever wish for, incredibly strong, extremely sexy, and seductively possessive. Every male's dream, that is, if she was born to be a failure in most of life, but... No, she was not ever going to be my mate, and definitely not my Luna. It rather had been mated to a fragile and pleasing human girl. Any respect I had and the grip I had on my pack would be all gone and wasted the moment it slipped that Casey was supposed to be my mate. Everybody expects the alpha to have the perfect mate who is capable of leading a pack, and Casey's not that mate. Any other girl, maybe, but not the old Katie Blair's E. All I hoped is that I could get my wolf to see clearly who my mate really was, and to side with me against her. But, when I glanced back towards her, a wave of calmness coursed through my body. One of the smaller kids, maybe 4 years old, wandered too closely to the battling teens and got tackled, scraping his elbow. The way Casey bent down and carefully scooped the little boy up, cradling him as she examined the scrape, you'd think it was the poor identical twin of the hostile girl that sent the boys twice her size to the ground just a couple minutes ago. The image of Casey as a mother suddenly pulsed behind my eyes, clear and painfully believable. The small bundle held securely in her arms as she cooed inaudible things to it. She would be defensive of her young, though. Anyone with eyes could see that. But who would the father be? My jaw clenched as I pushed the thoughts away, my mind beginning to travel to more rated R things, many of which involved Casey incredibly close. My wolf was antsy and anxious just at the thought of all the things I would do to my mate. I growled at myself, angrily pinching the bridge of my nose and trying to clear my head of all the intense thoughts that made my wolf starving. I turned my back to the temptation that toyed with my thoughts and returned back to the younger wolves, all of them still trying to master the maneuvers. I was really starting to question whether it was even possible to get my wolf to turn his back on Casey, even if she used to be the waste of space and air that roamed around the halls at school. She was undeniably different now, but that should mean nothing to me. Yo, Damon. You just gonna stand there in space or go split em up again? Dan's voice broke into my thoughts and bringing me back to reality to see the two boys fighting again, getting in the middle of other groups. Advancing towards them, life always had a way of screwing with me. Chapter 21 Claws and Dresses. So, will you do it? Maggie, Amber, and Danica all looked up at me with hopeful eyes. I sighed. Of course I had found time between homework, patrol, dinner, and sleep to figure out whether or not I wanted to do the stupid talent show in school or not. But I knew I had to come up with an answer there, and then or I would be pestered with it later. Sure, why not? Watching my friends' faces brighten as I gulped down some of my water. So, what song did you have in mind? Crossing my arms as I sat back in my chair. Well, we narrowed it down to these four, Maggie informed, handing me a sheet of paper. I glanced down the small list of songs and was quick to make my decision. I didn't even hesitate before circling the one I believed we should do before handing it back. Good choice. I think we should do that one too. Amber grinned proudly as the three girls stared down at the circled choice. Danica and Maggie agreed, almost hesitantly, but they thought any of the other choices were just a bit better. Cool then. We can meet up today in my room after I attend another little training session. Popping a potato chip into my mouth. Yes, Mun. Danica mock salute. So now that that's settled, where's Mr. Blaise? The three of them grinned slyly at me, and it didn't take me long to figure out who Mr. Blaise was. Justin had a student council meeting, so it's just us for lunch, I replied, giving each of them a look. They giggled, settling back in their chairs and starting to discuss classes and all that boring regular teen conversations. However, it wasn't long till everything went from boring and normal to crazy and spontaneously annoying. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Excuse me, can I have all your attention, please? My mother's voice broke through the subtle chatter of the lunchroom. Feeling already slightly embarrassed and out of place, I turned around in my seat to see the principal, who was my mother, standing by the doors, holding a microphone at her hand and ready to announce something exciting. Good afternoon, everyone, she smiled warmly, glancing around the room. So, it had come to my attention when I first got here that Ashington High School hasn't had a senior prom for years now because of budget cuts. Is that right? She paused as a wave of murmured yeses traveled through the cafeteria. Well, I am very pleased to announce that because of recent fundraisers by the students and faculty, we are able to afford at 12th grade prom. She proclaimed very excitedly with a wide grin on her lips. Excitement was painted all over the students' faces, and a few cheers and claps erupted from several people around the room. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We'd still need parents and teachers to chaperone, a DJ hired, and we will have a queen and king. If anyone has parents that would like to volunteer, please contact the main office, as goes for nominees for the king and queen. Thank you so much for listening and have a wonderful day. She shared another smile before turning to walk out, talking to one of the teachers as she left. The room returned to its usual talking, except slightly more excited. I really do like your mom, KC, Danica beamed with extreme excitement. First the talent show, now a dance. Best principal ever. Maggie clapped, her eyes bright with enthusiasm. I just moaned dramatically loud, accompanied with an eye roll. What now? Oscar the Grouch. Amber joked, tucking her long red hair behind her ear to reveal her bright ice blue eyes. I hate dances and most other social school events. I groaned, having an infamous flashback of one being ruined by bullies. Remember the middle school ones we went to in middle school? Instantly their smiles faltered, and I knew which event in particular they were thinking of. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No one could leave me alone out of school just as much as in it. Like others, I'd dress a bit nicer than I would in school, but I felt self-conscious and I had every right to be. I mean, I was laughed at for being a bit round, which I was. To one of them in the late spring, I wore a pair of silver sequin sandals with jean shorts, a black kami under an almost see-through white shirt with a tiger on it, and just because I wanted to, a white bandana. It wasn't long that I was there before boys began making rude comments and girls gossiping. Eventually I retreated to the small space between the speakers by the stage. Well, it's different now. Plus, it's fancy dresses, not casual. You can't go wrong with that, Danica said, clearly trying to make everything sound better. Shrinking farther down in my seat. Whatever, hoping that I might be able to find a way out of going. I don't know when it was, but if I could convince my mom that maybe I was sick that night, I might be able to stay home. Unfortunately, she's smart, so I'd really have to make it believable. Okay, so yesterday we learned defense. So today we'll learn offense. If that's the right words to use. I questioned myself as I got ready to show the pups more techniques. Not only did I take some good self-defense classes in New York, I picked up some moves from television and from friends who took judo and taekwondo. Wait, what about Damon? Dion asked, noticing the alpha's absence. God knows where he is. He was late yesterday too, and I don't see the point in waiting another 5 minutes for him. He shows up on time or he doesn't. Easy as that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Adjusting the fingerless gloves on my knuckles. Yeah, but he'd rather you beat the crap out of that training dummy than me. Dan exclaimed, sounding nervous as he took a step back away from me. I rolled my eyes at his sensitivity. Oh, grow a pair, Mr. Beta. I'm sure you can take a hit or two. Giving him a look that pretty much claimed he was laughably weak. Ice packs are already in the freezer. Right. Dan tried to grin with a sense of humor as he rolled up his sleeves in preparation. Wait, Casey. One child called out questionably. Aren't we going to shift? It was a 14-year-old girl with long white blonde hair. Waiting for somebody to ask that. Later on. Maybe. But not now. I explained. Fighting with fists and feet instead of claws and teeth can be an advantage. Plus the better you are at fighting in human from the even better you are at fighting as a wolf. Looks of understanding grew on the children's faces and they nodded eager to learn. Well, except for poor Dan. I ushered for Dan to stand barely 2 feet away from me, his muscles tensing in possible fear. Good. Always a little good in that. Giving everybody a second to prepare themselves, I lunged for Dan, grinning when my fist didn't connect with his face. Good. He was deciding to give me a challenge. Without thinking about it, I swung my foot up, ready to feel it connect with his chest, but my grin only widened when it didn't. I caught a quick glimpse where he was and was swift to wrap my hand around his neck, spinning him around and forcing him to the ground. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He moaned through gritted teeth, trying not to show his pain face. I jumped back from him before extending my arm to help him up, which he stiffly accepted before rubbing his sore throat. Easy as pie. Turning back to the pups. That's when I noticed the taller figure sticking out among them, Damon piercing me with a craved and controlling look that made my wolf almost. And I mean almost. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's easy because HES not fighting back. Damon scoffed, his arms firmly crossed. Rogues won't hesitate in killing you, children or not. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I placed my hands on my hips assertively, narrowing my eyes at him. If you're going to learn anything, it needs to be both defense and offense. Damon, don't forget they're just kids. It's easier to take it a step at a time, Dan tried to say, but Damon was clearly ignoring him as he turned his attention to me. I'll give you a real challenge. Rogues won't go easy. Fine. Alpha boy, show me what you got. I lured, my wolf purring with the satisfaction of having to get the chance to impress my mate while kicking his butt in his process. Wait, what? Before I could second-guess my thought and choice of words, Damon snarled as he pounced, his hands reaching for my neck. I distractedly ducked beneath him, straightening myself before spinning around to face him. I was just barely able to dodge his fist as it struck for my face, missing me by only a few centimeters. Not giving myself another second, I gripped his wrist and twisted it behind him, giving me the opportunity to get my arm locked securely around his neck. It was then that I felt the electric shock course through my veins, sending goosebumps racing down my arms. I felt Damon's breath hitch under the weight of my arm, but he clearly didn't let it take effect because he was somehow able to flip me over his head and onto my back on the ground, knocking the wind out of my lungs. I quickly sucked in some air and rolled out of the way as his foot came down on my chest was a second ago. Growling, I kicked his ankles, sending him off balance into the ground flat on his back. I didn't hesitate before pouncing, placing my hands firmly around his neck. However, he was able to get his hands tightly wound around mine, rolling so he was on me while I was flat on the ground. I wouldn't let him have the advantage, pressing my knee against his chest and rolling so I had him pinned again. Damn, why did he have to be so freaking strong? His chiseled chest rippled beneath me as he adjusted his fingers on my neck, my knee pressing tighter against him. Hey guys. I felt Dan's hands grip my waist as he pried me off of Damon, the alpha snarling in protest. We're not accomplishing anything, Dan stated, pulling me away from Damon, my eyes still locked and narrowed on him as he got up from the ground, his black eyes focused on me as well. I glanced back at the pups who were staring wide-eyed at me and Damon, either afraid or shocked. I couldn't tell. But Dan was right, just watching Damon I wrestle was going to help that much. Just sticking to the step-by-step thing would be so much easier for them to understand. Yeah, but I gotta go. Pointing to my watch. I'm sure you and Damon can handle this easy. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Patting his shoulder before sprinting off towards the pack house, ready to start practicing the drums Abby was so kind to lend. I mean, if I was going to be part of this talent show, better make our performance something no one was going to forget. Damon's P. Oh, Fee. My heart beating against the inside of my rib cage as I watched Casey sprint away, her black hair flowing behind her. My wolf, still panting with excitement, was in torture, having her wrapped around me one second then torn away from me the next. But now she was running off, retreating into the pack house. Hey Earth to Damon, I don't think Casey would appreciate you staring at her ass. Dan's voice stuffed through my thoughts, bringing my attention back to him. His eyebrow was cocked in annoyance and amusement. I growled at him, turning my attention back to the pups. Just back off, man, I growled, turning my back to him as I lifted my shirt over my head, kicking off my shoes before shifting and circling the group of children. They hesitated, but followed my lead, the slim figures turning into slightly bulky and furry ones. Damon, Casey said, then began, but I cut him off with a growl, snapping my jaws in his direction. He didn't even flinch, Instead, he narrowed his eyes at me as he crossed his arms, standing back and clearly refusing to shift. A growl erupting from my chest, I turned my back to him before silently nodding, ushering that the children follow. Training our forest terrain would be more direct and advantageous than packhouse grounds. At least the pups would be more aware of their surroundings. Especially if we take the fight to the rogues instead of waiting around like sitting ducks. KCSP. OV. I spun the drumstick between my fingers, waiting patiently behind the midnight blue and black percussion drums for Amber to tune her bass. Why they decided to start setting up as I entered my room and nodded her head, I won't ever for the life of me know. All I know is that it's 10 minutes past starting time and my butt was already starting to cramp up from the cushion stool. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Amber, I think it's tuned. Danica finally yelled, throwing her hands up in irritation as Amber strummed one note continuously. The redhead jumped, startled, before sticking her tongue out at Danica in response, adjusting the bass strap around her shoulders. Yeah, I still need to figure out the tune of this song, so the sooner we start the better, Maggie added, waving the lyric sheets in the air. To substitute as a microphone, she clutched a hairbrush in her hair. Clutch, I know, but it worked. And I think I got the tune down, but I ain't so sure, I said warily, going over the beat in my head again, and when I needed to play. Amber just nodded as she began strumming the opening tune. Danica tapped her foot to the rhythm behind the keyboards, double-checking to make sure her instrument was set just right. The first verse smoothly spilled from Maggie's lips as her eyes darted across her lyric sheets. I followed with my beat, singing backup with Danica and Amber. I'd heard the song enough in the past few weeks to almost remember it by heart, considering I felt like it was my life being broadcasted through the radio. I picked up my rhythm as the music tensed and the lyrics were strained and fighting, the tune picking up and accelerating towards the chorus. We were on a roll when there was a loud echoing knock on the door that screwed up everybody's concentration. What? I shouted as I stood from the drums and marched my way over towards the door, swinging it open to see Dan's slightly frowning face. He didn't say anything as he pushed past me and stomped across my room until his face planted onto my bed, yelling into the sheets. Why is it always my room? I questioned myself silently as I stared at my friends' abashed looks as they stared down at Dan with curious and confused faces. You okay? Amber asked, poking Dan in the shoulder. He just moaned louder into the sheets. No, I am not, he stated tiredly. It's like working with an ignorant 10-year-old. What is? Maggie interrogated, her arms crossed. Damon. He thinks he knows what he's doing, but he doesn't. Dan informed, rolling onto his back, his arm lying across his eyes. If anyone knew what they were doing, that DBU, Casey. I know what I'm doing. Amber gasped, pushing herself into the subject. You never know what you're doing, let alone what's going on. Dan almost grinned humorously, receiving a growl and friendly swat from Amber. What's he doing? Danica asked, the opposite of Casey. Having them shift, then taking them into the woods. Moving his arm away and using it to support him as he sat up to look at us. It really makes you ponder. Maggie stroked her chin mockingly, yet with a hint of seriousness behind it. Makes you ponder what? I had to laugh as Amber joined Maggie in stroking their imaginary beards. Who's a better alpha? Clearly, that DBU. If Damon really cared about his pack, I'd cheat him up and find the guts to make you. Dan blurted as if he'd been holding it in for a while and was dying to say it aloud. But I don't want to be his freaking mate. A cheersager, always has been and always will be. I argued, getting frustrated at the thought of ever forgiving that son of a witch who practically ruined a majority of my childhood. I don't know about that. He always will be part. But just consider it. Dan shrugged. Amber and Maggie giving a roll of their eyes. Good. At least I had some people on my team who understood. Thanks for your words of wisdom. Oh, wise and insightful one, I said sarcastically, shaking my head. Any time, he smirked as he fell back down on the bed, his hands locked behind his head. Amber kicked his shin before turning her back to him, ignoring his teasing purr. I preferred it when cheesy jokes came out your mouth instead. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Returning back to my drums and attempting to get comfortable on the stiff stool. I knew you liked them. No, I didn't say I liked them. I said I preferred them. I replied, throwing my drumstick at him. It bounced off his chest and flew to the other side of the room. They're better than the crap that's coming out of your mouth now. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Now go get my drumstick. Well, you should still consider what I said. Getting up from the bed and grabbing my drumstick from the floor, returning it to me. He shoved his hands into his pockets as he walked out of the room. We waited till his footsteps faded before Amber spoke up. I swear to God, that boy gets weirder every time he talks to us, she murmured under her breath, fussing giggles from Danica and Maggie. I just zoned out, unable to shake off Dan's words about Damon. He may not care about his pack, but I certainly do. If you enjoyed today's episode, don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like, and turn on notifications so you won't miss the next exciting installment. What secret is Damon hiding as he trains with Casey? And will their heated arguments lead to more than just physical combat? Find out in this thrilling episode. Are you ready to dive into the supernatural? Subscribe now and join the pack. Chapter 20 to Swiping the Cards Damon's P.O.V. Almost a week had gone by and nothing had changed. Survived each day of high school. Forced myself through the training sessions with Casey, usually starting with the two of us winding up into a heated argument that always led to flying fists and claws, then her disappearing towards the end to do God knows what with her friends, and repeating it all the next day for 7 straight days. Good morning. The announcements began over my head towards the beginning of first period. I'm so very pleased to start off today's announcements with the nominees for the first prom in 8 years. Our nominees for King and Queen of the Winter Prom by majority vote are Crystal Palmer, Liam Miller, David Calvin S., Sydney Sweeney, Chloe Newman, Damon Fallon, Just Unread, and Casey Blazy. The pencil in my hand snapped as the words sunk into my brain, chilling me to the bone. Though I hated the idea, I was surprised I was nominated. But Casey, like life couldn't get any more complicated and twisted as it does. Hey, congrats man. Nick England smirked, clapping my shoulder. I glanced up at him and his cool, guy grin, Luke standing right behind him. Thanks, I muttered, trying to shake off the weird feeling, but clearly I was the only one who found it weird. Chloe and Sydney, both of them thrilled, were also gaping over Casey being Harmony. Like the sensitive human girls they were too scared Casey again, though they'd never admit it, but were talking amongst each other how it was even possible. Plus, besides maybe Liam, you don't have much of a competition. It's the elected queen we gotta worry about. Hopefully Crystal will be elected. Foxy but smart. She's got it all. Nick grinned, side glancing back towards Chloe and Sydney. Doesn't matter. I couldn't give a crap about this stupid dance anyway. leaning back in my seat. I'm just in it for the dates. Girls will do anything for a date to the prom. Luke snickered, looking around the room for possible candidates. Right on. Man, Nick agreed, fighting Luke. But not only was it that Casey was nominated that bothered me, it was the fact that Justin was too. Everybody thinks they're a cute couple. People won't shut up about it, and it drove my wolf crazy. There was an even greater possibility that Justin and Casey would be elected together. Casey SP. I groaned, banging my head against the desk. Come on. I was that bad a person. What did I do to deserve this curse? Future queen in the house. Amber yelled, popping up beside me from out of nowhere. I growled in disgust, despising the title. I hated dancers enough, but queen of the prom, yeah, no thanks. No, I think Crystal is in chemistry now, I remarked, looking away with no interest whatsoever. Come on, seriously, Amber gaped. You're also going to be queen. The other nominees are total witches. True, but I don't want to be the stupid queen. I hate dancers. Nevertheless, we've been through this. I rolled my eyes, my head resting on my arms which lied across the desk. Amber just smirked, her eyes beaming with more mischief than I was comfortable with. God, Amber, you know I hate it when you look like that. Her sly grin only widening. You could practically hear the gears working in her head. Don't fret, my little. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She smiled, patting my head and completely ignoring my lost and dazed face. I know exactly how to handle this. And with that, she waved her fingers at me before prancing back towards her seat on the other side of the class, not glancing back to witness my unsettled expression. I shrunk back in my seat as I silently ate my sandwich, trying to block out Mary and Abby's excited chatter about the dance and me being a nominee. I swear to God, if I hear my name and queen again in one sentence, I'm going to freaking lose it. Hey, Casey. Maggie smiled as she sat down in the chair beside me, Danica taking the seat on the other side of me. Finally, some sane people. Sitting back up in my seat with a pleased smile. Oh, sorry. I meant Queen Casey. Danica snickered, Maggie not bothering an attempt to muffle hers. Jerk, I exclaimed, throwing the last bit of my sandwich at her. She just giggled, accompanied by Maggie, Mary, and Abby. Ollie, who sat quietly, was giggling as she brushed away the bits of ham that landed across the table. Whatever, you know you love us, Maggie chuckled, pulling out her own lunch. The table remained awkwardly silent for a few moments before Abby began getting a conversation started. So, are you guys nervous for the talent show? Mary and I definitely are. Glancing from Danica to me to Maggie, I guess. I mean, the talent show's this Friday, 2 days from now. I think we have the song down, but there are still the nerves. Danica responded quietly, Maggie nodding in agreement. 2 weeks total to get the entire song down and, in my opinion, I think we used that time pretty well. You guys are doing the dance, right? Maggie questioned. Abby and Mary nodded. You've each done dances for the talent show for a couple years now. Both of you are awesome. Maggie smiled in comfort. Mary sighed, her shoulders relaxing and Abby just smiling in thanks. We have tonight and tomorrow to practice. I'll see if I can get out of tutoring early tomorrow, I informed Maggie and Danica, using the word tutoring instead of training so I didn't get Abby and Mary curious. Coolio, Maggie said, in understanding. Damon's key. Ovi. My wolf pawed savagely at the inside of my chest the moment my eyes landed on Casey as she instructed again in front of the pups. her red kami tightly hugging her body and her sweat counts looking easily shreddable. I quickly fought my instincts and took my place in the front, feeling Casey's eyes burning through me as I opened my mouth to protest. No, attacking is much more important than dodging. It's the same thing as running away, I asserted, earning myself a growl from both Dan and Casey. In this case, dodging is more important and is the exact opposite of running, she breathed, more to me than the pups. If you go head-on into combat, you're easily going to get yourself injured or killed. When dodging, you can get some hits while avoiding their blows. That does nothing. If you go head-on, you get the satisfaction of actually inflicting damage, I argued. Yeah, damage to yourself, Casey downed, looking at me like I was a child with a wild imagination. That's freak and suicide. Bullshit, I spat, forgetting that kids were listening to everything we said. It's better than playing a game of cat and mouse. Prove it, she snarled, her eyes flickering viciously. Knowing she was just challenging me like the past several sessions, I gnawed as I lunged for her, my anger rising when my hands only met air, not flesh. I didn't even get to turn around before I was grabbed around the neck, Casey growling in my ear. Her hot breath and over my neck, arousing my wolf. I resisted the urge to claim her and unlocked her arm from my neck, pulling her in front of me. It was just a moment before my eyes locked with hers that I felt her knuckles connect with my face, a sharp pain tearing through my nose, the sour taste of blood hot on my lips. Not so tough now, are ya? Casey taunted, twisting her wrist from my grip and spinning on her heel a roundhouse kick, her foot digging into my chest. I stumbled back, trying to retrieve the air she knocked from my lungs. My rage beginning to boil. I lunged again, this time tackling the snarling girl to the ground. I gripped her upper arms, pinning her against the earth, but she didn't stay down for long. The next instant I felt her legs wrapped around my waist and with force, pushed me to the ground. What the hell? I snarled under my breath, unable to wrap my mind around how it was possible for her to do that. Her small hands were then tightly wound around my neck, my back pressed against the ground as one knee ground firmly into my chest. Come on, Casey scoffed. You can't be that surprised by now, she grinned teasingly, not caring that I was able to grip her shoulders, trying to push her off, but her nails dug into my flesh. Not surprised, just turned on, a sly idea snaking into my mind. Her eyes widened for a moment, loosening her grip on my throat. Quickly, I pushed her down onto her back, my hands pinning her arms down, my legs on either side of her. Her eyes flickered black to grey, her lips slightly parted. What's the matter? To my aching extraordinaire, Madeline Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I whispered close to her ear, my lips against her skin. You look a little pale. She shuddered beneath my weight. Her instincts warred against her behind her eyes, her irises flashing onyx black before slowly fading back to grey. Me, she stuttered, but you could easily tell she was trying to sound strong and in control. You're either one panting like a dog. A smirk twitched on her lips, her eyes glinting mischievously. The pleasing control I had felt dissolved as she cocked her head to the side, the corners of her rose, petal lips tugging upward into a smug grin. Her eyes then flickered past me and instantly I felt someone grasping my shirt, tugging me off of Casey. Seriously. You two were like freaking 4 year olds constantly going at it. Daunt snapped, holding a hand out to help Casey to her feet. She brushed the dirt and grass from her hair as she steadied herself, glancing around the field. Where do the children go? Clearly trying to change the subject, I sent them away. They don't need to be seeing well," he exclaimed, motioning his hands towards us. I heard Casey sigh, knowing it was accompanied by an eye roll. If we just did things my way, we'd actually get something accomplished, not needing to be shamed by my beta. He narrowed his eyes at me as a scoff came from Casey's direction. "Please, if we did things your way, we'd have a bunch of injured kids on our hands," she sneered, throwing me an icy glare. A growl erupted from my chest in response. Dan just looked back and forth between us, his face blank. "I don't even see how it's possible." Dan shook his head, glancing back once more as he turned and headed towards the pack house, Casey lingering for a moment before storming off behind him. Chapter 23 Seductors SKCSP. "Elvie, what did you do? Drag your face through the dirt?" Maggie asked when I entered my room, my hair still knotted with grass and dirt stained on my face. Dan stomping in after me and slamming the door behind him. "Yeah, something like that," I chuckled dryly, wiping my forehead with the back of my hand, flipping my hair behind my shoulder. Danica and Amber fought amused smiles from creeping to their faces. I threw them each a cold glare, a low growl escaping my lips. "Damon," Dan growled as he grabbed Amber's water bottle from her hand and splashed half of it on his face, a quarter to my floor, and the rest in his mouth. "Hey," Amber hissed, swiping back her now empty water bottle and slapping Dan upside the head. "Mimi, really, Mimi, that's the best you could do?" Dan cocked an eyebrow, a sly yet friendly grin snaking across his lips. Amber growled as she threw the empty bottle at him, turning her back to him. "Okay," Maggie dragged on, the three of us staring at Amber and Dan in curiosity. Moving on. "Look, guys, do you mind if we skip practice tonight? I stink and I swear there is something crawling through my hair. Not necessarily exaggerating. Casey, the talent show is in 2 days. We can't afford to skip a single practice," Danica said, looking a little panicked. I groaned, feeling like my legs were about to buckle beneath me any second. "Please," in dying, I complained overdramatically, sticking my bottom lip out in emphasis. "We can practice extra long tomorrow," I pleaded, just wanting to take a shower and sleep. "There are just too many complications in a single day," Maggie tried to convince me. "Come on, Magless," Dan teased, giving her the puppy dog eyes, but knowing she despised the nickname. Our little Casey had a long day. "Thank you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Dan tipping his head in my direction before continuing to beg Maggie. "Don't you bless me, Daniel." Maggie narrowed her eyes at the beta, making him take a cautious step back. "Donny-licious." Dan turned to Danica, giving her his big, innocent eyes. Danica growled at the name, crossing her arms. "Only if you never call me that again. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." She negotiated, her eyes seeming to pierce Dan. Both he and I nodded hastily in agreement. "There are no excuses tomorrow, or I will drag you by the hair and duct tape you to that chair. Got it?" Danica threatened. I didn't hesitate another second before nodding again, too thankful for words. "Thank you." "Thank you." Dan, I grinned, tackling him with a hug that made him stagger back in surprise. "No prob. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." No back off and hose down. "You smell like Damon and dirt." He laughed, pushing me back and putting a hand over his nose just to tease me. I smiled as I ushered my friends out, wanting some freak in privacy. Who knew someone could get all excited about a simple bath? With a final sigh, I grabbed my raid into the bathroom, dimming the lights and turning on the faucet, filling the bathtub up with hot water, adding bubbles as well. I threw my robe over the sink, dropping my sweats to the floor, my commie and underwear joining it. I slowly slid into the bath, the warm water and bubbles caressing my skin delicately. I leaned back, resting my head on the back of the tub, the water pulsing gently above my shoulders and around my neck, twirling between my stiff fingers. Why couldn't the rest of my life be this relaxing? Damon's POV. In only a pair of shorts, I collapsed onto my bed, throwing a pillow over my head. I hated these freaking training sessions. I had better things to do than to be training a bunch of pups, but I'd rather do it than Casey and her feminine skills. No matter how effective they appeared to be, she was still too sensitive and just couldn't see the entire picture. Alpha female my ass. There was a subtle knock at my door and I looked up just to see Crystal's smiling face in the doorway, her eyes twinkling mischievously. She silently slid into my room, biting her lip nervously. "Can I help you with something?" I asked, my eyebrows coming together as she slowly walked closer towards me, her hands held behind her back. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing clichés enthusiasm." "Yeah," she grinned, tucking a strand of dark brunette hair behind her ear. I raised an eyebrow, waiting for her to explain what she was doing in my room while I was half naked. "And what would that be?" I questioned, watching her ocean blue eyes scan my body seductively. "Well, I heard that you're Ian Omni for Prom King," she drawled, closing her lips as her eyes locked with mine, her deep blue irises seeming to drown me. "And, well, I was wondering if you wanted to possibly go with me." Deep down my wolf howled no at the top of his lungs, but mine and KC's game could only go up from here if I said yes. "Sure," I smoldered, watching her lips stretch into a pleased smile. "Definitely. Crystal was the hottest werewolf in our pack, and if dating her didn't drive Casey insane, I'm not sure what will." "Perfect," she purred, spinning on her heel and strutting out, winking as she disappeared out the doorway. However, the moment she left, a strong scent of ivy wafted into my room, making me shudder. "Oh frick," I groaned, rolling onto my stomach and stuffing my face into my pillow, trying to get the scent out of my nose, but somehow, it was still able to taunt me. My wolf prowled behind my eyes, trying to force his way out and go hunt my mate down, make her realize who her mate really was. I caged my instincts in growling at the R-rated images in my head. God, what could Casey possibly be doing right now that made Wolf so aroused and hungry and that made her scent so strong? My mind spun crazily out of control, my wolf pawing viciously to get out. It took all my manpower just to keep him in. She just knew all the cards to play right before I could roll the dice. That girl was like a freak in Seductors. Chapter 24. Some hearts still be KCSP. Ovi. I felt Justin's breath on the back of my neck before I felt his arms wrap around my waist, pressing my back against him. I smiled as I kicked my locker shut and forgot about a battle of my books before turning around so that I stood with the tall and handsome boy whom was well known as my boyfriend. "Good morning, beautiful," he grinned, pecking my cheek with a quick kiss. I wound my arms around his waist, pulling him closer to me. "Hey there," returning a simple kiss on the lips. It was the moment that I was pulling away that my muscles tensed, and his chuckle filled the hall, accompanied by others. I glanced past Justin to see Damon casually walking down the hall, and you wouldn't guess who was tangled in his arms. I guess Damon's dating Crystal Palmer now. "That's not gonna last long," Justin scoffed, moving his arm from my waist to around my shoulders so that we could both see the center of attraction prowling down the halls. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. With her short skirts and disturbingly tight shirts, could have been with Chloe's gang if she wanted. But, unlike Chloe and her pack of diseased friends, Crystal actually had a brain, and she knew just how to use it. I held just closer to me as Damon came closer, my eyes narrowing on the girl wrapped in my mate's arms. Damon quickly noticed me staring and smirked in my direction, moving his hand from the small of her back to her butt. I growled, Damon's eyes scanning over Justin and me as he walked past, Crystal tossing her own fox-like glare in our direction. For her sake, it better not, I snarled under my breath, intended for only me to hear. What was that? Just unquestioned, staring down at me curiously. I smiled innocently up at him, batting my eyelashes a few times for emphasis. Oh, just that I feel bad for Crystal. I thought she was smarter than to have decided to go out with him. Hoping he would believe me and not press any farther. He chuckled in amusement, making me relax a bit. Same, they're probably only dating because they want to win. But, who knows? Releasing me from his grip and him from mine. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll see you later. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Raising his eyebrows before placing another kiss on my forehead. I nodded, turning back to my locker as he turned and started off towards his first period class. Taking in a deep breath, I spun on my heel and was about to hurry to my class when I noticed Amber and Doubt strolling down the hall. Now was as good a time as any to talk to them. I located the nearest escape and ran to my friends, ignoring their gasps of surprise as I grabbed them into the girls' locker room. Yo man, what up with this? Clearly, in a guy. Our kind is not appreciated in here, Dan exclaimed, trying to keep his eyes trained on me and not around the feminine high school room. Where's the fire? Girl, Amber questioned, completely ignoring Dan and setting me back on topic. You mean you haven't seen Damon and his new trophy? A little confused, yet slightly relieved. The slower the news spreads, the less people who LL mention it to me. Damon's dating Crystal, and I think it's only because he wants to bring the game up a notch. Well, what did you expect? I mean, it's Damon. Dan shrugged. Yes, thank you, Captain Obvious, Amber remarked, giving Dan a playful shove. I just barely caught the quietest per rupture from Dan, but he quickly tried to muffle it out with a cough. My eyebrows furrowed for a minute as I glanced between my two awkward, set friends before moving on, taking a mental note to ask them about that later. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's ticking me off, but I couldn't care less. You know what I mean? I attempted to explain, the thought of my mate with another girl making my wolf pissed, but I shouldn't give a shat. Yeah, I guess, Amber said hesitantly. And knowing you, Crystal's not going to last long. She broke into a smirk. I moaned, trying to replace the smile that was ripping through my face at the thought. Now was not the time for jokes. Well, what do you want us to do? Dan raised his eyebrows. Staying on track. Can you please cover for me in training tonight? I pleaded, hoping I can avoid Damon while also keeping my promise to Danica and extending band practice. Yeah, sure, no problem, he replied. I sighed a quick appreciative thanks before glancing back at Amber's fidgeting hands and thought. Okay, great. Now that that's out of the way, let's move on to my next profound curiosity. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. noticing Dan's face instantly pale as his light-hearted smile slightly faltered. And what could that possibly be? Amber strained to sound spastic ally normal as she could. I raised my eyebrows, about to ask what's been going on between them when the second bell rang over our heads, making Amber and jump about 3 feet in the air. Whoops, that's the bell. Don't want to be late to first period. Dan almost yelped as he grinned back at me before practically running out of the room, Amber smiling as she tailed behind, leaving me in the awkward silence that followed. I pulled the loose football jersey over my head before granting access to my friends to enter my room. The door swung open and Danica bounded in, accompanied by Amber and Maggie. Last practice before the show, the last chance to perfect things, Danica stated. A hint of nervousness snaked around her voice. I grimaced as I got myself comfortable on my stool, fixing the drumsticks in my hands. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was the starting beat, so whether or not we began smoothly rested on my hands. Taking a deep breath, I gently started the converse. Then Amber accompanied me, Maggie singing the opening lyrics. For a bunch of high school, somewhat average, group of girls we rocked the song. Maggie just had the perfect voice for the notes and Amber, Danica, and I had just enough experience to hit the right notes. The chorus came up and the 3 of us joined Maggie, our voices harmonizing into one. It was then my turn to sing the verse while continuing the beat, something I like to call badass multitasking. With a grin on my face, I let the lyrics roll off my tongue, thrilled to have all my feelings released. If this is what I felt then, I wondered what I'd be feeling for the talent show the next day. The rest of the song went smoothly, barely a hesitation and no noticeable screw-ups. If you asked me, the talent show would be no sweat. We went through the songs several more times, feeling confident about the talent show. Roughly 2 hours after we started, we carefully packed our instruments away so they'd be ready to take to school the next morning. See you tomorrow. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Maggie smiled as she closed the door behind her as they left. My muscles all tightened sore, screaming for a bath. I sprinted into the bathroom, not bothering to shut the door as I turned on the hot water, dropping my clothes to the floor and grabbing my robe, wrapping it tightly around me. A cold draft ran through my room, making me shiver, and it didn't take me long to realize that I had left one of my windows wide open. I hurried across the room and pulled the window shut just as my door suddenly flew open with a bang. I spun around to find Dan falling onto my bed, grabbing one of my pillows and holding it over his head. "Oh, Dan, of course you can just come on in and make yourself comfortable," I hissed sarcastically, feeling awkward that there was a male in my room while I stood there half-naked. "Thanks. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I knew you'd always be there for me," he murmured into the pillow, giving me a thumb up. I rolled my eyes, making sure my robe was securely tied around me. If you don't mind, I'd like to take my bath now," and I waved my hands towards him in a shooing motion, hoping HE to get out. "Oh no, please. I don't mind at all." He propped himself up on his arms as he grinned at me, a cheeky gleam in his eyes. I gave him a look as I grabbed one of the throw pillows from the chair and threw it at him, knocking him onto his back. "Casey, I need your help. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Wrapping his arms around the pillow and holding it like a plush teddy bear. I crossed my arms, realizing how serious, in a childish way, his voice was. I sat down on the bed beside him, clutching my robe so that it continued to cover my chest and crossing my legs so that I felt a little less exposed. With what exactly? I interrogated, looking him in the eyes. He held the pillow closer to him, almost hesitating. I'm almost positive that on the slight chance, just possibly, and I mean just possibly, he continued fumbling through his words. What is it, Dan? I almost snapped, cutting him off in mid-mumble. He gulped before looking up carefully at me. I think Amber's my mate, he nearly whispered, his voice so quiet. I carefully studied his face, expecting him to start cackling loudly, yelling, I got you, or you should have seen your face any minute. But I don't think I've ever seen done that serious before. How do you know? Well, whenever I touch her my stomach gets all tingly, and the more I've been hanging out with her, I realize I can't even think the same about other girls. When you asked me a few minutes ago if I mind, I thought of Amber and started thinking about a whole bunch of things. Not PG things either. He swooned, his eyes sparkling with what I could only guess was lust. It was the same look Damon would get whenever I teased him. I don't see why you need my help, though. Amber's a great girl, and to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're a great guy. You both have spontaneous personalities and great senses of humor. What's the problem? Not seeing anything wrong. How do I ask her? How do I tell her? He looked up at me, almost pleading for my advice. Do you really want to be with her? More than anyone in the world, yes, he said confidently, continuing to look up at me with the same look. Then go to her now. Tell her. If it's true, she'll feel the same. I smiled warmly, watching a small smile tug at the corner of his lips. He slowly sat up, placing the pillow to the side. I will. Thank you, Casey, he beamed, giving me a friendly hug and making me feel slightly uncomfortable. I promise not to hurt her, he whispered to me, quickly releasing me and running out of my room, leaving me with the sweetest thought. Still smiling, I got up from my bed and was about to close my door when the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, my wolf growing furious. I peeked out into the hallway, my wolf growling to see Crystal tightly wrapped in Damon's arms, their lips locked. I snarled, forcing my eyes away, and slammed the door behind me, sprinting into the bathroom, with both the image of Damon and Crystal and Dan's words still bouncing around my mind. Damon's POV, noticing Dan sitting on Casey's bed, her half-naked beside him. It took every bit of self-control I had to keep my wolf tamed and from tearing down limb from limb. While my wolf screamed about another male lingering about my mate, I narrowed my eyes, unable to tear them away. I hated caring. She wasn't worth it. I leaned against the wall, crossing my arms as Dan wrapped his arms around Casey, giving her a hug that pissed my wolf off. My teeth clenched tighter as she hugged back, a soft smile spreading across her magenta lips. Dan whispered something in her ear that made her eyes wide before he ran out, his eyes narrowing as he froze for a moment to glare at me, his eyes glancing up and down my body as if questioning what I was doing there. But instead of asking, he walked quickly down the hall to Amber's room, sliding in before closing the door behind him. My eyes still locked on the closed door. Crystal walked in front of my view, wearing the shortest skirt possible and a tiny tank top that really had no purpose at all. Good evening, Mr. Alpha, she purred, standing barely 2 inches away from me. Hey, Crystal. I smiled, my eyes flashing quickly towards Casey's room just in time to see her heading towards the door, her slim, silk robe calling out to me. My wolf was burrowing through my chest. Holding him off was almost painful. Crystal's voice broke through my mind again, but I couldn't catch a word she was saying. I quickly pulled her to me and crashed my lips against hers, placing my hands on her ass when I heard Casey's door creak. I felt her eyes targeting daggers at me as I kept my lips glued to Crystal's, her lips passionately caressing mine. It almost made my wolf sick to see so much hate and disgust in Casey's eyes while I made out with another female who was my mate. I glanced up at her without moving my lips from Crystal's just as Casey slammed her door, barely making Crystal flinch. She only deepened the kiss as she tried slipping her hand down my pants, but I quickly pulled back. "I'll see you tomorrow," I stated as coolly as I could while I tried shaking off her taken aback face. She smiled awkwardly as I slipped back into my room, closing the door behind me. I ran a hand through my hair tiredly, Casey's pissed, still racking at my brain. But I'd rather be thinking about that than Casey wearing that tightrobe. It was eating at me more than her anger. Screaming broke through my mind, then moaning, followed by banging. Immediately, I recognized it as Amber's and knew it was screams of pain. Sounds like Dan finally found his mate. This hallway was not going to be silent anymore, I could already tell. A lot of moaning echoed, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, Casey only becoming more popular in my mind. Damn, I needed to get out of there. I stormed over to the balcony, climbing over the railing and jumping, shifting as I dropped 3 stories, landing hard on my paws and taking off towards the woods. Rogues, anywhere was better than that pack house. Twigs snapped under my paws as I pushed myself farther into the darkening forest, jumping over logs and rocks. The moon's rays illuminated the forest floor through the haunting bare tree branches and made them look like crippled arms reaching out for me. Ahead of me, the trees spread apart into a clearing, the air illuminated silver from the moon's glow. I stopped in the center, the tall grass brushing against my ankles softly. I dropped to my haunches before rolling onto my side, nuzzling my muzzle into the grass. The foreign smell of rogue lingered around, my ears pricking to try and hear anything in the distance, but it was silent except for the low hum of crickets. My first instinct was to track down the invader who dared step into my territory, but I remained still against the earth. If they were wise, they would well have known not to come any farther into my territory. Slowly I closed my eyes, curling up in the grass and tucking my tail under my head. Maybe just a night away would clear my mind of that freaking mistake that lives across the hall from me. Even if it means spending my night with the rogues nearby. Chapter 25. Part of me, KCSP. OV. Make way for the lovebirds. I grinned, crossing my arms as Dan and Amber made a failed attempt to sneak out of Amber's room. Let's just say, when they're making plans secretly, they're not great at whispering. Danica and Maggie threw the rice over them as their faces began turning bright red, Amber almost hiding behind Dan with their fingers tightly wound together. "Oh, that is too cute," Danica gaped, pulling out her camera and snapping several pictures of the new beta couple. "Now that is one badass hickey." "Amber," Maggie teased, pointing to the crook of Amber's neck. "Oh, shut up." Amber blushed, fixing her jacket over the mark and had imprinted on her shoulder. Dan rolled his eyes at us, wrapping his arm around Amber's shoulder and holding her close to him. "Come on, guys. Back off," giving me a gentle shove. Of course he would know I was the one in charge of this. Damn, he knew me way too well. "Hey, you guys weren't exactly quiet last night. Don't tell us to back off when you two are making quite a lot of noise." Watching both faces turn bright rose red. Amber's face was about as red as her hair. Touchdown stuttered, his jaw tightening as he narrowed his eyes at me, however in his friendly manner. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Mrs. Beta, are you ready for the talent show today?" Raising my eyebrows, but Dan just rolled his eyes again at the nickname. "I swear to God." "Casey, shut up." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. Unable to hide her nervous smile. Yeah, I got my guitar packed and ready. I'll meet you guys in the auditorium. Dan's driving me to school this morning. Glancing up at Dan shyly before pulling him past us, running down the stairs. Oh, how cute. Maggie smiled. They think they can get away from this. She added, tossing the bag of rice into Amber's room. Danica sighed, clearly agreeing as she threw the other bag in there before closing the door. Just adorable, she smirked, picking up her keyboard case and hitching the strap over her shoulder. I had packed my drums in the back of Maggie's Jeep earlier that morning so I wouldn't have to be carrying the load now. Let's go rock Ashington, Maggie stated, flipping on a pair of radiator shades Cooley Horatio Kane from CSI Miami style. I shook my head, unable to hide my amused grin as she strutted down the hall with one hand dug into her pocket and the other gripping her bag that was thrown over her shoulder. Way to be normal. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Danica called. Never said I was. Maggie yelled back. I chuckled, exchanging an amused look with Danica before following Maggie towards her Jeep in the garage. So, speaking of her Horatio Kane, how's Justin? Danica interrogated as we hopped into the car, Maggie starting up the engine. What does that have to do with her Horatio Kane? I questioned, giving Danica an look before I slipped on my own radiator shades. I don't know. Just answer the dang question, woman, Maggie snapped, pulling out onto the road. Fine. The perfect boyfriend. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I informed with a bit of annoyance. It got me thinking about how ussid he was compared to Damon, which got me thinking about Damon, which got me thinking about last night. That son of a oh really, Danica interrupted my thoughts. Good thing she did. My claws were beginning to tear into the seat. Are you going to ask him to the dance? Both girls leaned in for the answer, waiting patiently for the words to slip from my lips. Yes, I mumbled, staring out the window. I'm sorry. What was that? Danica pushed, leaning in, her hand held to her ear. Yes, I said more clearly, watching pleased smiles spread across their faces. Good. The queen needs her king. Danica chuckled, fiving Maggie just to annoy me. Oh my god, guys. Shut the hell up. I begged, hiding my face in my hands. There was no way I was going to hate that title. Okay, fine, but you guys are going to win, Maggie sang as she pulled the car into the school parking lot. Whatever, I replied, jumping out before the car even came to a full rest. I grabbed a couple parts of my drums from the back and began heading towards the school doors with Maggie and Danica still collecting their instruments behind me. Where do you guys think Amber and Dan ran off to? I called back to them as they caught up with me. Probably making out in the bathroom. Maggie snickered. Well, Danica paused. That's cute in a weird overpossessive way, I guess. Oh, let them be. I'm sure you guys will be the same when you guys find your mates. I protected, knowing the probable truth. Well, let's see who we end up with then, we'll talk, Maggie said, giving me a look that clearly suggested Damon and I. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm done saying shut up. I'm just going to ignore you now. I zipped my lips, pretending to lock them and throw away the key. Come on. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Danica laughed. I just shook my head and shrugged, motioning to my closed lips. They just shook their heads and laughed as we continued our way to the auditorium and through the crowded hallways. I ruffled my hair around my shoulders, pouting my lips in the mirror to assess myself one last time before the talent show. Maggie was applying a layer of a hot pink lipstick to her lips on my right, Danica and themselves to my left. In a pair of skinny black jeans, a crimson red V-neck top, and a black leather studded vest, I cowed and disagreed that I looked hot. My ruby red lipstick was accentuated by my red attire and gave me the air of burning coal. Looking hot, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Danica grinned as I stood back and deemed myself ready. Look who's talking. You look like you're ready to strut down the runway, I complimented, glancing down at her slim, dark green, V-neck top and dark skinny jeans that were tucked into a pair of brown leather Texan boots. Hopefully we'll sound as good as we look, Amber scoffed as she leaned against the sink to look at us, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her red hair was curled in ringlets and let loose around her shoulders and down her back. She righted the top of her blue dress so that it didn't hang too low, making the statement she was off the market. Please, we're going to own that stage. Maggie grinned with confidence. Let's just hope you're right. Mags. Danica sighed as we filed out of the girls' bathroom and headed down the empty halls towards the auditorium. We had 2 minutes before the announcements were going to be made to have the students head to the theater. Just out of curiosity, has anyone seen Damon today? Maggie suddenly asked as we entered backstage with the rest of the other performers. Why are you so curious? I snapped, narrowing my eyes at her. She jumped back as if startled and Danica and Amber glanced between us. I just haven't seen him around all day and usually he'd be storming down the halls at some point after seeing you, she said with a small shrug. I stared at her a moment more before considering what she said and realized she was right. Since last night, I haven't seen the pain in their ass around, and now that Maggie had mentioned it, it didn't seem right to me. By now, Achidi had said some snide remark to get me ticked off and he hadn't even shown his face in attempt to. Who knows, I said instead. Maybe he crawled back to the hell he came from, I hissed before grabbing my drumsticks from the velvet bag that hung around the cymbals. Now wouldn't that be something? Amber said as she slung her bass strap over her shoulder. Attention teachers, please escort your classes to the auditorium now for the talent show. Everyone please report to the auditorium now for the talent show. Thank you. My mother's voice echoed to the speaker. Immediately after, you could hear the students filing into the hallway, a couple already appearing at the door. Oh, I almost forgot. I gasped just as the first wave of kids came into the auditorium. I promised Justin I'd meet him by his locker before the show for a good luck kiss, I said with an almost girlish and geeky smile on my lips. Oh wow, that's so cute to the point it's comical, Maggie cooed, making me slap her shoulder. Whatever, they'll be back in like 2 minutes, I said before running off stage and through the back way into the hallway. Puffing out my chest, I prowled down the corridor, biting my lip nervously. Just thinking about the boy got me all hot and bothered. Unfortunately, I would literally slaughter him in bed. Just the fact that I was an over-possessive and instinctuant werewolf and he was all man meant he would be too weak for werewolf play. However, it didn't mean that I couldn't have mad make-out sessions with him. I turned the corner to his locker when I froze, feeling my world beginning to crash around me. My fist clenched tightly by my sides as my eyes scanned across the couple tangled in each other against the wall of lockers, lips passionately locked together. Justin had his arms tightly around a popular girl named Lexi, his past girlfriend. I felt my fangs elongate as a growl ruptured from the emptiness of my chest, the place my heart was moments ago. Justin must have heard it, because he quickly pulled away from Lexi to look up at me, his eyes wide and fearful. Casey, he muttered nervously. You know Elle, Lexi. Right. Wiping the smudged lip gloss from his lips, I narrowed my eyes on him, not allowing my hurt feelings make an appearance for him. How could you? I snarled, beginning to storm towards him, my fingers still clenched tightly by my sides. I thought I could trust you, and you cheat, like some player. I didn't even give him a second to spit his explanation out before I sent my fist sailing across his face, completely forgetting my abnormal werewolf strength. He stumbled back, his hands held over his noses, probably broken. I don't even want to hear my name come out of your mouth ever again, I reviled, spinning on my heel after throwing Lexi a spiteful glare and headed right back towards the stage. The backstage area was just starting to get crowded with anxious performers when I entered, the auditorium packed. I headed straight towards my girls set up, ignoring the curious glares I got from my friends. Do you guys mind if we change up the song a bit? Watching them exchange a glance with each other before leaning in to hear. The lights went out and we quickly set up on stage, but I was at the microphone and Maggie sat behind the drums, a guitar in my grip. We've been practicing this song so much that each of us pretty much knew each other's part. The spotlights rose up and I stared out at the audience, pleased to see my other group of friends in the front row, and even happier to see Damon and Crystal sitting towards the back, Damon's eyes intently fixed on me. I grinned, Maggie starting the beat. Days like this I want to drive away. Pack my bags and watch your shadow fade. You chewed me up and spit me out like I was poison in your mouth. You took my life. You drained me down, but that was then, and this is now look at me. This is the part of me that you're never gonna ever take away from me, no. The girls picked up the chorus, our voices harmonizing. At the moment, I couldn't exactly tell who this song was for specifically, just Anna or Damon. There are just too many jackasses in this little life of mine. I just want to throw my phone away. Find out who is really there for me or ripped me off your love was cheap. It was always tearing at the seams I fell deep. But you let me down. But that was then and this is now look at me. There was yelling in the audience and I just knew it was our friends cheering us on. I belted out the verses, feeling all the anger and aggression lifting from my shoulders as I sang out both Damon's and Justin's pressures and attacks on me. For a sudden change, however, Maggie was mastering the drums like a pro. Just as great as Amber was on the bass and Danica board. And you'll say I was too bad on the guitar. Not great, but not awful if I did say so myself. Hopefully, however, a song Damon would get stuck in that pretty little head of his. Chapter 26 Girls Night Casey's P. Ove Issa, that snide little turd really cheated on you. Danica gaped, the four of us sitting in a circle on my bed. I nodded with a roll of my eyes, ashamed that I had actually fallen for that timing player. Now if it's low, even for Justin, Maggie stated. I nodded, holding my bag of Doritos closer to me and stuffing a handful into my mouth. She reached for the bag and I growled at her hand, pulling the bag closer to me. Casey, just give me one, Maggie pleaded as she tried to reach for it again, but I snarled at her extended hand. No, I pouted, pouring more into my mouth. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's a family-size bag. I just want one, she exclaimed, pointing towards the large yellow and blue bold words that exclaimed fan it. Well, I'm a one-person family, I asked, chomping down on another handful of the cheesy snack. Maggie was about to return sauce and keep her title as the sauce master, but Amber quickly cut in. You know what? A sly smile spreading across her lips that made me fidget nervously on my spot. I hated it when she got that mischievous look in her eye. A wise word from an expert: never trust a girl who looks like she's planning your death. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, Arthur, thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If you're married to them, what? Danica mumbled cautiously, almost fearful what crazy idea might spill out of Amber's mouth next. We should have a girls' redemption night, she smirked, sitting back with her arms crossed as though she was pleased with her idea and was waiting for our responses. A what night? Maggie drawled, and Danica's expression the same lost look as Maggie's. I just sat there, continuing to munch on my nacho cheese Doritos. A girls' redemption night. Really? It's just a girls' night with horror movies and weird hot guys into the mix. Also kind of like a bachelorette party, I guess, she informed with a smirk on her face the entire time. Sounds like fun, Maggie beamed, running a hand through her already ruffled hair. In-game, except there are really not a lot of hot guys in our age group to hang with. Danica pointed out, Maggie's shoulder slumping in the same realization. Well, I have done, Amber swooned, biting her lip as she twisted a finger around a lock of hair. God knows what that girl was thinking about then. I really didn't need to know. Then there are the college boys hanging around and probably bored out of their minds on this Friday night. Nice. Maggie cheered, putting her hands up in the air with a little cheer while Danica clapped quietly. Why, Whittle Casey, you've been quiet over there. Amber talked to me like I was baby while using a silly voice. I narrowed my eyes at her, but bit back the snide remarks filling my head and instead stuffed another chip into my mouth. What do you think? Plus, Damon's probably stalking about, so this can be the perfect time to strike the jealousy card. Maggie raised her eyebrow, and I considered how true her point was. I'm in, I grinned, finishing up the bag before balling it up and tossed the room into the basket. The three of us changed into our pajamas and met outside my room. I wanted to make sure I struck a chord with Damon, so I wore short black pajama shorts and a slim blue varsity tee, my hair held back in a ponytail. You know, since I moved in, I don't think I've ever once hung out in the living room, let alone get a good look at it, I said as we headed down the flights of stairs. Of course Dan and Cumbers owned out and completely tuned into each other, probably using the pack link to talk dirty to each other. That wouldn't surprise me, Danica scoffed. Usually the college kids lounge around in there instead of in their rooms. It's a thing. I don't ask. Whatever. Tonight we're going to take over and they can enjoy an ice horror movie with us, I prompted slyly as we walked into the living room. I don't know if it was a coincidence or if it was our lucky day, but there were about 5 hot senior boys hanging in the living room, staring blankly at the TV. Hey, Taylor. Dan nodded towards one of the boys before I could open my mouth to say something. Sup, Dan? He nodded back, his eyes then falling on me. Who are your friends there? He then asked, his friends looking over with interest. Oh, this is Maggie, Danica, Casey, and my girl, Amber, he introduced, heading towards the couch, leaving a space open between him and Taylor. Mentally calling dibs, I casually walked over and sat down between them. Hey, he smiled warmly down at me. The name's Taylor. That's Jake, Carlos, James, and Logan. He pointed and named each of his friends, each of them giving a slight wave or nod. So Taylor, you guys watching anything, or do you mind if we turn on a horror movie? Dan questioned, but Taylor barely took his eyes off me as he replied. Please, go ahead, smiling down at me, luring him in. Damon can be the sleazy skirt chaser he is, but truth is, I know just how to lure and trap prey myself just as easily as he can. Dan stood up and I watched him slip Horror Story into the DVR, finding the remote and pressing play before turning the lights off. I quickly took a glance around the room and smiled when I saw Danica whispering quietly to James, using her hands to try and explain something that clearly interested James. Maggie was sitting closely to Logan, a punk-looking kid in a My Chemical Romance t-shirt. If you asked me, he was like the guy version of Maggie, on the outside anyway. "I'm going to grab some snacks," I informed as I got up and hurried into the kitchen, feeling Taylor's eyes on my butt as I left. I rolled my eyes. "Boys," I thought humorously to myself. In the kitchen I hunted down a bag of popcorn, a couple bags of chips, candy, and bottles of assorted drinks. While the popcorn popped in the microwave, I hopped up onto the counter, staring at the numbers counting down and waited for the snack to finish its roasting. "So, Casey, interesting song in the talent show today." I turned to see Crystal leaning in the doorway, looking as sly and slutty as ever. She smirked mischievously at me, slowly prowling forward with her arms crossed across her chest. "Thanks," I muttered, turning my back to her. She scoffed, making me roll my eyes at her annoying presence. "You know, as I sat next to Damon, watching your performance intently with my arms wrapped around him, I couldn't help but notice how Damon reacted when you walked on in that cute little outfit of yours," she said as she continued advancing towards me, a crude grin pulling at her lips. "And what exactly did you notice? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I played along, hoping that she would just spit out whatever and get the hell away from me. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Where to begin? She dragged. Maybe the way his breath hitched, or how he began to sweat. She raised her eyebrow questionably at me as I narrowed my eyes at her, wondering what exactly she was inferring. Now I know I easily get that reaction from boys, but not nearly as intense, which could only mean one thing. She chuckled. "And what could that be?" "Bored with this discussion, that you and Mr. Alpha Boy are mates," she sang, pleased at her little observation. "Oh yay. Someone give the girl a gold star," I cheered sarcastically. "Great job putting that cute little hypothesis together, but there's just one little quirk to it." Jumping off the counter and turning to face her. "I don't have a mate." "Please, Casey, like him going to fall for that," she sneered, moving her hands defensively to her hips. "I can see it in his eyes how hard he hides it whenever you're around. Eyes are the windows to the souls and all that shit." She laughed, amused as she plucked an M&M from one of the bags and popped it into her mouth. "Ever heard of hormones? Boys have them too," I argued carelessly. "They kick off every time they set their eyes on any girl with a lot of luggage." I grimaced, glad to hear the microwave go off, then quickly swiped away the bag. "Yeah, KC, I'm well aware of those," Crystal mused. "But this was something different. Don't mistake me for a fool, Bearsy, because I'm not. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Glaring fiercely at me. I rolled my eyes again, not in the mood to be listening to her obnoxious rambling right now. "You a fool? Never crossed my mind," I bit, pouring the popcorn into a large bowl. "Whatever. My point is, if you and Dame aren't mates, I hope you don't mind if I call dibs," she gleamed with an air of taunt. Unprepared to tame the beast in him, she licked her lips and I cowled and hid the look of disgust that forced its way to my face. "Well, have fun with that," I replied infuriately, though my wolf growled at me for practically granting another female access to my mate. Screw that. Let her have him. They were more of a probable couple anyway. Crystal smiled at me, with anything but kindness in her eyes, and walked back out of the room to wherever the hell crystals go. With a sigh of disgust and an involuntary shudder, I grabbed the food and headed back into the living room, the movie already 5 minutes in. There you are. Taylor grinned. Thought you were going to miss it. He grabbed the popcorn from my full hands as I tossed the bags of candy to Maggie, Danica, Jake, Carlos and Dan before falling back into my seat beside Taylor. Nope. The popcorn just took longer to pop than I thought. I lied before smiling up at him, taking notice that he had his arms spread out on the back of the chair behind me, clearly comfortable. I leaned back as the movie continued on, everyone digging into their snacks, and I felt Tyler's arm gently rest itself around my shoulders, pulling me slightly towards him. I let a purr echo from my throat, letting him think I enjoyed it. I sneaked a glance towards Amber and Dan and held the hint of jealousy that tore through me at the sight of them in each other's embrace, their lips caressing each other's. I quickly turned my attention back to the movie and inched closer to Taylor, resting my head against his shoulder, earning myself a small pleased sound from him too. Oh, get a room, Fritz laughed from the chair over, punching his friend in the shoulder. His face turned slightly red, but he brushed his friend off and pretended to return his attention back to the TV, when really, half of it was on me. What are you guys watching? Damon's low voice asked. I glanced around Dan and Amber to see the tall figure standing in the doorway, his muscled arms crossed across his chest. Horror story, Dan replied carelessly, turning away from Amber just long enough to respond. I rolled my eyes, pressing myself closer to Taylor, knowing how much it was probably pissing him off at the moment. I could have sworn I heard a furious growl coming from his direction. Sorry, you can't join, Maggie said almost fiercely, sparing him a hateful glare. Yeah, we're having a girls' night, Danica added sternly. James almost giving her a weird look, but she held her finger up to his lips, making him chuckle before gliding his arms around her waist. Oh, Ree, he smirked comically. Then who are these guys? He pointed to the college boys around the room, purposely skipping past Dan. Our guy friends, I hissed with a sly grin, catching that possessive glint in Damon's dark eyes. Now, shoo. You're ruining the movie. I gave him an innocent look before pretending to look re-interested in the movie. Fine then. The fianc dies at the end, he said before quickly walking out, Maggie and I growling after him. J, I yelled at him, knowing he'd ignore me anyway. Don't you just love him? I asked the guys sarcastically, everyone chuckling quietly so that the alpha himself wouldn't hear. Don't get left behind in the battle for the throne. Subscribe for the next chapter. What secret is Damon hiding as he trains with Casey? And will their heated arguments lead to more than just physical combat? Find out in this thrilling episode. Join the pack and subscribe for the next chapter of this thrilling saga. Chapter 27, just another global crisis. Damon's P.O.V. Dude, wake up. I felt someone give me a shove and I growled, rolling over onto my stomach and shoving my face into my pillow. There was a sigh and I heard shuffling around and someone kicking a glass bottle aside. The next thing I know, the sheets beneath me are moving and I land face first on my bedroom floor. What the hell? I snapped, rolling onto my back and glaring up at Luke and Jeff. That's what I should be asking you. Luke exclaimed, what up with this? He questioned with one raised eyebrow as he ushered to the beer bottles scattered across the floor. Rubbing my face irritedly. I was just a little pissed. I mumbled, feeling a hangover coming on. My brain was already pounding against the inside of my skull and the sunlight streaming in from the windows burned my eyes. Jeff noticed me wince and seemed to understand right away what it was as he ran to close the curtains, helping the pain numb a bit. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Jeff snickered, looking around the room. It looks like you threw a party in here with all these bottles and cans, he said as he began kicking some aside into the corner. I moaned, trying to recall last night. I remember Case E wrapped in that guy's arm while watching a movie in only shorts and a tank top and looking way too comfortable. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My mind was wrapped up in a whole bunch of thoughts that I didn't want to think about. All of them very much related to Casey. It got so bad that I had to drink to stop my instincts from taking over. I didn't know how much longer I could keep my wolf tamed. I was just pissed. Let's leave it at that. I growled, not wanting to go deep into the subject. What time is it anyway? Slowly clambering to my feet, still a little wobbly beneath me. 2 o'clock, Luke replied with a smirk. Casey and Dan were looking for you when you didn't show up for that training thing this morning. Ryan ended up covering for you, he informed as he crossed his arms, leaning against the wall. Damn, Dan was furious. He laughed, Jeff chiming in. Where's he now? I questioned, not really knowing exactly why I cared. Cheers at the mall, Jeff grunted, obviously finding that funny, but I was just confused. Jeff noticed the look on my face and added, the girls dragged him with them. That makes sense, I mused, slowly heading towards the bathroom while trying to think where the damn aspirins were. After fumbling around the cabinet in the bathroom for a moment, I finally found them towards the back and popped a few of them. An hour earlier, Casey SP. Ovi, so I can guess you two are going to the dance together. I laughed as Amber ran to Hubden after training had ended up. Without Dame and trying to mess things up, it went really smooth. The pups finally learned something. If I could trade Damon for Ryan for training, I would do it in a heartbeat. At least 8 years actually cooperative. Are you kidding? Amber giggled, pulling Dan's arm around her shoulders. I swear that is the most stupid question that has ever left your lips, she said as she pecked a kiss onto Dan's cheek. Whatever, I mused. I'm surprised you two were nominated for the stupid Queen and King, and the moment I said that Amber's eyes were practically bulging out of her head. The prom is Friday, she gasped, making Dan to look at her with a curious expression. Yeah, so Dan shrugged carelessly as I just stared at my spot stick friend peculiarly. You'd think he'd be used to this by now. We have to get dresses. She squealed, grabbing my arm and quickly dashing for the house. You could just tell by the look on her face she was using the pack link to tell Maggie and Danica what she was all wild about. The next thing I see is Maggie, Danica, and Dolly running out of the pack house with pale faces. You guys are such girls, I yelled at all of them once Amber stole him down. They just gave me a look before Maggie grabbed my other arm and began forcefully dragging me towards the car. Dan, move your butt. Amber called back to him as he started running after us, a fearful look on his face claiming that he knew he was going to get into trouble whether he didn't or did come. Guys, it's a stupid dance. We have dresses. I argued with them, trying to plant my feet in the ground and stopped, but they just pulled harder and rolled their eyes at me. Casey, it's senior prom. To a girl, a dress is everything in this dance is where school lives are forgotten and guys only see the girl and then the beautiful dress on the dance floor. Danica lectured, as she walked steadily behind me. I crammed my head around to stare at her, not knowing exactly how to respond to that. Wow, that was so deep, Amber said just as she pushed me into the back seat of Dan's car before she climbed into the passengers. Danica climbed into the far back and Dolly and Maggie jumped into the row with me. My God, Dan, you are so freaking slow. Amber shamed him as he climbed into the car, taking his time in inserting the key into the ignition. I don't see why you guys are so anxious about stupid dresses. He shrugged as he began pulling out into the main road. Oh Lord, here we go again, I thought dreadfully to myself with a shake of my head. Simultaneously, all the girls erupted into yells and shuns and shames and explanations as Amber smacked him upside the head. I get it. Dan barked over their noise, giving Amber a stern look that instantly melted once their eyes locked. I knew Dan was forgetting that he was driving the moment I began to lean towards Amber. Hey Romeo. Eyes on the road, I snapped, flicking his forehead and making him jump in realization what was going on. Thanks. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He stuttered as he turned onto the highway. Yeah, thanks. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Amber pouted, clearly disappointed that she couldn't wrap her arms around how he was driving a freaking car. Anytime, I simply smirked, sitting back in my seat and staring out the window in silence for the rest of the time till we got there. No, it's totally not your color, Maggie said, making me spin once in the stupid yellow dress. Thank you for agreeing, I exclaimed. I look like a freaking bee. No, you're more of a wasp. Dan chuckled while Annika and Maggie tried to muffle their laughs. Real funny, you go try on the next one, Amber instructed, ushering me back into the changing room, but I just stood there and rolled my eyes with exhaustion. Come on, Amber, this is like the 12th dress I've tried on, and I hate every one of them. I said it a little too loudly. There were skirts and dresses to clubs and stuff, but not this. I complained as I clutched the thick and puffy bottom part of the dress. Danica, Maggie, and I have already found our dresses. We're just waiting on you and Dolly to find one, and we're not leaving this mall until you to find one, Amber said with great determination, shopaholic smutch. I sighed as I turned and walked back into the dressing room, struggling out of the yellow dress and into the next that Dan had found for me. I hate it, I stated before I even came out to show them, staring at the full-length mirror in front of me and frowning at the person that looked back. Come out so we can see it, Danica called, and I murmured a curse under my breath as I exited the little room, watching Dan's face turn bright red as he struggled to not burst out into laughter. Absolutely not, I hissed as I crossed my arms across the freely pink breast of the dress, feeling like I had been eaten and spit out by a cotton candy machine. I know, Dan cackled. I just wanted to see you wearing pink. He pulled out his phone and snapped a picture before I could even register what he was doing. Delete it now, I snarled, baring my fangs at him. He hastily shook his head as he stuffed his phone back into his pocket, pulling Amber in front of him like a human shield. Babe, delete it, please, Amber pleaded, turning around and winding her arms around his waist. Instantly his irises were consumed with black and his face was taken over by a look of lust. He was completely oblivious to the fact that Amber was snaking her hand into his back pocket, pulling out his phone and deleting the picture she kissed on his neck. Thank you, she sang as she stuffed the phone back into his pocket and pecked another kiss on his lips, Dan looking lost and confused. Next dress, I huffed as I slid back into the changing room and pulled on the next dress. Oh my gosh, Ollie, that's the perfect dress, I heard Danica breathe. I poked my head out for a moment to see Ollie wearing a gorgeous purple dress that reached her knees. It was strapless with a silky brighter purple sash around the waist that glistened with crystal sequins. The bottom slightly puffed out with a mix of light and dark purples and scattered sequins glistened in the light. It completely complemented her complexion and her short ebony hair. Looking spiffy, Dan complimented and Amber and Maggie agreed with nods of approval. You look awesome, girl, I beamed at her. She was practically shrinking back into the changing room with embarrassment, clearly not used to many compliments. "Thanks," she murmured quietly, quickly retreating back into the safety of her dressing room. "Casey, are you ready yet?" Danica asked, adjusting herself in her seat so that she faced toward me. "Yeah, I guess, but I'm not sure about this dress," I practically whispered to myself, cautiously slipping out into the hallway. Gasps came from both Amber and Maggie, and Dan whistled, earning him a flick in the temple from Amber. "It's perfect." Chapter 28, Intense Attraction, Damon's P. O.V. "Dan, how far did Ben say to go out?" I asked carelessly, feeling the soil sink between my toes as we walked through the woods. "Not even 2 miles deep." "He doesn't want us going out more than 3 miles, he informed, staring around intensely, surveying the area for rogues. I was starting to get sick of their scent lingering on my territory. After spending a full night breathing in that stank, I was about ready to chase them away a moment, but I knew I would just be setting myself up for trouble, either from the rogues or from the council. They do say there's a reason wolves hunt in packs. You know, I can't even remember how many times I've heard my parents tell me that. And tell me again why he doesn't want us shifting." Annoyed that I was walking through the woods in only a pair of shorts just in case I needed to shift, Dan the same. Because our scents aren't as strong in human form. He doesn't want the rogues to detect us just in case we get too close. He stated like HES explained it 100 times. I rolled my eyes in irritation. Clearly he doesn't trust us then, I muttered, guessing that he thought we'd be stupid enough to get close to their den in owl forms. Dan just made a hum sound that meant he was barely listening anymore, aiming his attention towards his senses. As a friend, Dan was decent, but as a beta, he was extremely useful. His senses were more heightened compared to that of the average werewolf and came in extremely handy. "Tell me, Damon," Dan glanced over towards me. "What do you have to gain by bringing Casey lower than you brought her 5 years ago?" He questioned casually, like he was starting a conversation about the weather. "Go to hell," I remarked, not caring enough to even continue the pointless topic. Dan chuckled as a smirk played on his lips. "You could use a mate like Casey," Dan continued anyway, ignoring the hard glare at him. "She'd know how to put you back in line." He grinned in my direction before adding, "and in more ways than one." I looked at him curiously, not seeing what he was trying to get at. "What the hell are you talking about?" I growled through clenched teeth before returning my gaze ahead of me. "Amber's a lot smarter than I had originally thought," he stated with an odd glimmer in his eyes. "Not only does she maintain the job as a mate," a growl of pleasure ruptured from his chest, "but she also keeps up the role as a beta female even though it's new to her." "In not having the stupid conversation with you," I snarled, then realizing that we were almost to our maximum point. "I didn't say you had to reply." Dan shrugged. "I just wanted you to listen. Not much of an actual conversation now, is it?" I threw another annoyed glare in his direction that was accompanied by a warning growl. I didn't say anything more as we circled around and headed back towards the pack house, Dan thankfully not attempting to start another conversation on the way. We were just reaching the end of the trees when girls' laughter filled the air, a grin finding itself to Dan's face. I rolled my eyes, knowing exactly who those girls could possibly be. "You throw like a freaking human," Casey cackled. I stepped out from the forest to see Casey running across the empty space of grass with a football clutched tightly in her arms, grinning wildly back behind her at Danica as she ran. "I take that to great offense," Danica screamed after her, kicking up speed. Casey just stuck, a tongue out childishly at her, her eyes beaming with entrance and mischief. That plus the sweat beading off her forehead, and the military green shorts and white tank top she was wearing was just enough to make my wolf yearn more for her. Yeah, stupid, Casey joked. It was supposed to. With that, she threw the ball down at the ground just as she ran across a line that was drawn in the dirt, apparently symbolizing a goal post. The moment she looked up, her eyes connected with mine and her grin instantly vanished, replaced with almost a mix between slyness and disgust. Back from patrolling already? It's not even noon. Casey grinned, walking towards Dan and I with her fists pressed to her hips. Maggie, Danica, and Amber right behind her. You can only patrol so far these days, Dan just aired as he wrapped an arm around Amber's shoulders. I rolled my eyes at his dry humor before glancing at Casey, raising my eyebrows in interest when I noticed her staring at my shirtless figure, taking in every muscle, ridge and groove. See something you like? I smirked down at her, watching her forcefully tear her eyes away before she glared up at me. Compared to Justin, not much. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. Her lips slightly twitching downward at the mention of her ex. Oh, you mean the one who couldn't get enough from just one girl? I retorted, watching her jaw clench tightly. What the hell is that supposed to mean? She demanded, crossing her arms defensively. Oh snap. I heard Maggie mutter under her breath before the people around us began cautiously backing away. I don't know. Watching her eyes begin to flare with anger. Maybe just that you didn't have enough goods to supply the demand. I smirked humorously, her arms starting to tremble with outrage. It's no wonder your father didn't try hard enough to stick around and see his little girl grow up to be nothing but a worthless tool. And that was just the icing on the cake. If I thought Casey S. glares could kill before, then the one she was giving me now was cruel enough to start an apocalypse. At least my dad loved me, she spat, unable to maintain her usual composed demeanor. My smirk faltered as my fist balled by my sides. My parents loved me enough to teach me how to smell a mile away. I returned. And judging on the amount of ghastly fumes that have been polluting my pack house, it's clear we have a mutt sauntering around. At least the deranged pup of a retarded, decomposing mutt. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. Feeling every word burn my tongue as they lunged from my mouth. Casey was seething with primal aggression now, her lips pulled back into a threatening snarl and her eyes glowing silver while crimson pulsed around her pupils. I crossed my arms in triumph while allowing the smug grin to claim my lips in front of Casey's fury, contorted face. You really shouldn't have done that. Dude, Dan whispered to me, and before I could laugh about it, Casey shifted quickly in front of me, snapping her jaws as she pounced, sending me flat onto my back against the ground. Shit, this is going to get ugly. The beta sighed, and you could practically see him thinking about the occasional fights during the training classes. I grabbed a large black wolf by the neck and pushed her off of me, spinning and pinning her against a tree. She snarled and snapped at me, her clawed paws aggressively swatting out in search of flesh to dig into. Wow, I remember this used to be so much harder. I taunted Casey, staring into her feral metallic eyes. Seconds after I said that, she was somehow able to cram her head down and wrap her jaws around my forearm, her carnivorous teeth tearing into muscle and grazing bone. Damn. Putting my arm to my chest and releasing Casey. Big mistake number one. She gnawed viciously, baring her razor-sharp teeth at me before she lunged again, this time her teeth sinking to my shoulder and her claws burrowing into my chest like hooks. Without second thinking it, I shifted and was able to get my arms around the back of her neck. She sunk her teeth deeper into my shoulder as I gnashed my wolfish jaws at her, able to spin over and pin her to the ground. Damon. I barely registered Dan's voice behind me as I grabbed Casey by the scruff of her neck, shaking my head furiously back and forth to cause a searing pain. She yelped, but didn't let the pain show as she chomped down just under my jaw, restricting air into my lungs. I had to release her to try and gasp some air, but that was mistake number 2. She clenched down tighter and jumped up onto her hind legs, taking me with her. "Casey, stop this," one of the girls yelled, but I cowed until whose blood began rushing into my head. Casey had to adjust herself twice before her hind legs were able to support her as she got her front paws against my chest, causing both of us to stumble backwards until my back collided with a tree where she was able to firmly dig her claws into my chest again. All her weight pressed against me, and her jaws still preventing much oxygen from reaching my lungs. That would have been mistake number 3, revealing my neck to her and getting myself cornered. I refused to show her how much I was struggling against her strength and bared my teeth fiercely at her, but unable to get a growl out from her constriction on my throat. Her eyes narrowed as she looked into mine, adding more pressure onto me. "Casey, enough is enough." Dan stormed up to us and gripped Casey's muzzle, prying her jaws apart in an attempt to safely remove her lethal grip from around my esophagus. She snarled in resistance, trying to break his hold on her without hurting him. "Amber, babe, some help please." He looked towards his mate with a strained face, trying to keep the pissed wolf in his arms from tearing away. Casey's claws were still scratching at my chest, sending tendrils of pain pulsing through my body. Amber wrapped her arms around Casey's neck and tried pulling her back as Dan still struggled to get her to release the painful hold she had on me. "Come on. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "I think you got your point across." Amber strived, her arms firmly locked around Casey and using all her weight to try and pull her away. Dan was finally able to yank the ebony wolf off, his hands still dangerously holding her mouth open so that she didn't try to snap at anyone. He could see it just as much as I could that Casey was not in control, but instead her ravaged wolf was. I fell to the ground, collapsing in a heap with a river of blood streaming from the open wound in my neck, but I bit back the whimpers that struggled to escape from the impossible pain engulfing my body. As soon as Dan and Amber were able to drag the large wolf a few feet, she stopped struggling and started breathing heavily as she began to calm down, her eyes becoming a much less intense silver, meaning that Casey was winning control back. With an animalistic grunt, she shrugged the bait a couple off of her and slowly balanced herself on all fours. Her hackles rose offensively as her grey eyes bored into me before she turned and began limping towards Pack House, one of her hind legs unable to fully support her, but she was failing at trying it. The 3 girls, still shocked about what just happened before them, watched her disappear into the house, but Dan was staring at me, looking exhausted and worn out. "Someone go help her," Dan ordered, and the 3 nodded, running after her. Dan stayed, the 2 of us staring at each other until he finally spoke up. "Casey, SP, OV." The sour taste of blood still lingered in my mouth, staining my teeth. My right hind leg hurt like hell whenever I put pressure on it, but I cowed and let Damon see that I was hurt. I slid silently into the pack house, relieved when very few people noticed me sneak inside and slowly disappear up the stairs, every step causing severe anguish. I was slowly making my way up the 2nd flight when my legs gave out, feeling weak from supporting my weight. "Casey," I heard someone call from behind. Attempting to stand again, I glanced back with bared teeth, forcing out a growl. Amber appeared first from around the corner, then Danica and Maggie, pausing when they saw me crouching down on the stairs. Amber quickly came to my side, but I snarled at her as she reached down to help me. "Don't touch me," flicking my ears back defensively before continuing my time-consuming limp up the stairs. I didn't need help. I was just fine on my own, but they stood close anyway. Once I made it up the stairs, my back leg gave out and I fell to my haunches and chin, my claws hooking securely into carpeting. Maggie and Danica hastily grabbed for me, trying to help me back up, but I shrugged them off with another growl. "Go away," I gnashed, snapping my jaw in their direction in warning. They only backed up a bit with concerned looks on their faces, but didn't leave. I mentally rolled my eyes, trying to move a little faster. I slunk into my room and nudged the door shut with my muzzle before shifting, a whole new wave of pain flashing through me. My head spinning wildly, I made my way to the full-length mirror, staring at my reflection the damage done. What stood out most and immediately were the already dark, almost black, bruises engulfing my ankle, probably sprained, and the area between my right shoulder and neck, darker impressions where the teeth tugged hardest. Blood reddened my lips, a dark red sliver running down from the corner of my lip to my chin, which I'm guessing was my own blood from Dan's pressure on my teeth. With a quivering sigh, I headed towards the bathroom, using the sink to support me. I ran the cold water and splashed my face with it, trying to wash away the blood and dirt. I completely ignored the fact that I was still naked, hearing cautious knocks on my bedroom door. "What part of go away, oh you'll understand?" I snapped, my voice cracking from the soreness that Damon's tugging left in my raw throat. I grabbed a large white shirt that covered me from shoulder to knees, needing something loose and comfortable that didn't agitate my body more. I just needed to keep calm long enough for the werewolf healing to start and take action. "Come on. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We need to talk about what just happened," Amber pleaded, and I rolled my eyes in agitation. "There's nothing left to talk about," I spat, struggling to my bed and falling back onto it, relieving the pressure from my ankle. "Please, I just need to rest," I grimaced, closing my eyes and listening to my friend's fading footsteps, gratefully allowing sleep take over. Chapter 29. Time isn't God, KCSP. OV. I was just going to say it right then, and now I was the most alluring I could have been and have been living up to be. That Monday morning before school I irritably nibbled at my bottom lip as I examined the dark, slightly faded, bruising that still lingered on my pale skin around my shoulder and ankle, a pinprick of pain where it could have very possibly been sprained. My usual neck tees and skinny jeans weren't going to look so attractive on someone who looks like they were hit by a truck. Oh, and did I forget to mention my eyes were almost pits of blackness from the lack of sleep I earned the night before. Not a surprise considering I was passed out for about 3 hours, then woke up in the middle of the night with searing pains in my ankle, my werewolf side painfully healing the ligaments. I never said that werewolf healing was painless, just far quicker than the healing of a human. I ended up blending in with the background at school in a pair of light blue jeans, grey Converse, and a grey and gold Ashington wool sweatshirt. Not so bad, especially if my main objective was to avoid seeing Damon at all. The absolute last thing I needed was to lose my boiling temper in the middle of a crowded high school where a majority of the population was human. Damn. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, Dan exclaimed when he approached me at my locker. "You look like Steve," he said as he leaned up against the locker beside mine, closely inspecting my face. I'm sure I was also paler than ever. Healing can take a lot out of a girl. "Wow, Dan, you sure know how to flatter a girl," I retorted with a roll of my eyes, stiffly pulling my books from my locker. I would summon up a wonderful reply to that cranky attitude of yours, but I really don't feel like having my eyeballs clawed out at 8:52 in the morning. He paused, giving my face another serious look. "Or any kind of balls for that matter," he added when I threw him a dark look that told him to step out of my personal space. Oh goody, someone's finally making a wise decision, I joked in a monotonous voice, too tired to put much humorous effort into it. You'd be surprised how many wise decisions Danny boy can make in a single day. Dan beamed, wrapping an arm around my shoulders but only as a friendly gesture. Please. Besides the fact that he was fully devoted to his mate, he was more of a silly older brother to me than anything else. Oh yes, because drinking the dyed blue water in chemistry last week was genius, I returned sarcastically, raising an eyebrow expectantly at him. Hey, I said I made many wise decisions. I didn't say they were all wise. Giving me a slight shrug. I'm not too sure many is the right word either. I half smirked, earning myself a friendly punch in the shoulder. I would have laughed if it hadn't been my injured shoulder he victimized. A wince flashed on my face before I could conceal it with a teasing grin. You okay? Dan questioned as he slowed his pace to look at me. I knew he was aware I was injured. I'm sure Amber wouldn't stop talking about my clumsy trip up the stairs the day before, but I doubt he knew exactly where and how bad. But that did lead me to think the only reason he approached me this morning was to see for himself what damage has been done. It'd be lying if I said yes. My throat tight from biting back the gasps of pain that wanted to escape. Dan kept walking with me under his arm, but carefully so to go unnoticed by the students around, pulled up the neck of my sweat to peek at the mess that was my shoulder. He quickly pulled away with a sigh, his lips pursing. That was bad, he murmured, clearly revisiting yesterday's big event. I raised my eyebrows at him. Oh really? I could have sworn it was a freaking sign that fairies were going to flutter out of the forest at any second and summon world peace. Blowing wisps of black hair away from my face. I'm glad to see your incredible sarcasm has been shattered. He chuckled. Unless you're suffering a concussion, tell me, have you been hallucinating? Now it was my turn to smack him in the chest. His amused laugh was drowned out by the bell as it bellowed us to our first period classes. See you later, crazy case. He mused as he ran off for the safety of his class to avoid receiving another smack, probably upside the head. I flashed a small grin before I turned and headed towards my own class, ignoring the screaming ache in my ankle every time I took a step. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Nothing can be as easy as that. I had barely taken 8 struggling steps before I went smack into someone's rock-hard chest. I glared up at the human wall, stunned yet frustrated to see that it was none other than Damon himself, his eyes looking like two small black caves like mine. His jaw was clenched tight and his irises were like two little abysses full of that lustful wolf I despised maybe more than the human part of him. But just thinking about that got my emotions mixed when my own wolf butted in, as if trying to take a peek at her mate through my eyes like two sisters fighting over the one person nearer. Why don't you watch where you're going? I growled under my breath, almost low enough that I didn't think he could have possibly heard, but he grunted in response as I pushed past him pinched by that alluring little spark I hated so much and continued my way back down the hall, feeling his eyes follow me as he stood statue still in the same spot. Wow, I thought. No snarky reply. Wood's got his muzzle tightly clenched and silent. Whatever, I said aloud to myself as I ducked into history, thankful for snuck in unnoticed while I made my way to the back of the class, quickly pulling my hood over my head and hoping that it shadowed my face well enough to avoid the attention of others, especially those who are werewolf. I had a reputation of badass werewolf chick that knew her way around a car, the male species, and kick-ass moves. That was a status I would very much like to keep. Come in, I called with a stinging throat, my voice cracking. My mother's blonde hair popped through the doorway, followed by cautious blue eyes. Hey honey, she smiled warmly as she slid into my room, carefully closing the door behind her. I smiled weakly in response before staring back down at my math homework. Got a lot of homework. Catching my strained look at the equations in front of me. Unfortunately, carelessly filling in answers that I thought could be right, but really wasn't in the mood to figure out step by step. I think the teachers give you guys way too much sometimes. She chuckled lightly, walking over to the bed and sitting herself beside me. Well, you have the righteous power to change that. You know. I raised my eyebrows even though I knew she couldn't see them under my hood at her angle. She laughed in amusement. It's not that easy. Glancing over my shoulder to see what I was working on. If she noticed I was faking the answers, she didn't say anything. Was there something you needed? I questioned almost impatiently, barely glancing back. I didn't want her to notice the still lingering darkness around my eyes. However, I guess whether she saw them herself or not wouldn't have made much of a difference. Catherine, not a good sign, word spread fast around the pack house and the school. She paused to look at me, sending a nervous shiver down my spine. I was not going to like where this is going. What were you and Damon fighting about yesterday? It was another practice. Just a one-on-one. I blurted out in a white lie. I guess if you looked at it at another angle, it could have very well been a way to earn some bonus points in training. I know not to be trying to fight on my hind legs with a larger component and to do anything to protect my soft and weak underside and neck. Then why did the beta's son and your friend have to intervene and end it? She interrogated, making the hairs on the back of my neck still on end. She must have taken note that my eyes were wide from under my hood and her face suddenly softened as she reached for my head. The healing isn't going to look too great, but at least it'll be better by morning. I murmured as she pulled back my hood, taking in my paler complexion and darkened eyes. Well, I guess all that matters is that you're okay, she sighed, stroking my hair for a second like a little girl's. Wonderful, I said sarcastically, whether I meant to or not. It slipped out. She blew out another sigh before she stood up, heading towards the door. I know he was never the sweetest kid on the block. How do mothers know every damn thing? But time can heal, and people can change. However, it's your decision and yours alone. With that, she slipped out and sternly closed the door behind her. Yeah, well, time can't heal the wounds inside you, I muttered to no one in particular, pulling my head back up and returning to my work. Chapter 30. A glass Damon's pee. The days seemed to be flying by. Before I knew it, it was Thursday night and the day before the dance. Like I could forget about that stupid thing. Crystal wouldn't shut the freak up about it. 1 second she'd be talking about her amazing dress and the next pushing me to be the perfect Dayton's to be king. I was seconds away from breaking up with her, but I figured she still served her purpose in making Casey jealous as heck. Not that rejecting her was becoming any easier. It was getting all that much harder to control my wolf. Day by day, he was getting closer to the surface and the day HED break free would be the biggest regret of my life. You have to wear a red tie or bow tie to match my dress, Crystal demanded, throwing a tux across my bed. I growled at it in disapproval. What makes this lower female wolf think that she could boss me around? If I wanted to wear my freaking boxers to the dance I could. I'm sure Casey wouldn't give a damn what her date would be wearing. Damn. I was barely able to keep her out of my freaking mind anymore. Daily, you'd think about her. I was about to knock my head against a boulder if she kept occurring in my thoughts. It was driving me crazy. And your hair could be wild and bed, headed like it always is, Crystal babbled on, counting off on her fingers the list of things that will meet her expectation. The girl was hot, but she was crazy. Even a human girl sounded a bit more satisfying right about then. And don't even get me started on your shoes, she exclaimed, throwing her hands up. She pursed her hot pink lips as she ran a hand through her long, neatly kept hair. I was hoping she was finally done with her rant and was going to run off, but instead she smiled slyly. I mentally sighed, knowing that lustful look and most certainly not in the mood to invite her into bed. If that's too much to handle, baby, I could always give a helping hand, she purred as she sat on my lap, snaking her slim arms around my neck. Her short floral skirt hitched up a bit, and it almost burned my wolf to be in the close embrace of a female not my mate. I kept my face emotionless, just staring at her as she looked up with me with flirtatious eyes. I placed my hands firmly on her hips and I saw her eyes light up until I jerked her off, watching her jaw slightly drop. "They'll pick you up around 7:30, I stated flatly, standing and walking into the bathroom, expecting her to get the sign that I wanted her to leave. I heard the door to my room close and let out a sigh of relief. I thought Alpha was being hard. Turns out trying to make your hated mate jealous is even harder. In the mirror I noticed the swelling and scabbing had almost vanished from view around my neck, a little redness lingering. About time I was completely healed. I was sick and tired of people asking me what had happened. I had to lie and say my neighbor's dog attacked me. But I guess in some retrospect, it's not a total lie. A wild howl suddenly made my body stiffen, my fists clenching by my sides. It was high yet threatening, certainly not a call from my pack. I stormed out of the bathroom and ran to the window, staring out over the forest. My teeth were clenched tightly together, and I couldn't fight back the feral growl that was spilling from my lips. The rogues were close and they were stating their presence on my territory. They were calling for a fight. "Well then, come and get me, KCSP. Ovi." "Silver eyeshadow," Maddie stated with confidence in her voice. I raised an eyebrow while crossing my arms in front of my chest, shifting my gaze to Amber to see her nodding in sure agreement. "But no lipstick," I replied inferently to her, watching her shoulders slightly drop. "But..." "Oh no buts. You make me wear eyeshadow. I can do without the lipstick. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Please that Danica and Dolly had half shrugged in agreement with me. "Fine, but you wear the heels right." Amber held up the silver, encrusted heels. I released a small moan. "Why can't I wear my Converse?" "Sure, they didn't look amazing with my dress, but at least I could dance in them. And maybe kick Damon in the groin without stubbing me too. I mean, if I needed to." "Oh, don't even go there," Maggie grimaced, shaking her finger at me. "These heels or you can just go barefoot," she said sarcastically, "but barefoot is always fun." "Well, now that that option has been placed on the table, never mind," Maggie yelled. "You're wearing the heels. End of discussion." I left, running a hand through my hair. "Well, it was worth a shot." "Yes, sir," I joked, giving her a mock salute. "Ollie, you must wear the purple eyeshadow." Amber grinned with excitement, tossing the little compact at Ollie. The tomboyish girl jumped back away from it. "It was a great hey. Let's just be glad you got me to wear a dress and those bloody heels. But absolutely no makeup," she defied, waving her hands out in front of her to dismiss the thought. "Fine," Amber groaned, grabbing the eyeshadow from the floor and placing it back on her vanity. "Lucky," I muttered to Ollie, envying the fact she's got no one to try to tease and drive to hell. If Damon wasn't around, I would gladly be going to the dance in a pair of jeans and a leather jacket, combat boots on my feet instead of those death traps. "Hey, I'm not the one running for queen," she smirked, forcing me to roll my eyes in frustration. "I swear to the freaking moon, if one of you says queen one more time I will wring your necks," I threatened, not sure whether it was exactly empty or not. Something told me that I would lose it however if that word popped up again. Quen. My four friends screamed in unison, huge smiles on each of their faces. Lunging for Maggie and tackling her to the ground. I growled playfully as I got my arm tightly around her neck from behind, using my other arm to twist her arm far behind her. I warned you, didn't I? Watching Ollie, Danica, and Amber laugh their heads off, Amber on the floor with her arm held to her stomach. "Oh, you," Maggie began, but then the door flew open. Glanced back to see Dan standing in the doorway, his eyebrows furrowing to see Maggie and I wrestling on the floor. "Do I even want to know what the hell is going on here?" he asked warily, raising one eyebrow. The four of us stared at him blankly for a moment before bursting out with laughter. My arms trembling so much I couldn't keep my grip on Maggie, and we both rolled away from each other, unable to stop laughing. "Sometimes I seriously question why I'm friends with you guys." Dan sighed as he walked over to the bed and fell back onto his butt, staring down at Amber as she was practically laughing her lungs out on the floor. "Because you love us," Danica was able to spit out between cackles. Dan just sighed, shaking his head and resting it in his knuckles, his eyes watching us continue our laughing fest. It all came to a dead silence, however, when a howl ripped through the comical air, sending a tremor through my body. Dan shot up from the bed and was out the door in a flash. "That was Dan," hushed Ollie as we rout into the hallway to see him standing out on the balcony, pointing his index finger up to command silence. It was as though everyone had stopped breathing, listening intently in the cool evening air. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They'll be coming any day now." Dad snarled grimly, his gaze still fixed on the trees. Amber moved closer to him while the rest of us stood statue still, almost fearing their arrival. "Why would they be warning us?" Maggie questioned. "Why not plan a surprise attack?" "Because they want to fight. It's not about the body count. It's the battle they want," I answered, my hands tightly gripping the railing. What else could be the reason of their warning? They want it to be a bloodbath. But here's where they're wrong. It'll be their blood that's spilt. Chapter 31, Mist in the Dark. KCSP. Oh, I stared blankly at myself in the full-length mirror, hugging my torso nervously. Yeah, so I wore some skirts that went halfway down my thigh and hot shirts in public before, but that wasn't enough to pay me for this. My hair was pulled back to reveal my face, which had thankfully regained its color, and silver earrings dangled from my earlobes. My eyes were almost glowing moonlight silver, accentuated by the small black dress that clung to me by one over-the-shoulder silver strap, encrusted with small diamonds. The thin little thing only reached my mid-thighs, making it almost impossible for me to sit down, but I could manage. My legs looked long and slim as I stood in the diamond-decorated heels Maggie made me wear. I was actually surprised how well I looked in the silver eyeshadow the girls instructed me to apply. Not that I'd ever admit to them they were right. There was a light tapping at my door and I glanced back behind me to see my mother inching the door open, cramming her head in to get a look. She slid in and stared at me in awe, her eyes brightening. I noticed she was wearing one of her work suits. I guess the principal's job is never done. "Oh, sweetheart, you look amazing," she beamed at me as she placed her hands on my arms, tears coming to her eyes. I smiled softly at her, hoping she wouldn't break out in tears now, at least not till I head to college. "Your father would be so very proud of you." She tried to smile, but her lips quivered a little, tears beginning to spring to my own eyes at the mention of my dad. "Thanks, Mom," I whispered, forcing a smile to my own lips. She quickly wiped her eyes dry and smoothed out her suit, giving me a final smile. "I have to head over to the school now and make sure everything's set. I'll see you in a little while," she said as she exited my room, leaving me in the dead silence. Blinking back my tears before walking out of my room, ready to meet the girls down in the garage. The floor seemed to vibrate beneath our feet as we entered the school gym. the neon strobe lights flaring around the room. Ollie, Danica, Maggie, Amber, Dan, and I glanced around the room in shock. Our little stinky gym had been turned into an amazing dance floor. Not bad for a small-town high school, I guess. Cool, Ollie gasped, staring around the vibrant room in awe. I think that's the nicest thing you've ever said about this place. Amber laughed, slapping Al's shoulder innocently. Ollie just shrugged in response with a slight nod of agreement. Well, Mr. Smith and I are gonna hit the dance floor, Amber beamed, interlocking her fingers with Dan's, beginning to drag him off. We are, he questioned, however letting Amber drag him with goofy grins on their faces. Their affection for each other scares me, Maggie shuddered, rubbing her chin as she watched them disappear into the dancing crowd. We laughed as I ushered them towards the dance floor, feeling the beat of the music pick me up and led my body into a sway. My friends just laughed as they joined me, dancing to I Can't Dance by LMFAO. Ironic. Damon's POV looking hot. Damon, Crystal purred, running her hand along the front of my tux. I forced a smile onto my face, nodding thanks. She looked up at me expectantly, almost as if she was waiting for her own compliment. Probably on the cheap fire truck red dress she was wearing that stretched from her chest down to her ankles. You ready to go? I avoided, wrapping my arm around her waist and leading her out of my room and towards the garage, keeping my ears and eyes open for any more warnings. But Ben had assured me that he would hold down the fort until I came back and would alert me immediately if there was any sign of a single rogue. Crystal pouted as she glanced up at me from the corner of her eye, clearly annoyed I hadn't paid much attention to her. My God, I thought the girl was supposed to be smart. How could she not have noticed that I was using her? I figured she would have caught on about now. Whatever. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. When we walked into the garage, I noticed Dan's car was gone and figured he and the girls had already headed to the dance. Great. That means less chance of seeing them. Just what I need right about now. And maybe. The moment we arrived at the dance, Crystal and I were swarmed by either my friends, or by hers. I was about to just stomp over them to get to a freak-in chair. I wussed one for attention, but Crystal clearly wasn't. She gladly accepted every ounce of compliment and praise that was thrown at her when we walked through the doors. Eventually, I was able to push my way through them and leave Crystal to be receiving the attention she so badly wanted. However, as I made my way towards the chairs that circled decorated tables, a flash of silver caught my eye. I turned to see a slim figure swaying seductively to the music, her back to me, but it didn't take Sherlock Holmes to find out exactly who she was. Casey's cream-clad black dress outlined her body so perfectly that it actually forced a whimper from my wolf. About time you showed up. Don't smirked, Amber under his arm and glaring viciously at me. Crystal demanded to be fashionably late. I muttered, watching Amber's jaw tighten, but Dan just nodded. Girls, Dan rolled his eyes. I would know. In friends with 5 of them, winning an elbow in the gut from Amber. They both chuckled before Dan waved me off, heading to the cluster of tables with his mate. I noticed he sat down at one of the closer tables that Danica was already sitting at, a cup in one hand. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Can I have your attention, please? I turned towards the front of the gym where a platform had been set up. Diana was at the microphone, a silver envelope in her hands. She smiled at the crowd warmly as they quieted down, the music coming to a stop. I would like to announce the king and queen of the prom. That's when it became as silent as the grave. Well, I'll tell you, it was real close. Her smile almost seemed sly, like she was cunning something. Well, now I know where Casey got her trickery from. But I am pleased to announce that our king of the night is... She paused, opening the envelope. Damon fell on, her eyes immediately connected with mine, glinting mysteriously. I felt a shiver crawl up my spine as I puffed out an aggravated sigh before forcing a smile as I made my way stiffly towards the stage. I climbed the steps and stood beside Diana, the assistant principal placing the plastic crown on my head. I noticed Crystal already grinning wildly, knowing she had just officially won the title of queen. And our beautiful queen this evening is... She opened the envelope and her eyes seemed to illuminate a glow. Casey Players E. KCSP. Oh the what? Crystal screamed, her face turning the same color as her dress. My jaw hanging open in shock. It took me a second to recover, but I numbly approached the stage, my heels clapping against the metallic stairs. I was instantly greeted with a hug from my mother before a silver tiara was placed on my head. You'll thank me later, Mum whispered in my ear. I looked at her with a confused look, but she only smiled in return as the music started playing again. Except this time it was like Ships in the Night by McCurney. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The annual king and queen slow dance. Just my luck. I glared over at Damon, hoping he was going to risk Canon by grabbing my hand. He just glared back, his arms crossed and a grave look shadowing his face. Take her hand, man. A masculine voice yelled over the silence. I gazed out over towards where the shout came from and was at all surprised to see Dan, a wide and wacky grin on his face, spreading from ear to ear. I felt my face turn red as Dan began chanting, dance, 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 dance. Soon, everyone in the gym was chanting. Well, everyone except Crystal. Oh, and Justin, huh? My mother gave me a gentle shove and I tripped in the heels, falling right into Damon who wrapped his arms securely around me, keeping me on my legs. The chanting picked up and, as if we were under a trance, Damon led me onto the dance floor under the spotlight, wrapping an arm around my waist, his other hand interlocking fingers with mine, my hand appearing on his shoulder. The next moment, we were slowly swaying to Ships in the Night, other couples doing the same around us, including Dan and Amber. Move your hand any lower, I tear it off, I threatened, his fingers briefly brushing my butt. He grunted, showing that he was even interested. I could see the onyx already trying to win over his iris color, his instincts battling to win. Not that it was any easier for me, it took all the willpower. I had to restrain my wolf from pressing my waist any closer to his than it already was. Don't flatter yourself, Glazy, Damon grumbled, moving his hand farther up my waist. I rolled my eyes, feeling the tension in his arm. Please. If there's anything that's flattering me right now, it's your arm around my waist. Using the moment to play the cards. This was sure to drive him off the deep end. He stiffened and I inched closer to him, feeling his palms begin to sweat. Or was it my own? I think you're either one making me look good. His eyebrows slightly rising. Firing back is he. Let's see about that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I whispered, bringing my lips up to the crook of his neck, blowing hot air against his skin, a shiver vibrating through him. Because I'm pretty sure at your hand on my ass, I whispered, noting that his hand had actually slid back down, possibly self-consciously. I looked up at him and noticed his eyes were solid pitch black. I felt my breathing hitch as Damon clutched my hand tightly, using his werewolf speed to drag me out of the building unseen and into the woods that surrounded the school, pressing me up against the trunk of a large oak tree. "You're mine," the elf growled, most certainly more wolf than man. He crashed his lips against mine, and it felt like fireworks were exploding inside me, far more powerful than the little electric shocks physical contact brings. My legs gave out and Damon was quick to support me, pressing himself against my body. I felt his hand caressing the back of my head, and the next moment my hair was cascading down my shoulders messily, the clip resting on the forest floor behind him. My hands flew to his tie, struggling to get it off. In the end, I tore it right off his neck, doing the same to his jacket and shirt. I ran my hands along his bare chest while oblivious to the fact that my dress was lying by my feet, leaving me in nothing but my undergarments. We tore away from each other, gasping in air, and instantly his lips were caressing my neck, leaving a trail of heat over my skin. I gasped when he playfully nipped my shoulder, his hands traveling up my sides. His fingers brushed along my butt as he returned his right hand to my thigh, wrapping my leg around his waist. With his other hand, he possessively gripped my wrist, pinning it against the bark above my head. With my free hand, I ran my fingers through his hair, my wolf aroused and excited to be in the strong and powerful embrace of my controlling and possessive alpha mate. I felt Damon's hot breath fell against my ear as his lips dragging along my soft skin. "Who's your alpha?" Nipping my ear, the heat of his breath on my skin making me anxious. I stuttered, unable to form any words. Only a moan escaped. "Why, you are my alpha," I gasped, tilting my head back, my canines extending to full wolfish length, my eyes beginning to slightly burn as though a fire had been lit behind them. A low chuckle echoed from Damon as he kissed my shoulder, the temperature suddenly seeming to rise dramatically. Then, his canines pierced my flesh, drawing blood. I let out a moan, feeling Damon's rough tongue lap at the puncture marks in my shoulder, the spot where he had marked me. My legs completely buckled beneath me, and Damon caught me in his arms, laying me on the ground, his large body straddling me. My body was exploding with a tremendous heat, a fire burning in the pit of my stomach. A loud moan ripped away from my felt Dame and brushed against my most feminine parts, the feeling of ice water being poured down my burning back. I flinched, something eating furiously at my nerves, trying to tear me away from this embrace. This closeness was with Damon. My hand flew to the mark on my shoulder, the physical mark that made me property to Damon, which officially labeled me as his mate. As lunar. With all the force I could muster up, I pushed Damon back off of me, watching hurt and confusion flash across his face quickly before I sprinted off, grabbing the only article of clothing in reach, which of course had to be Damon's shirt. At that moment, I didn't care. All that mattered was that I put as much distance as I could between me and Damon. Unfortunately, it could never be far enough. I ran blindly through the forest, somehow able to jump over logs and avoid low-hanging tree limbs, only able to feel the cool air against my face and the leafy wooden floor beneath my feet. But that air abruptly ended with some moans or something's stone-hard chest. I stumbled backward, falling flat on my back, my hand flying to my nose, which was gushing blood. Glancing up, I met a pair of cold, icy blue eyes that chilled me to the bone. "Hey there, little wolf," he grinned, his white teeth flashing under the moonlight that forced its way through the trees. "What are you doing all the way out here in the big bad forest?" His voice was gruff and threatening, draped in insanity. I scooted back away from him, too confused and lost to think about what to do, only to react. I was suddenly yanked to my feet by my hair from behind, but before I could spin around to see my second assailant, a fist with the force of a freight train landed across my face, engulfing my vision with endless darkness. all my senses fading away as I fell unconscious. Don't get left behind. Subscribe to follow the pack's thrilling journey. Can Damon resist the allure of Crystal's seductive tactics while remaining loyal to Casey, his true mate? The tension mounts as loyalties are tested and secrets unfold. Join us on this thrilling journey of loyalty and betrayal. Don't forget to subscribe. Chapter 32. The cards are scattered. Damon's P.O.V. I quickly got to my feet, not wasting time to brush the dead leaves off that clung to me as I sprinted following Casey's scent through the woods. She was not going to get away from me now of all times. She was my mate, and it was time she knew she belonged to me. My heart was racing against the inside of my chest. My wolf aroused. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm, and demanding to have her back in my arms. She was mine. She bore my mark on her shoulder. She was my Lunar, my mate, and mine alone. We were going to complete the mating process whether or not she would kill me for it. As I ran, a lead ball started forming in my stomach, twisting it into knots. Something wasn't right. I sniffed the air cautiously, an involuntary growl vibrating in my chest when I caught a whiff of scents lingering in the air. They were strong and masculine, giving off arousal like a female was in their presence. It could only be my female. With a feral howl, I charged forward, my canines bared and my claws flicking out from my fingertips in case I was about to jump into a fight. I don't know if it was just me or my instinct, but I was willing to fight for my mate. Even if she didn't want me in return, I was going to make her want me. Damon. Someone shouted from behind, but I didn't even slow down. The lead ball in my stomach was growing larger, a horrible cramping in my chest. An unsettling scent filled my nose, making me stop abruptly, my feet landing in something hot and wet. I looked down in horror, the hairs on the back of my neck rising to see a small pool of crimson on the ground. A chill in my spine told me that it was Casey's. Damon. A different voice called, sounding more urgent. It snapped me out of my phase, but I ignored it once again as I ran forward. My own blood boy. Ahead of me, I could see shadows fading into view and moving quickly away, but they had no defined shape. Just blobs of blackness against the already dark scenery. But it was still the same 3 cents Casey and to others. With a snarl, I lunged, shifting in mid-air and forcing my forelegs to move me forward with an abnormal speed, the shadows slowly coming closer. My teeth were clenched together tightly, my breath visible in the cool night air. As the shape came into view, I could make out 2 figures, one of them holding something over their shoulder. No doubt the rogues. "Hello, Alpha Forlorn," a deep voice hissed from above. But before I could react, a heavy force came crashing down on me, sending me straight to the ground with a searing pain in my back. I glanced back up to meet a grinning face, a pair of dark brown eyes glaring down at me. "Looking for something, pup?" I snarled at him, trying to snap for his hand that was wrapping around the back of my neck, pinning my head to the ground, his own body flattening mine against the earth. My rage was flaring savagely inside me, eager to be released on an unfortunate soul. The man's grinning face under the moonlight only built up more anger within me. "Well, finders keepers. You want her back? Come and get her," he said before shoving me deeper into the soil as he jumped back and disappeared into the shadows, following the other fading figures. I quickly got to my feet, about to chase after him when another shout beckoned, this time right behind me. "Damon, what the hell are you doing? We've been calling for the past 10 freaking minutes." Ben snapped, his fist clenched tightly by his sides, his veins bulging in his neck. Sweat was already beginning to glisten around his brow. "They took Casey." I yelled furiously as I shifted, ignoring the fact I was stark naked. I don't have time to be doing whatever you need to do right now. I'm aware they have Miss Blair's clearly trying to keep his strained voice calm. They left a note. He held out a thin piece of worn and ripped paper. Black lettering inscribed on the yellowed page. Alpha Fallon, we've given you plenty of time to prepare. Hope your training serves you well. You're going to need it to get your precious little mate back. In one piece. That is. I'm going to be the gentleman I am and give you 24 hours total to return what your parents stole, and your lovely mate will be returned to you unharmed. Better work quick. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The young woman is starting to appeal to my appetite. The letter was marked by a few drops of blood. The blood of my mate. I could have sworn you said you didn't have a mate. Ben looked up at me with cold, disappointed eyes, but I ignored him, reading the note for the 4th time. Damon, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Tearing my attention away from the blood that mocked me. It doesn't matter what I said. I barked, my jaw tightening as I fought to keep my anger in just a little longer. Right now matters, and right now. A pack of rogues have my mate and are demanding something I don't have. I spat, but the moment I did, the sound of leaves rustling behind me caught my attention, followed by a tiny shriek. I spun around to see Amber standing between the trees, caught surprised by my lack of clothing. A second later, Dan was beside her and let out a gasp of his own before his hand flew up to shield Amber's eyes. What the F happened your clothes, man? Dan exclaimed, keeping his hand over his mate's eyes while using his other hand to halfway cover his own eyes. Most importantly, Amber ruled, placing her hands on her hips yet keeping her eyes still hidden behind Dan's hand. What is that intriguing scent? She cocked an eyebrow. Dan sniffed the air, his mouth slightly gaping before breaking into a smirk. Looks like the lucky man does have something to fight for. A slim grin on Amber's lips. I growled at them, certainly not in the mood to be having the conversation at that moment. Hey guys, there are some tracks, oh dear mother of Kaisi. Maggie began, but the moment she noticed me she screamed before turning around. The color drained from her face. I rolled my eyes, shifting back into my wolf form and staring at them expectantly. Better. I questioned them through the mind link, Dan's hands dropping and Maggie turning back around, still looking pale. If you guys are done being overly self-conscious, we have a problem we have to resolve. Quickly, Ben announced, my ears flicking back in agreement. First things first, gather a party to attack. Making me snarl. We get Casey. But his expression remained solid. Casey can handle herself. She almost took down a male wolf twice her size. She can handle a few pups that are way over their heads. He replied inferently, his voice hinting at my disappointing fight I had with her just last week. The inference to my failure made me glare threateningly up at the older beta. Our main goal is to drive them off of the land. Rogues can be rogues all they want. Amber spoke. Just not on our territory. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Maggie nodded, but who says that I'll keep him off? Dan acknowledged, then nodded, glancing around at us curiously. We should finish discussing this back at the pack house, he said quietly, ushering us in a direction. I looked around warily, odd scents filling my nose, and knowing he was right, I followed a quick pace behind him. Chapter 33 Stolen from the Night KCSP. OV. The cement floor beneath me was freezing, chilling me straight through the bone. The metal shackles chafed my wrists and neck raw, a burning sensation washing through my body. Blood still flowed freely from my nose, droplets gathering on my lap, reddening the white shirt. The slim, not so large, white dress shirt only covered me from shoulders to knees and barely concealed my body, the outline of my undergarments visible through the light fabrics. "Show yourselves, you freaking cowards," I yelled, my voice hoarse and my mind swimming around my head nauseous lie. "Well, are you afraid a girl's going to kick your asses?" I howled, trying to draw them in. I was left alone in this tiny dark room with no windows. Water. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was just me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A door. And for stone walls. Guess these people weren't used to having guests. Come on. My voice slowly coming back. I can take you with one clawed paw behind my back. Don't tempt me, sweetheart, a low voice mocked through the door, making my muscles tense. It inched open with a haunting creak, a silhouette standing in the doorway, the light from outside blinding me momentarily. Once my vision adjusted, I glared up at my kidnapper. "You better have a death wish, dude," I threatened, struggling against the restraints. He roared a deep laugh as he took another step closer, details coming into view. His features were sharp, his skin perfectly tanned but rigid and obscured with wrinkles. His hair was thin, light grey and streaked with white. A dovish goatee lined his square jaw and trailed above his slim lips, twisted into an amused and malicious grin. "Hush, little wolf," he mused, kneeling in front of me. Another growl spilled from my lips as I eyed him like prey, not making any sudden movements. "If you behave like a good little girl, we won't have any problems," he instructed as though he were talking to a child. Slowly, my claws began extending from my fingertips, so carefully that the rogue before me didn't seem to notice. "The only one with a problem here is you," I remarked, "and that problem is me." The rogue chuckled darkly, his cold blue eyes glinting dangerously. I narrowed my eyes at him, my hands gripping the chains tightly, but like normal chains would. They didn't bend or tear. Just my type. He brushed the side of my face with his fingers affectionately, but his touch burned because I was officially a mated wolf. The flashback of the events before my kidnapping only built even more anger inside me. However, before I could snap at his fingers, he firmly grabbed my jaw, forcing me to look up at him. "It would be such a shame if I would have to kill you before I got what I wanted," my jaw beginning to ache from his constricting fingers. Overconfident much, I forced a grin of my own, knowing it would annoy the heck out of him. "Well, I'm sorry to say you're wasting your time. Whatever it is you want, you ain't going to get. I'm not much of a hostage if you're aiming to get the alpha's attention." I couldn't help but spread my smile when his eyebrows rose in disbelief. "Oh, I can't wait to see what hell look like when he realizes I'm right." "Well, see about that, sweetheart," he simply replied, roughly releasing my jaw. He turned his back to me and that's when I launched, trying to shift while thinking the chains would break from my force. I was brutally pulled back, my head snapping back, which was followed by a horrible burning pain consuming my neck. A coughing fit erupted from my lungs, blood seeping out from beneath the cot. "Stupid girl," the rogue scoffed, glancing back at me. "There's no way you'll be able to shift while in those chains. Unless your goal is to decapitate yourself," he chortled as he strolled out, the door slamming behind him and leaving me in the darkness once again. The growl I tried to force out came out like a strangled squeak of a mouse, my throat burning at the effort. I leaned my head back against the wall, the fresh blood reddening the color of my shirt. Breathing heavily to try and refill my empty lungs, I looked down at the clasp around my wrist, carefully studying it. The faint shine in even complete darkness was odd, but it quickly identified what kind of metal it was. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I should have known that when I cowled and tear through them. That stuff is probably the only thing werewolves can't get through. Well, my day just kept getting better and better. What next? You'll have to take a leak with no chance of using a decent bathroom. Probably shouldn't have had all that punch at the dance. Chapter 30 for Territories, Land and Wolf. Damon's key. Ovi. I paced back and forth furiously, the note clenched tightly in one hand, KC's dress in the other, listening to the chatter swarming around the room. All I could feel was emptiness and anxiety. There was an important piece missing from my heart and I hated it way too much. Why did I hate it this much? What the heck did it mean about returning what my parents stole? What did they think I had? But without it, how would I get my mate back unharmed? What are you thinking about over there? Downs voiced or through my mind. I glanced across the room at him while continuing my pacing, noticing him spare a quick glance before returning his attention back to the discussion. What's it to you? The dress being clenched tighter in my fist. I still remember how the thin little piece of material slipped off KC's body, gliding to her feet and revealing her to me. Your face is strained in thought. The note is clenched in one hand so tightly I'm surprised it's not shredded to pieces, and KC's dress is gripped tightly in the other. Someone's looking like the male mate he didn't want to be. His voice taunted and a smirk was tugging at his lips, getting him a weird glance from his red-haired mate. What's your point? Holding the dress tighter as though someone was threatening to take it away from me. My point is that someone seems to deeply care about Howling but Kicker. His eyebrows rose as he inhaled, his nose twitching. And that someone smells like a mix of lavender and wood. She might be rubbed up against me, I answered, trying to just stop the conversation. He coughed over a snicker, everyone in the room silencing to look curiously at him. He just shrugged them off and asked them to continue, but Amber was glaring straight at me. And I'm sure that's exactly what happened. Dunn's eyes glinted and I immediately caught his drift, my body stiffening. When I glared fiercely in his direction he winced, but not because of me. Amber was stepping on his toes, her jaw clenched tightly as she glanced back in my direction before back up at her mate. Just by the look on both their faces, it expressed that they were talking to each other through the mind link. Suddenly, the locked door nearly flew off its hinges, with splinters flying across the room. Startled, everyone in the room looked over to the figure standing in the doorway, one very ticked off, very aggressive Diana Blair's E. Almost immediately, her eyes found me, and she stormed towards me with a dark, hateful glare consuming her expression. This is your fault. Grabbing the collar of my shirt sternly. I growled at her how dare she challenge me. Her eyes darted down to the dress in my hand, her expression darkening even more. Yet you still had the balls to mutter, "You worthless Diana." Then yelled from across the room, storming towards us, for crying out loud, "Stand down." He demanded and he gripped her shoulders, prying her off of me and taking part of my shirt with her. "You did this to my daughter." Diana pointed a clawed finger at me, her canines enlarged and bare ferociously. "You did this to the only family I have left." Tears began sliding down Diana's cheeks and KC flashed before my eyes, very much resembling her mother. "Diana, please, it'll be all right." Ben comforted her as he pulled her into his arms, her body trembling tremendously, sobs escaping her lips. My little girl, her voice was lost under more silent tears, Ben doing his best to comfort the grieving mother wolf. All I could do was stand there, watching the poor widow cry on and on. Minutes that felt like hours passed by and the room was deadly silent in an air of mourning. I couldn't take it any more the longer we stood around like this, the longer my mate suffered in the grasp of crazy and bloodthirsty rogues. I stormed out of the room, bringing Casey's dress up to my nose, inhaling her scent. Immediately, a fire burned in the pit of my stomach at her scent. I wanted her, and being away from her before completing that process was murdering me. Wait, I muttered to myself, stopping in my tracks. Casey, mate. Those words weren't matching up correctly in my mind. Why were those words alien to me? I growled, shaking my head, and continued to march forward. I flew out the front door and stormed across the lawn, stopping at the edge of the forest. The full moon casted a silver glow over the trees like a misty blanket. I glared into the depths of the forest before jerking my head back and releasing an ear, puppy howl into the night, hoping the roads would receive my threat. Casey SP. OV. My eyelids became heavy, darkness fighting to creep into my vision, but I bore it against it, needing to stay conscious. I couldn't close my eyes while in the grip of a maniacal rogue. Couldn't let my guard down. However, my eyes flew wide open when a distant howl caught my attention. I immediately identified it as Damon's and knew what it meant. So, he did want me after all. About time he became a man and opened his freaking eyes. To bad 8 years a little late. 6 years late. Is the little wolf hungry? The familiar voice of the lead rogue reviled, the door creaking open again. He stood in the doorway with a large chunk of raw meat in his grip, blood still dripping from it. The smell of the deer carnage hit me immediately and my mouth instantly began watering, but I hid my eagerness from him. Hear that? I nodded my head. More troubles coming. Oh, sweetheart, you're not concerned about your alpha boyfriend, tossing the chunk of meat by my feet. 8 years, just a mere pup. Well, I couldn't argue with him about that. You should be very concerned about yourself. To my agent extraordinaire, Mahlon Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My instincts beginning to react to the dear flesh, but I concealed it. Just you wait. The second I break out of these chains will be the worst second of your miserable little life, I spat, tugging on the chains for emphasis. He erupted in laughter before smirking slyly at me. Slowly, he approached me, my eyes following his every movement. His icy eyes chilled me as they studied my long exposed legs, his eyes stopping at my low feminine parts. You're just asking for it. Sweetheart, he grunted, licking his lips, but keeping still and fighting the side of me that wanted to shrink back. He grinned at me like he could read my mind and was taking pleasure from my inner fear. Slowly, he retreated out of the room, and the moment he did, my instincts took over and I went for the meat laying on the floor, savagely tearing into it, my wolf savoring the juicy flesh. Stupid wolf instincts. Just then, a cramping formed in my lower stomach, the temperature rising dramatically in the room. My breath becoming ragged and forced. Oh, Stee, you've got to be kidding me. Why now? Why here? This was the worst possible time to be going into heat. Chapter 35 Tame the Bloody Flame KCSP. OV. Sweat dampened my skin from head to toe, drenching my clothing. My breathing came out strained and forced, feeling like the hot temperature in the room was pressing down on my chest. I bit my lip, feeling my fang pierce it, but the pain was swept away with a new wave of cramping in my stomach. Things just don't seem to be going my way, and they just had to get worse. Well, if it's not my favorite rogue, wet in your pants yet? I forced a smirk. Oh, sweetheart, never missing a chance to cuss and spit. He cracked his knuckles loudly as he prowled towards me. He bent down before me, his eyes intensely studying my face. I kept as still as possible, hoping to hide the fact I was suffering my first and most demanding heat. I never like to disappoint. I've noticed. He grinned as he grabbed hold on one of my ankles. I snarled at his touch, trying to tear my foot from his grip, but he held tight. I swung my other leg at him and he snatched my other ankle, his grin widening. Let go of me. I snarled, trying to swing my claws at him, but I was still bound to the wall. He wrapped an arm around both my feet and used his free hand to reach into his pocket and pull out a knife. Let's send our mutual friend a little motivation, shall we? Another rogue walked through the door with a large glass jar in his hands. The rogue with my ankles in hand pressed them against the concrete and ordered his assistant to keep them down. He leaned in closer and grabbed my restrained wrist, holding it close to himself. In one quick movement, the man I hated with a deep passion glided the blade along the inside of my wrist, blood seeping from the long and jagged wound. The henchman placed the jar beneath my bleeding wrist, the clear container collecting my blood. You son of a BTCH. I screamed at him, the pain consuming the entire length of my arm, and as long as I remained in contact with Silver, my werewolf healing won't have any effect. The leg rogue deeply inhaled, smelling the air as a snake, like grin played his lips. Smell that. Met. He turned to his follower behind him who had brought in the jar. We have a little female going into her first eat on our hands. Both the rogue smiles spread from ear to ear. What a treat, Doyle the assistant hissed with a wry smile. I growled at the two of them, my glare shifting from one to the other. My mystery rogue finally has a name. Touch me, and your little buddies will be cleaning your guts off the walls, I threatened through bared teeth. Matt quickly cut me by the chin, turning my head towards him so that I looked him in the eye. Wouldn't count on it. Babe. Puckering his lips and making kissing noises. I deepened my growl and he slowly pulled away while Doyle's eyes trained intently on me. I could feel the blood flowing from my arm, both sweat and the crimson liquid steadily dripping into the jar. I felt lightheaded and my arm felt numb and asleep. If they didn't stop soon, it'd be a pile of desert, dry skin and bone. That should do it, Doyle muttered, dropping my arm and pulling the jar away. Though I wanted to release a sigh in appreciation that blood was starting to slowly circulate back into my head instead of out the wound, I kept quiet as I watched them silently. They sealed the jar and held it up to their faces, almost staring at it with hunger. This should get your boyfriend's butt in gear, Matt said under his breath, but I knew it was directed at me. Now rest up, sweetheart. We'll be back for more games. Dor cackled as he led Matt out, their chuckles echoing behind them and seeping through the closed metal door. Once it locked, I slumped back against the wall, my arms trembling as sweat gathering at my temples. I pulled my legs to my chest, trying to hide my undergarments which were very much exposed through the soaked dress shirt. With sore and tired eyes, I glanced around once more at my cell room. As I studied the grooves and joints of the silver chains, a nightmare dawned on me. What could be worse than realizing your mate was your worst enemy? Your leverage cheated on you. The devil went and mated you, getting kidnapped by rogues, and going into heat when trapped with a whole bunch of sadistic male wolves. It'll tell you. Realizing your only hope of seeing the sunlight again is if your mate comes to your rescue. Damon's key. Bent sat me down at the mahogany table across from a stone, faced Diana, down on my right, Amber beside him. Bent sat down on my left. The rest of the table was occupied with the healer, Jana, and several security members. Has anyone been able to reach her? One of the warriors started in a strained whisper. I mean, through the mind link, of course. Over and over and over again. Her walls are up, Diana breathed. Amber and Dan were both quick to nod, signaling that they had also tried to do so. What about that base camp you guys found a few weeks back? I asked Tywin, head of security, recalling at the meeting informing the pack about the rogues. Accounts several miles out was mentioned. We searched there again tonight. It was completely abandoned. They must have the girl at a different location. Oh, informed. Running a hand through my hair. I was not used to handling situations calmly, not to mention situations in awe, but it was putting me on edge. As life hung in the balance really didn't help much. Where else could they? I was cut short when there was a booming knock at the door, hard enough to rattle the whole house. Diana was first to jump out of her chair and practically fly out of the room. Half the table was up and after her, terrified while praying what may lay behind the door. Dan and Amber. Ben and I were just feet away from the open front door, when a blood-curdling scream filled the air. I pushed past Dan and Amber to see what Diana was gawking at when my eyes landed on a dark red glimmer. My heart hammered against my chest as I moved Diana aside to look at the last jar that was filled completely with what could only be blood. As that Amber trailed off, too scared of the answer to finish. It looks only about a pint and a half maybe. Certainly not enough to say she's dead, Dan said, wrapping his arms around Amber. I cautiously grabbed a jar, the blood still warm. I twisted open it, Diana's hands nervously shaking as they flew to her mouth in anticipation. I inhaled a scent of the blood, my eyes widening at the smells that greeted me: cherry, lavender, and a lot of spice. The scent of Casey's heat was strong enough to make my mouth water, my human figure almost exploding to make way for my wolf and his overpowering instincts. Well, she's most certainly alive, I gulped, feeling the sweat break out on my forehead. The four of them gave me odd looks, but I ignored them and headed back up towards the council room, meeting back with the security and Jana, who eyed the jar mysteriously as I entered with the betas and Diana trailing after me. The rogues left us a little gift, I stated sullenly to the security members. They must really want whatever it was Gabriel and Claire Fallon had of theirs. Owen sighed, leaning back in his chair as he stared intently at my mate's blood. If only I knew what it was they had, I mumbled, running a hand tiredly through my hair. My parents told me everything to know about becoming the alpha of a pack. Too bad I never cared enough to pay attention, and now I was paying for it. I'm sure they mentioned at some point some important item they found or something, but by racking through my brain, I couldn't find it. Wait, Dan Amber perked up, gripping Dan's arm and jerking him awake. Can't you track Casey certain with her blood? Dan chuckled quietly. Amber, babe, I'm a wolf, not a bloodhound. He laughed. Amber just flicked his shoulder while trying to hide her amused smile. It was a good idea, though. Diana peeped, her face slowly regaining color, but her eyes were glued to the jar in front of me, lost and distant. I've had it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Hearts out saints who are unsaid in shoots enthusiasm. Standing from my chair. All we're doing here is sitting around and trying to come up with something, but accomplishing nothing. If any of you would like to join me in my parents' room to look for God, knows what, please do. I snapped, leaving the jar sitting on the table and storming out of the council room, stomping straight towards the vacant, long empty room of my parents. Better start looking somewhere. Right. Chapter 36. Rest in Shackles. Damon's P.O.V. My parents' room was by far the largest room in the entire pack house. It consisted of a large bathroom the size of any regular living room, consisting of everything an alpha couple could possibly need or want, including a love seat that uses its name in some literal sense. The bedroom was almost a house of its own. A large king bed draped in silky red tapestry set across from the carefully and skillfully made stone fireplace, engravings etched into the stone. A large red and golden rug covered a large portion of the mahogany hardwood floors. On either side of the fireplace, A glass door granted view to the balcony that looked over the forest and far into the horizon. In the corner diagonal from the bed were a few chairs and a couch. A wide screen pressed against the wall. It was a true masterpiece. It was hell. The room was huge, taking up the entire 5th and top floor. It would be impossible to find not that I knew what it was. I was sure I'd know what it was when I found it. Hasn't been touched since the day of the accident, I said when I sensed Dan coming behind me. He walked up beside me and put a brotherly hand on my shoulder, his eyes wandering solemnly around the room. I heard him inhale deeply before his fingers tightened on my shoulder. I smelled the air, feeling my heart crack just a bit more. Mom's and Dad's scents were faint, but they still lingered in the room. Well, it's got to be in here somewhere. Better start looking. Culling away and heading towards the bed, starting to rummage around in the side table drawers. I watched Dan out of the corner of my eye head into the bathroom to start his own search in there. Unless the rogues were looking for womanly items or condoms, it wasn't in the side tables. I dropped to my hands and knees and started searching beneath the bed, feeling around for something out of the ordinary. Your parents were a very busy couple. Dude, Dan called from the bathroom. I felt my face turn hot, very awkward way to think of your parents. Hey man, how do you think I was born? I replied with a hint of bitter humor. Dan just returned with a dry chuckle, retreating from the bathroom and heading towards the lounging area. I ran my hand along the bed posts, knocking here and there to try and hear a difference. My eyes lingered lazily to the mattress and the neatly set pillows, and what seemed like a movie began playing behind my eyes. I saw Casey and I in the bed, our bodies concealed under the luxurious red covers. I was straddling over her, my hands tightly gripping the headboard. Her fingers clawed at my back, trailing long red scratches. She moaned, her head tossing back into the pillows. My fingers were tightening around the headboard, the wood beginning to break from the pressure. The other me released a low moan of his own. Yo, Damon, where are you, man? Dan snapped his fingers in front of my eyes, the movie coming to a stop. I shook my head out and glanced at him, giving him a stern look that translated it was nothing he needed to worry about. He gave me a weary look before he turned and continued his search under the cushions. I knew it was the smell of Casey's heat that was putting my brain into this fog. I blew out a sigh and turned around and faced the fireplace, carefully studying the engravings in the stone. There were odd, cryptic symbols of moons. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Forest scenery, and of course, wolves. I put my hand up against the cool stone, tracing the etchings with my fingers. Again, I dropped to my hands and knees, sticking my head into the fireplace and feeling around, finding nothing but soot and ash, causing me to cough crazily. Maybe if I knew what I was looking for, this would be a whole lot easier, Dan said, leaning against the stonework. I nodded my head in agreement, rubbing my eyes tiredly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Amber ran in, her eyes bewildered and wide. Ben might be found something, she informed us, holding up a manila folder. What? I demanded, jumping to my feet and storming up to her. She handed me the file as Dan appeared at my side, trying to get a look at the file. Ben found it in an old filing cabinet of his. Apparently, the betas or alphas do a lot of paperwork and recording. Amber nervously shoved her hands into her pockets. My eyes scanned the page, taking in every word. A necklace. My parents found a necklace by the stream bed, and that's what the rogue is going all homicidal about. I growled, raising my eyebrows in question. Not just any necklace, Amber corrected. Neil Armstrong, obviously, was a werewolf, brought back rock samples from the moon. Most were turned over to NASA, but he kept a fragment. Over a period of time, he learned it had a special effect on any werewolf who wore it. What do you mean? Dan questioned, crossing his arms and looking intrigued. When wearing it, all their abilities were heightened. The healing process was twice as fast. Speed increased. Strength increased. Sight, sense of smell all increased. The mind link widened and allowed communication to even wolves outside the immediate pack. Great. Now we know why it's so important. And now we know what we're looking for. Dunn half grinned. But the corners of my lips forced themselves into a frown. Wait a second. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My throat suddenly going dry. I strode back to the fireplace and pulled down a picture of my parents from the shelf, feeling a pang of emptiness before showing Amber the picture. The necklace didn't happen to look like this, did it? I pointed to the silver chain that hung around my mother's neck. At the end was a locket. Half black, half gold with engravings that symbolized the moon and the sun. Amber glanced into the file, flipping through pages and landing on one. Yeah, that's it. She confirmed before giving me a quizzical look. Then we have a problem. Looking blankly down at the portrait of my parents. My mother was buried with that necklace. KCSP. OV. I was roasting in a freaking microwave. I was being cooked alive from this starving, unfed heat. My arm, however, was numb. The blood had stopped flowing, the cut caked with dry, flaking crimson. My head rested tiredly against the wall, my body too tired to support my own weight. There I was, underground somewhere, chained like an animal, in daisyism, in the dark, barely any food or water. Strands of damp hair hung limp in front of my face. All those bobby pins that kept my hair up at the dance probably were long gone in the woods. Or not. I growled in frustration at myself. How could I have not thought of that before? I mean, I watched Criminal Minds and NCIS only every weekend end. I felt around the floor blindly, clasping the first bobby pin my fingers brushed. I placed the pin between my teeth and squinted hard at the right shackle, searching for the lock. I inserted the pin into the lock, locating the pressure points and waiting for the clicks. The shackle dropped to the floor with a clank. With my hand free, I frantically grabbed the pin from my mouth and fumbled with it to try and unlift the collar. The pin gave way and snapped from the pressure. I cursed under my breath before I groped the floor for another one, forcing it into the lock and picking the other piece out before finding the vachamical test. There were 2 small clicks. I just had to get that one last one. Come on, you little, I hissed, unable to get it. But then the door flew open with a bang and I quickly pulled the pin back out and slipped it under me, keeping my free hand close to my body, the chain close, too, in hopes Doyle won't notice. Hello again, sweetheart, Doyle grinned, strolling towards me. I kept my face cold, avoiding any emotion, even when I noticed the knife gripped in his hand. I eyed him quietly, my hands behind my back and my knees against my chest, looking more like an animal ready to strike than a kidnapped and defenseless girl. I wouldn't be playing the damsel in distress this time. Doyle kneeled in front of me, gruffly grabbing me by the collar. However, I kept my expression cold. I want to hear you scream, he snarled through gritted teeth, a smile slowly growing. With his free hand, he grabbed my foot and yanked it out straight, then my other foot, sitting on my legs to keep them outstretched. I clenched my teeth, feeling a sensation in my eyes, a flicker. I just knew they were glowing silver with passionate anger and hate. Will you scream for me? "Sweetheart, go to hell," I sneered, exhibiting my feral fangs. Doyle just let out a chuckle before he swiped the knife down the front of my shirt, exposing my lingerie even more than it already was. "You're going to scream," Doyle threatened, "and I'm going to make that happen." I smiled at him like an innocent child. "Not before you." My claws flicked out, and with my freed hand, I swiped it across his face, a grunt emanating from Doyle's chest. "How do you get out, Yush?" He didn't get to finish his cursing before I got my legs out from under him and wrapped them around his shoulders, twisting my hips with a half jump and getting the devil under me, the chain attached to my neck, however, uncomfortably hanging over my shoulder from behind. I grinned to myself when I noticed the 5 very deep scratches that raked across his face from his right jaw, through his eye, and ending above his nose. "Now, where are those keys?" I taunted Doyle with a proud grin as I snaked my fingers into his suit jacket pocket, my fingers brushing against rough edges. "There they are." Doyle's eyes were rock hard and glaring daggers up at me as I unchained myself, pleased when the silver hit the floor. An idea formed in my mind, and I clasped the chains around Doyle's own wrists and neck, hoping that nasty little mark I made will be a nice reminder for him. "It was a pleasure, Doyle," I smirked as I stood, turning to the door. "It's not over. I know where it is now, and I will have it." I froze to glance back at the babbling rogue, raising an eyebrow at him. I shook off the slyness in his voice and left him in the tiny, dark, damp, hellish cell to let him have a taste of his own medicine. What I had to do then was return to the pack house and slaughter Damon. Chapter 37. 6 feet of Hellcasey SP. OV. The cement floor was frigid beneath my bare feet. I was in a house, in the effing basement. That's all I knew. And by the looks of it, it was a very large house with a very expansive basement. Getting fed up from running around like a lost puppy for a few minutes, I was maybe the happiest person on earth when I saw wooden stairs leading up to a doorway. Sprinting to my escape, the wooden stairs creaking under my weight. But then the doorknob turned before I could grab it. I gasped, looking around for a place to hide. There was no possible way I could fight a rogue in the condition I was in and have a whole bunch more on my tail. Flicking out my claws, I held my breath as I climbed under the stairs, digging into the wood and remaining as still as I could. The door swung open and Nat, I think his name was, lazily walked down the stairs, whistling along as he did. I bit my lip, hoping he couldn't smell me and my emanating heat. Thankfully, he didn't seem to notice me or my scent and kept walking, unfortunately towards the room our mutual friend was chained up in. Quick to act, I kicked my feet over and my body followed, now on my hands and knees on the stairs. I didn't hesitate, however, before carefully slipping out the door, finding myself in an expensive-looking kitchen. For perverted sleaze, the guy made a lot of money in order to afford the house. But that moment was the time to gawk at the marble-styled kitchen. Hunched down low, I sprinted across the kitchen, the air reeking of male wolf. I gagged, trying to cover myself with the torn dress shirt as much as I could while sneaking out of the kitchen and into a main hall. The grand, dark oak front door screaming my name at the end. I heard more voices echoing down the hall from behind me and took that as my hint to get the hell out of there. I reached the brass door handle, a surge of excitement running through me, but then a bullet flew by my ear, lodging into the door barely an inch beside my head. I whipped around to see Doyle and Matt standing in the doorway of the kitchen. Doyle had a gun raised up, smoke still flowing in a light stream from the barrel. "It's not going to be that easy, sweetheart," Doyle hissed, half of his face painted red with blood. "It's never that easy." I couldn't find any words. I was just stunned to think of any. I looked around at the gathering rogues, questioning my escape plan. Then, A pair of ghastly grey eyes caught mine and a painfully familiar face winced at our eye contact. "Throw this on," Doyle demanded gruffly, momentarily pulling my attention away from the unmistakable face. As Matt threw me a large grey t-shirt, I glanced back at the place where the grey eyes were and was stunned to see that they were gone. Shaking off the haunting chill that evaded my body, I turned back to Doyle and, keeping my eyes locked on him, I removed the shredded dress shirt, earning myself some catcalls and wolf whistles from the other curious rogues who had walked into the room to see what was going on, and stubbornly threw on the new shirt, pleased that it covered me completely from my shoulders to my knees. "That's a good girl. Now what?" I heard Matt whisper quietly to Doyle. I raised my eyebrow, curious myself what Doyle had planned to do next. Now Doyle paused, beginning to advance towards me. "We negotiate. Damon's P.O.V. This could not get any more screwed up," I moaned, burying my face in my hands, sitting back at the council table with Ben, Diana, Amber, Dan, Owen, and Jenna. "Tell me about it," Amber sighed, tying her hair back into a ponytail. "If we don't do it, the rogues surely will," Diana snapped, dead set on saving her daughter back. "Even if it means disturbing my mother's resting body," Diana's got a point. Oh, unstated. "We should get to the necklace before they can get their paws on it. We need to act soon. The longer we sit around, knowing what it is and where it is, the longer they have Casey, and the more twisted and psychotic acts they could be doing to her." Amber chimed in, bringing her fist down on the table. I growled at her statement, detesting the very idea that my mate was suffering. But I stopped myself, thinking it was Blazy. "Your e-mate is probably dying. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And you still don't give a crap. What the hell is wrong with you?" I argued with myself, disgusted and conflicted. Casey Blazy was my mate, and though it defied my human side, maybe I should just give in. I couldn't keep fighting her forever. "Fine," I growled, standing from my chair. "Ben, grab a shovel. Owen, go start the SUV. Might as well get this over with," I muttered, watching the two men quickly exit the room, Dan and the girls all standing from the table. "Wait, you're actually telling me your Ida's going to hand over the necklace?" Amber's eyes shot daggers at me. I nodded. "That's what you want me to do, don't you?" "No offense, Alpha," Amber sighed, slapping a hand over her eyes. "But you can be so stupid sometimes. Care to elaborate?" I snarled, Dan throwing Amber a confused look. "Do you really think that giving this rogue dude a powerful necklace will get him to hand over Casey?" Yes, a rogue. Rogues don't play fair. I don't see what you're getting at," Dan claimed. Amber gave him a synthetic look. "Sweetie, you need to watch Mog overt affairs," she cooed to him before looking back towards me. "They won't give Casey up. Once they have what they want, they'll kill Casey then come after us. Whoever's against them will die, and they'll take everyone else." I stared at her while my mind soaked up what she said and the likeliness of it. Our odds were not looking good. "What do you think we should do then?" Amber the genius. "I still think we should get the necklace, but then make the rogues think we want to trade. They'll have to tell us where Casey is when they see we have the moon fragment," Dan offered, looking back and forth between me and Amber. "It's worth a shot, but no matter what, I expect to have Casey standing beside me very much alive." Dan and Amber stared at me with expressionless faces, one of Amber's eyebrows raised. "Dude, seriously, because it bothering the shit out of me. What the heck with the sudden change of interest?" Amber crossed her arms, her ponytail swaying behind her. "I don't have a change in interest. in protecting my pack. Dan pondered, pursing his lips as he placed his hands on his sides. So if I was the kidnapped, you'd be doing the exact same thing? Yeah. I don't believe you, Amber claimed. Well, I don't give a damn, I returned. Admit it, Damon. Amber drawled, slowly prowling toward me. You love her. You mated her and now you'd go to anything just to have her back. I don't have to explain anything to you, I snapped, towering over the petite female beta. However, I noticed out of the corner of my eye that Dan's muscles were tense and he was prepared to strike any second in defense of his mate. You don't need to. You're an open book, Damon. It's scribbled in Sharpie across your face. I'm Alpha Dame Unfallen and I'm in love with Casey Blaze. The redhead smacked up at me with glowing ice blue eyes, a sense of knowledge reflected in them. Dan, take your mate and get ready before I do something I might regret later, I demanded through clenched teeth, not pulling my eyes from Amber's. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. I'd like to see you try to do something. You coward. Amber spat before Dan could even grab her. Dan, I'm going to count to 3. If she's not away by then, you'll do something you'll never forgive me for. 1. Dan grabbed Amber's arms and began to pull her away, but she struggled against his grip, trying to lunge for me. 2, I breathed, feeling my fists begin to ball up. Amber was kicking and hissing in Dan's arms, deliberately trying to start a fight. Pinching the bridge of my nose and sighing when the door closed. Amber screaming in the hallway and inaudibly trying to calm her down. Was it just me, or was it that every girl I knew was always searching for a way to set me off? Chapter 38, The Red Ace Damon's P.O.V. The full moon lingered in the ink-black sky over our heads, illuminating the graveyard around us as if shaming us for what we were doing. Ben and Doan were in a 3-foot-deep hole in front of my mother's headstone, digging loads of dirt over the sides. When they bring her up, do you want me to grab the necklace? Dan asked me, standing beside me with tired yet expressionless eyes, his arms crossed. I shook my head. No, I need to do it, I replied with a strained jaw. Dan just nodded silently, his eyes steady on the deepening hole. Amber, Diana, and Jana were a few feet behind us under a looming with Otri talking in hushed whispers. A haunting breeze brushed along my arms and sent goosebumps racing along my exposed skin. Both Ben's and Owen's expressions were grave as they got ever closer. I breathed in heavily, blowing out a tired sigh. I wished for it to be over soon. I was just so sick of conflicted feelings and fearful blood coursing through my veins. Casey, I loved her. I hated her. The rogues toying with my feelings, toying with Casey's life. Just thinking about it made me believe I smelt cherry and spice. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Owen called from the grave. I looked down to see the 2 men brushing remaining dirt off of the smooth mahogany coffin, the old wood still able to gleam under the moon. Great. Bring her up. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Watching anxiously while both the men heaved the heavy casket over the side, resting it on the mint-green grass. With a sigh, I kneeled beside it, feeling Dan and the girls crowd around behind me. With quaking fingers, I pried the top open, dust spilling out in a grey cloud. I coughed, trying to fan away the lingering dust before forcing myself to look at the decaying skin and bones that was my mother. God, Mother Nature works fast. Amber breathed, peering down at the greyish, green skin and caved eyes. I threw her a glare before I took notice to the gleaming chain that clung to the thin, shriveled neck. Holding my breath, I reached behind the fragile head and carefully pulled the necklace off, holding it up in front of me. The gold still shone as if it had been freshly polished, the onyx looking as though it was giving off its own glow. The twisted and curled engravings were deep, some even exhibiting the smooth black stone inside. The chain almost seemed to vibrate in my fist when the silver beams of the moon reached the heart. Alpha Damon, thank you dearly for doing the hefty lifting for us. Enthusiasm in my old days, that would have been just backbreaking. I looked up to see a man that seemed to be in his 50s staring at me with glacier blue eyes. Half his face appeared as though he was recently mauled by a savage bear, his left eye red except for the iris. He wore an expensive-looking black silk suit with a hellish red dress shirt and a black rope tie, coming on quite demonic. "Who the hell are you?" I snarled, clutching the necklace tighter in my hand. The elder laughed a deep venomous chuckle. "Why, Alpha Forlorn, enthusiasm, in the man holding your mate's life in his hand," before giving a nod of his head. Casey stumbled out of the shadows, wearing nothing but a grey shirt, a tall man violently gripping her arm. Diana shrieked, taking notice to the blood stains on her shirt and the fresh blood gliding down the side of her face and down her bruised and battered legs. She could barely stand on her own, the other man practically keeping her up by her bound arms. "What have you done to her?" I held, my instinct triggered and my wolf on the edge of my skin, my claws and fangs snapping out in a second. "What she got coming to her?" The rogue returned, turning his head to the right so to reveal the full extent of the left side of his face. "But enough of her. Hand over the necklace." "Don't do it, Damon," Casey gasped, glancing up at me through dampened hair that hung in front of her face. The rogue tightened his grip on her arm and she winced, clearly defying the whimpering that tried to erupt from her throat. "Be a good pup, and hand me the necklace or I'll make sure you can watch your sweet mate die," the rogue growled, extending his open palm. "Don't do it, Damon," Amber instructed. I could feel her eyes clawing at the back of my head, almost trying to reach inside and do all the thinking and acting herself. "Quit thinking about it and just do it," the rogue yelled, his hand beginning to tremble with anxious rage. I must be hesitated for a moment too long because what happened after that was a chaotic hell. "Owen, grab the fragment," the old man cried, and the chain was ripped from my hand as a blow to my head knocked me off my feet. I saw Owen's back retreating towards the rogue as a sudden shriek rang out. I looked towards Diana, her face pale and eyes wide. The rogue who had Casey in his grip had pulled a knife from his pocket, the blade glinterously under the moon. "Matt, put her out," the older man ordered, and time seemed to move in slow motion before my eyes. Matt pulled the knife back before he plunged it into Casey's back, her eyes almost bulging out of her head. Her legs gave out and the rogue let her drop to the ground. Diana released a blood-curdling scream as she darted towards her daughter, Amber crying out and Don's face darkening, his mouth slightly gaped. I watched, stunned, as Owen, Matt, and the elder ran into the darkness, the necklace still gleaming in his fist. I sucked in a breath and sprinted towards Casey's crumpled body, a pool of blood pooling around her. Knocking eyes with the frightened healer. Hesitating for a mere second, she met me beside Casey and quickly went to work. It was when Jenna flipped Casey over that I felt a lump from in my throat. Her face was covered in jagged scratches like she had been beaten with several different weapons. Her lip was split and a stream of blood ran freely from her mouth, still wet. Her arms and legs were covered in dark purple and green bruises, deep welts, leaking blood. Chest still breathing, Jenna reported as Diana, Dan, Ben, and Amber all came and gathered around the bloody mess that was once a beautiful girl. "Will she be all right?" Amber questioned, tears gliding down her cheeks. Jana looked Katie's body once more, her expression grin and her eyes sad. "You'll need to get her back to the pack house," she numbly replied. "Diana, could you help me?" "No, I should be there with her," I gnashed, getting to my feet to tower over the slim healer. "You should be going after the rogues that did this to her," Jana argued, looking to Diana to start helping her lift Casey up. "Just standing around and hovering over my shoulder won't do any good." "She's right, bro." Dan agreed. I knew Amber and Ben were right behind him. I growled, but knew she was right. With a howl, I shifted and ran into the darkness, feeding the others on my tail. The scent was still fresh and I was sure they weren't far ahead of us. Headstones on either side of us flew by in grey blurs, haunting statues reaching out to us. The graveyard extended on for miles with the rogues anywhere among it. Maniacal laughter suddenly rang out over our heads. I skidded to a stop, my ears perking as my head lowered defensively. Dan sniffed the air effortlessly, Amber and Ben peering around with wary eyes. "Have a death wish," Pup the leader's voice cackled, echoing around my ears. Other laughter joined in, seeming to come from everywhere. "Funny, that's what the young fee made hours ago." "Wants to join his mate, no doubt," a new voice responded, most likely that of Matt's, the one who had stabbed my mate. I always knew he was persistent, even a bit mental. Owen scoffed, all their voices seeming to rain down from the sky. I bared my teeth with a menacing snarl, slowly crawling forward and scanning the area for them. A fog was beginning to roll in and soon concealed my paws from view, making our search all the more complicated. Shadows shifted in the fog, moving quickly between headstones. Their laughter sounded like those of a hyena, wild and psychotic. "So, did you enjoy it?" the elder questioned. "I mean, watching the life drain out of your mate's eyes." A feral snarl forced its way through my clenched teeth, the hairs between my shoulders bristling. Suddenly, a cry sailed up into the night. I snapped my head towards Amber, who had the jaws of Owen wrapped tightly around her throat. She whimpered as she tried to fight him off, but at the angle he had her it was impossible for her to cram her head around that far. However, Dan tore a chunk of flesh from Owen's side faster than the eye could follow. Howling in pain, Owen released Amber before he snapped towards Dan, his carnivorous teeth clapping as they snapped together. "Damon," Amber cried, her eyes wide and staring right past me. I turned just as a large clawed paw came down hard against my neck, the force beating me to the ground. I looked back up at an abnormally huge, black, straight grey wolf. His eyes were wild and vicious as they smirked at me. I snarled menacingly back at the wolf as I took notice to the one red iron-scarred muzzle. "Hello there, pup," the wolf actually said through the mind link, his voice hauntingly rough and low. It was a moment later that I noticed the locket around the creature's neck, an ominous silver glow coming from inside the heart. Then, ignoring my instincts and ego and hoping for help, "A little busy at the moment," he replied, though strained. I noticed out of the corner of my eye that Wilden and Amber fought Owen. Ben was snapping his jaws violently with a mangy brown wolf who could have only been Matt. I mentally groaned, returning my eyes to that of the older. With a snarl, I kicked my hind legs into his sensitive stomach and felt my claws break flesh, dragging them down the length of his belly. He released a monstrous cry as he pulled back, allowing me to lunge for him. I plunged my canines into his neck and clenched tightly, letting the blood fill my mouth. He roared as he sent his puff line across my muzzle, tearing me away from my grip and taking a piece of flesh with me. "Incompetent pup," the elder breathed. "You think your innocent clawing and biting will hurt me?" Just as he said that, fresh skin and fur rapidly began to spread over the wounds on his neck and stomach, making them appear better than new. He came for me again, this time tackling me into a marble headstone. He cackled as he dragged his claws across my neck, leaving deep welts. I bit back the whimper as I caught his flank in my mouth, feeling the crunch of bone. He so much as whimpered when he captured my shoulder in his jaws. Damon, get the necklace off of him, Amber erected, sounding like she was in pain. Genius. I should have thought of that. Oh wait, I did. Then what the FF is taking you so long? Sherlock, she snapped impatiently. I mentally rolled my eyes as I positioned my jaw higher up on his leg, biting down again and hearing the snapping of more bone. It's more effing complicated than you think, I argued, feeling his teeth rip through muscle, warm blood cascading down my arm. I heard an echoing snap emanate from behind my opponent but couldn't see what had happened. Two wolves pounced onto the rogue's back, the tan wolf's teeth hooking onto his shoulder and the misty grey wolf's jaws wrapping around his neck. The rogue cried out, faltering backwards with the two wolves clinging onto him. Get the mother effing necklace, Amber and Dan commanded in unison. Ignoring the burning pain in my shoulder, I lashed out for his neck and watched as the heart fell to the ground in front of me. The rogue howled as he thrashed violently, knocking Amber and Dan off of him. His eyes bore hate fully into mine before he sprinted at full speed towards the looming trees in the distance, a limping and bleeding mutt far behind. Leave them, Ben stated, giving me a hard look just as I was about to chase after them. KCS and the pack's well-being at the moment is more important. Knowing he was right, I was about to argue. The elder and his henchmen would be back. It's a wolf's habit to always come back and collect what has been stolen of your pride and dignity. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I got to my feet, staring at the motionless naked human body barely visible in the fog. It was Owen, his neck twisted at an impossible angle, his eyes wide open yet staring at nothing. His body was torn and shredded, decorated with bite and claw marks. No time to gawk. Amber said almost darkly, her golden eyes glaring at me. Grab the locket and get your effing ass back to the effing pack house, she demanded. I noticed that she was putting all her weight to her right paw, her left paw covered in blood and a bit of bone peeking through the flesh. I didn't get the chance to observe what Ben Ord Ann looked like before Amber growled at me, her eyes warning that she shouldn't be tested. I grabbed the locket between my teeth and dashed towards the pack house, using my pain to fuel my speed. Don't miss the next chapter of this gripping tale. Make sure you're subscribed and hit the notification bell. Can Damon and his pack uncover the secret of the mysterious necklace and save KC from the rogues' clutches before it's too late? The stakes have never been higher. Join the hunt for the truth and subscribe now for the next thrilling chapter in the saga of Damon and KC. Chapter 39, Bloody Dice Damon's P.O.V. The living room floor was spotted with a thin trail of blood that led towards the infirmary. The pack was crowded outside of the medical room door, listening with concerned looks as blood-curdling screams emanated from behind the locked door. Still wolf. I pushed past them, sending out a few warning growls to order them out of my way. Seeing injuries of my own, they obediently backed away and cleared the door for me. Still clutching the locket in my mouth, I noticed that even in a few seconds the gaping wound in my neck had already declined to tender scar tissue. With a grunt, I rammed the force of my body against the door, breaking it off one of its hinges. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Diana and Jana were on either side of Casey's cot, Diana trying to keep KC's hands pinned against the mattress. What the hell is going on? Spitting the locket into my hand as I shifted, ignoring the fact I was stark naked. The blade, Jana informed, sweat beading off her brow while she struggled against Casey's thrashing. It was silver and tipped with wolfsbane. She's suffering from delusions and a rising fever. Her defensive instincts are kicking in against whatever she's seeing. What can you do? I demanded, storming up beside her and looking down at Casey's sweat-drenched body, her skin as white as the sheets. Her claws were fully extended and her canines were elongated. However, her eyes were flickering colors of all shades from her human grey eyes, to lust black, to wolf silver, desirable gold, and to blood, lust red. The best I can do is treat the wound with herbs, but I don't know how much that can help her. It's not looking too good. Damon, do whatever you can to save her. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Watching with a torn heart as Casey writhed in pain. Will you please put on some clothes first? Diana requested through clenched teeth, her hands firm around Casey's wrists. There should be some pants in the cabinet behind me. Just hurry. I could really use some help, Jana said, her voice becoming strained at the end as Casey cried out. I found the jeans on the shelf and pulled them on and slipped the heart into my pocket, returning to Jana aside while giving Diana a look. I need to flip her over. Damon, take her arms. Maybe if she recognizes you, she'll calm down a bit. Diana, grab her legs. Casey is known for having quite a kick. We did what she asked, Casey violently trying to strike out at us. Her entire back was drenched in blood, the gaping hole just beneath her shoulder still spilling crimson. Get off of me. Casey howled, her eyes glowing red as she lashed out at Jana, catching the healer's hand in her mouth. Jana bit back a yelp before she pried her hand from between Casey's lethal canines. I'm really sorry, Casey whimpered innocently, looking up at Jana with grey eyes. Jana was momentarily stunned, but then Casey screamed again and flailed against my grip. I yelled, demanding for something to be done. In trying, she argued. Just keep her restrained. Jana ripped Casey's shirt open so that it exposed her entire backside. She then had to unclasp Casey's bra, which was right beneath the wound. Why hasn't any of the bruising or cuts healed? Diana asked warily, looking wide-eyed at the abrasions all over her daughter's body. Silver knuckles and blades, no doubt, Jana replied inferently, Diana's eyes darkening. Casey looked up at me with black eyes, a smirk coming to her face, and for a moment I thought she was back to her old self. What happened to your shirt? To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Biting her lips seductively as she eyed me with her head laid against the table. But then she winced and her eyes flickered to crimson, her face twisted with rage. Let go of me or I swear I will skin you alive. Keep your grips. This might hurt a bit, Jana said as she grabbed a bottle of blue liquid from the shelf and poured a few drops onto the wound. Casey screamed bloody murder as she started convulsing, kicking Diana in the stomach. You were right about her having a kick, she groaned, grabbing for her daughter's ankles again. Nightshade extract should run the wolfsbane out of her system eventually. But it depends how much of the poison was on the blade. It could be a few days, if she's lucky enough to live through it. Jana sighed. If she's lucky enough to live through it, I repeated with rising anger. She will make it, and you're going to make that happen. I yelled, feeling Casey only gently tugging against my hold. I've done what I could. It's up to chance now. Please, Jana. Diana pleaded. She's all I have left. The only thing that could help her now is the time to heal, but not everything will. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll keep her in restraints. The delusions can only get worse as the poison circulates. Jana's expression was uncertain as she stared down at Casey, the poor girl finally tiring herself out. What about the moon fragment? Can't that do anything? Diana looked from Jana to me and back. The best it can do is heal the wounds, but it can't stop the poison, Jana said as she pulled out an needle and some sort of string from her doctor's coat. Gingerly, she began to sew up the stab wound. I pulled the chainless heart out of my pocket and pressed it into the palm of Casey's hand, wrapping her fingers around it. Immediately, the bruises began to dissolve, the cuts slowly but visibly closing up. Can't I get her something to wear? I think wearing that can only bring more harm, Diana said, looking in disgust at the grey men's shirt she was wearing, torn and bloodied. Jana nodded as she finished her stitching, gently dabbing the blood away from the wound. Casey rested calmly, her eyes closed and her breathing slow, but mysterious murmurs escaped her lips. Numbly, I brushed strands of hair out of her face, electric tendrils coursing through my fingers. Diana abruptly grabbed my arm, looking me dead in the eye. Be the mate she deserves. Damon. Tears filled her eyes and she quickly looked away, hurrying out of the room. I turned back to Casey. You're going to be all right. Everything will be all right, I soothed, stroking her cheeks softly. Jana placed a pad to the wound before she ushered me to help return Casey onto her back. She winced at the movement, her fingers twitching like she would lash out again. She's a fighter, Jana said, placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder. She'll make it through. For every owner's sake she better. Clasping Casey's hand, feeling for the first time a hollowed heart. Chapter 40 Crimson Poker Table Damon's P.O.V. Diana had dressed Casey in new undergarments, a military insignia t-shirt, and black shorts, making her comfortable. I sat beside the cot, stroking the back of Casey's hand, her fingers still wrapped around the charm. She growled and murmured in her sleep, stirring now and again against her restraints at something she was witnessing. I found myself stroking her hair soothingly, hoping to make her realize that I was there to protect her against her nightmares. But an irresistible scent wafted from Casey's body, screaming out to me. I found the self-control I needed to hold back my wolf, planning to do what I can to make up for Casey's past. She was mine and I was more dedicated than ever to make sure she would be safe with me. At some point within the night, I had fallen asleep with my head resting beside Casey's. I was woken up when I heard the broken door creak open behind me. Amber and Dan had wandered in their pajamas, Amber's eyes red and puffy. Diana told us she was poisoned, Diane said, Amber releasing a quivering breath. Yeah, wolfsbane, I replied, rubbing my sleep-filled eyes. Is it hurting her? Amber asked, walking up beside me to look down at Casey, taking in her paled skin and mumbled threats. It's hard to tell. She's definitely seeing something she doesn't like, referring to Casey's unconscious snarling. Sweat glistened on her forehead, and she gently pulled at the padded restraints around her wrists and ankles that kept her against the cot. She'll be okay, right? Dan looked at me with a stern look, clearly hiding his concern and maintaining his manly pride. I don't know, I responded after a pause, glancing between Amber and Dan. The poison's going to take its toll on her, but it'll hopefully fade in a few days. Jana had poured nightshade extract on the wound to make it circulate. Promised to keep us up to date. Amber looked me dead in the eye, something she never would have done just a couple days ago, and turned back towards the door, leaving Dan to linger for a minute before obediently following her. I ran a hand through my messy hair hurriedly, studying Casey's wincing face. If only she knew that I wanted to be there for her, to protect her with my life against whatever it was that was terrifying her. All she knew of me then, however, was a jerk, but her life hanging in the balance brought to light how much I truly wanted her. KCSP. OV snakes bound my wrists against a cold and hard stone slab. Blood oozed from the rock and stuck to my back, warm and slippery. I was freezing, unprotected in a frozen wasteland of darkness. Hysterical laughter came from the shadows, some inviting me to play again. I don't want to play, I had said, my arms and legs numb. Come, it will be fun, they hissed back, sharp-toothed grins forming in the air like the Cheshire Cats from Alice in Wonderland. Icy breath brushed past my bare legs, racing goosebumps up my body. In cold, I whimpered, pleading for them to help me instead. The laughter grew, sounding like a pack of rabid hyenas. Suddenly, a towering creature faded into view just above my head, its clawed hands stabbing through my wrists and meeting the stone. It grinned down at me with a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth, its small green eyes staring at me hungrily. I screamed in pain, blood flowing down my arms in rivulets. Get off of me. I howled, unable to extend my claws or canines, feeling helpless and confused. A bleeding monstrous hand reached out for me, and I bit down on it, feeling the boiling blood fill my mouth. The sound of a little girl screaming filled my ears and I screamed back in horror. But then the face of the pack's healer popped up before me, her hands bleeding from teeth marks that I just knew were my own. I'm really sorry. I cried guiltily, but then something that felt like needles began coursing through my veins, and Jen A.'s face began melting, making space for a monstrous creature. My own terrified scream popped my eardrums and sent a wave of ice water rushing across my body. Come play with us. They hissed and cackled, the monster with his claws through my wrists laughing psychotic ally. But then his grey, matted fur faded away and revealed the face of a god. He was shirtless and had the body of a man made of gold. I felt my heat flood back to me, a hunger I never felt before washing over me. What happened to your shirt? I bit my lip to keep myself from gawking over him, allowing my eyes to gaze upon his chiseled features. Let's play again. The god combusted into flames and ceased to reveal the same beast that had his claws dug through my wrist. I pressed myself against the stone slab, trying to shrink away from it. You'll love this game. Let go of me or I swear I will skin you alive. Red beginning to seep into my vision. Rage boiled behind my eyes, not just at the beast, but at myself, too, for allowing myself to be put into this bloody hell. It's a fun game, the creature spat, bearing his carnivorous grin in my face, his breath smelling like rotting flesh. I don't want to play, I murmured, almost afraid to speak any louder. But then another monster appeared at my feet, driving its claws into my ankles, its laugh sounding like a bunch of children's. I wanted to scream again, but my throat was raw and sore, my lungs feeling deflated. She doesn't want to play with us. An aid. The monster at my head complained to the monster at my feet, yet his toothy grin refused to leave his face. Oh dear, no Mud, that will just not do, the other responded, its voice sounding just like its laugh. What do you think we should do? Anna J., the childish monster asked, blinking wildly. I say we let her play with my new toy, the monster Anna J. snarled, pulling out a large jar of blue liquid from the shadows. The three of them hissed and laughed as Anna J. dropped the jar, the glass shattering over me and the liquid burning through my skin. I yelped and watched the monsters swirl around me, their faces taunting mine, baring their fangs and flashing their claws. I felt my whole world turn upside down and into oblivion. Chapter 41 Wide Awake Damon's P. O.V. I was woken early in the morning by a horrendous scream, ringing my ears. Casey was awake again, shaking with fright and howling in pain. Her eyes were wide open, her irises flickering again like they had the day before. Casey, I said as calmly as any guy could when he's woken up at 4 in the morning from screaming right in his ear. I gripped her forearms reassuringly, straddling her so that I could look her in the eyes. Get her to see me. Get away, she seethed through clenched teeth, her eyes burning red and her arms trying to break away from both the restraints in my grip. She arched her back and furiously bit back a scream, her hands balling up into fists. Casey, look at me. I gently grabbed in and tilted her head so that she looked at me, her muscles tensing at my touch. Her eyes flickered again, this time pausing on black, her lips curling into a sly smile. Well, I ain't this cozy, she snickered, looking me up and down. She was dripping with the scent of spice, and I found myself once again fighting my instincts, knowing it was the poison that was making her act like this and not her own free will. Come on, sweetheart, snap out of it, I begged, searching her eyes for some sign of the Casey I had come to love. However, they suddenly darkened and red flashed by quickly before they stopped at grey. What did you just call me? She snarled. Her body stilled, and I knew instantly I had said something I shouldn't have. Hello, warning growl echoed from her chest as her breathing slowed. Nothing, I blurted, my voice coming out as quiet as a whisper. Casey's eyes narrowed as they bore into mine, her lips pressed together to form a straight line. Don't you ever call me sweetheart, she warned before she winced, a groan trying to force itself through her sealed lips. Or I swear I will gut you like a deer. Her eyes flashed again, but it appeared that Casey was trying to grip her real self, grey pulsing around her pupils while her russes flickered. I'm sorry, I murmured, realizing a moment later what I had called her. She stared up at me with widened eyes, her mouth slightly gaping. What? She asked, more confused than angry. Her voice had dropped to a whisper as well, her irises more grey now than before. I couldn't for many words as she stared up at me, unable to think of an excuse for this slip-up. But then my mind went blank when her lips were pressed to mine, setting off fireworks in every place imaginable. I leaned in, following the motion of her lips before she pulled away, a shimmer in her pupils. She started before she was cut off by another scream, her body trying to lurch forward, but was pulled back by the restraints. She convulsed and I was suddenly covered in blood, a steady stream flowing down Casey's chin. I yelled before my mind could catch up, watching Casey's eyes roll back into her head, more blood spitting out of her now than a gushing stream. I jumped back off her as the healer ran in, her hair all over the place and her robe tightly tied around her. What? Did she flatline? Jana asked tiredly, looking up at me and not down at Casey. Can you not see she's puking up her own blood? I growled, ushering down at the blood that had formed around Casey's head and chest. Jana sighed, furiously rubbing the sleep out of her eyes. I didn't expect it this soon, but at least we know that Casey's wolf knows what's in her system, Jana said, taking a rag and beginning to gently mop up the blood on the cot. I huffed out a frustrated sigh, pinching the bridge of my nose. What the hell are you talking about? I glared at her as she carefully dabbed the blood on Casey's neck, my mate still convulsing. I would have thought your parents had taught it to you, forcing my fist to tighten. When any species of canine, including werewolves, ingest or take in something that doesn't agree with their body, such as poisons, they regurgitate it. Casey's wolf is saving her life. This is the infected blood she's coughing up. Jana ranted, though the scene in front of me did not become any less worrisome. Then this is good. Well, it's about as pleasant to her as it is to us. But yeah, it's a good sign. Jana mumbled, ignoring the blood that was splattered against her white robe. Leave me alone. Casey whimpered, thrashing her head to the side, her eyes still shut tight. She fought against the restraints as she spat more blood against Jana's robe, the healer choosing to ignore it with a groan. Why won't you leave me alone? God knows what the poor girl is seeing. Jana blew, cleaning up the last of the blood that coated her face and chest. Let's move her to the other cot. No way this blood is coming out anytime soon. Hesitantly, Jana unclasped the restraints and looked at me for help. Carefully I scooped her up and followed Jana to the second cot, wincing as her claws dug into my shoulder and chest before I laid her on the mattress and regrettably restrained her once again. Will she forget it all when Chess better? I kept my eyes on Casey as I spoke. The after effects can look either way. She may forget everything since the incident or shall remember it, as though it kept replaying itself in her head. So she may forget everything that's happened during this time. Are you usually this slow, or is it just the fact that it's about 4:40 on a Saturday morning? She questioned with a hint of frustration. Remind me to never get you up before 8 o'clock ever again. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Returning the tired and bleak look she was giving me. Smart idea. She returned as she turned and walked out. She should be fine for the rest of the morning. If not, find Ben or someone. She called back. Chapter 40 to Black Queen Casey SP. Ovi, do you want to play now? The sharp, toothed grins called. The monsters had long disappeared, leaving me in the darkness, crumpled and hugging my knees on the cold stone. I was shivering, coated in my own blood after I had coughed it all, almost positive I had lost a lung with it. No, I moaned. I'm tired, I'm cold, and I just want to sleep. I thought of the only thing that could bring health, smile to my face the way Damon had rolled my name off his tongue. Not KC, my wolf's name, but my real name. I'm sure this game will warm you right to the bone, they growled, dragging the word bone. I bit my lip in hopes to hold back the pained scream that wanted to escape as a new wave of agony coursed deep through my body. They laughed hysterically. The towering grey beast that went by nomad slinking out of the shadows with a grin that was literally spread from ear to ear. He meandered towards me until he reached the slab, towering over me and leaning down so his fur brushed my cheek. I know you want to play, he whispered seductively in my ear. He softly dragged a clawed finger down the side of my face as his yellow eyes met mine. I stared back blankly, too tired to find a response. Another scream tried to bubble up, but I bit harder down on my lip, making it bleed. I squeezed my eyes shut, begging for the pain to end, for the nightmare to fade away. Relax, KC, the beast cooed, gripping my jaw and tugging it down so that it unhooked from my impaling fangs. I winced at the sting of pain as tears pricked at my eyes. Why not just finish me off? Why make me suffer? I whimpered, unable to make my voice any louder than a hoarse whisper. Nomad chuckled, echoing on into the darkness around me. Because, if we can't break you, we can't kill you, Nomad hissed with a teasing smile. I stared past him into the shadows while his words sunk in, my worn brain trying to dumb it down. If I play, this will all end. I looked up at the monster, my fingers trembling as I brought them closer to my body, trying to shrink away and disappear from sight. Just one game, he confirmed, his pupils flickering mysteriously, almost hungrily. I thought about it. What did I have to go back to? I mate with conflicted feelings. A dead father. A homicidal rogue. Revenge for gun bullies. I blew out a shaky sigh, stirring uncomfortably. However, Nomad's fist came crashing down on the rock bed just in front of my face, his smile still plastered to his lips, but his eyes were reflecting rage. As I stared hard into those wild eyes, I felt my fist clench and my jaw tighten, a growl attempting to rumble from my chest. He was just like those bullies, those jerks. No, I said sternly, sitting up to look down on Nomad. His eyes bulged as his Cheshire grin faltered. He slowly straightened himself so that he towered over me, but as I climbed to my feet, I felt like the one winning the control. His yellow eyes turned red as he howled a monstrous roar, his disgusting breath making my eyes water. Before I could act, Nomad drove his claws through my chest, piercing my heart and lungs and pinning me back against the table. "You no longer have a choice," he snarled, driving his other clawed hand through my stomach. I cried out as he twisted his claws, widening the wounds and forcing out a tsunami of blood. I tried to gasp, but I was drowning in my own blood, a steady stream flowing down the corner of my mouth. I gazed up at my murderer, only to see that his fur and muzzle had melted away to reveal Doyle, his reddened eyes smirking at me. "It was a pleasure doing business with you, Casey Damon's P.O.V. Damon, we need to talk." I glanced back to meet Downs. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." And Diana's gazes, Diana sopping with anger. "Now is not the time," I replied, returning my attention to Casey, my fear rising when she had begun tugging at the restraints while she shivered beneath the blanket I had thrown over her. I felt Dan place his hand firmly on his shoulder, forcing me to look up at him. "Now," he stated with finality. I met his eyes and knew it was serious. I slowly got up from my chair and glanced back at Casey once more before following the three out and closing the door behind me, Casey's moans still reaching my ears. "What is so important that you needed to pull me away from my mate who could possibly be dying?" I emphasized the last part in a hushed whisper. "Why the hell is that son of a BTCH still alive?" Diana snarled, her fangs bared and her eyes furiously glowing grey-blue. I matched her glare, not sure how to answer the protective mother wolf without being attacked. It was either end his life or help save Casey's life. I chose Casey over him. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Glancing towards Amber and Dan. "And you're telling me you cowed and spared your seconds to slit the bastard's throat?" Diana spat, followed by an aggressive growl, and sorry for being more concerned about my mate. I defended. Diana's face hardened as she pressed her lips together. "Your mate," she mimicked. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I had thought you could change, actually give a damn about others. But you proved me wrong. Damon, you're selfish, spineless, cold-hearted bastard who doesn't deserve to label my daughter as your mate. She pronounced every syllable clearly through clenched teeth. "For all I care, you can rot in hell." Diana and began. "Don't even," she warned, snapping her head towards the beta. Dan immediately closed his mouth but kept his eyes hard and stern, a serious look directed at Diana. "Casey will not hear about this." Diana looked at the three of us with demanding eyes. "She has a right to know." "Diana," Amber said softly. Diana growled at her, but not nearly as viciously as she had at me. "What she doesn't know can't her. Hast my baby been through enough?" I could see tears gathering in her eyes as she looked up at me. "I know my little girl, and I know she won't give up until Shess gotten what Shess wanted. And I bet you that all she'll want is to have that devil dead, even if she has to go out there and kill him herself." I knew Diana was right. Casey was a persistent, primal she-wolf, and I was certain that she would go after him. I couldn't lose Casey all over again. I just couldn't. "Fine," I agreed. Diana stared up at me with a cold yet appreciative look before she sulked off, leaving Dan and Amber staring after her with almost ashamed expressions. "If Casey finds out that we've lied to her, it won't end well for us," Amber murmured, looking down at her feet. I nodded, not wanting to imagine what our mutual feral friend would do. That was when I noticed it was too quiet. No murmurs, no moans, no yells. My heart dropping to the icy pit of my stomach, I hurried back into the infirmary to find Casey laying still, her eyes wide open but staring out at nothing. Blood was trickling down her chin, but this was like before when she was practically coughing up her internal organs. Amber ran in with a horrified expression plastered onto her face, Dan right behind her and running around to the other side of the cot. He pressed his fingers to her neck. I can't find a pulse. I yelled, unstrapping Casey from the cot while Dan pumped her chest, trying to get her to breathe. What now? Jana groaned as she ran in, her eyes darting from distraught Amber to Dart trying to revive Casey, I too shocked to think of anything to do. Shit, 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 she cursed as she ran to Casey, pressing her ear to Casey's lips. The poisons reached her heart. How long ago did she stop breathing? The healer asked frantically. I am not sure. I just walked out for a minute and when we came back I trailed, unable to finish the sentence. I peered over Jana's shoulder, watching numbly as Jana rolled up the bottom of Casey's shirt to reveal her stomach where every blue was revealed through her paled skin. What the hell? Dan gasped, staring wide-eyed at the terrifying image in front of him. This isn't good, Jana said, pressing down her stomach, just below her rib cage. More blood flowed from Casey's mouth, pooling around her. She's drowning in her own blood. She informed, well, what the hell can you do? I snapped, my instincts triggered and ready to burst. Dan, pass me the scalpel, she ordered, pointing to an instrument on the counter behind him. With a quivering hand, he did what she asked and I felt the blood rush from my head as Jana made deep incisions in both Casey's abdomens. She ran to the cupboard and tossed half of it out onto the floor until she found what she was looking for, two short straw-like objects. As she ran back, the world seemed to roll forward in slow motion. Looming over Casey, Jana plunged the straws into the incisions. Casey lurched forward as she sucked in a forced breath before her eyes rolled into the back of her head and she fell back unconscious. Chapter 43 Impossibly Possible KCSP. OV. My vision wavered, my eyelids heavy, and my breathing forced and excruciatingly tormenting. I thought being stabbed once was painful enough. Turns out, when you're stabbed in the effing lungs it's a whole other hell. That's going to keep her alive until the blood floods out of her lungs, Jana informed, her voice distant. Immediately, I felt someone tightly clasping my hand as though it were a lifeline. My pulsing vision and the weakness of my limbs prevented me from looking at who it was, but the numb sparks that shot up my arm reassured me that it was indeed Damon. Then what? I barely heard Dan ask, two silhouettes appearing at my side opposite as Damon. She should be fully conscious, weak and hungry, but awake, I heard the doctor say, a light suddenly being shown in my eyes. Was I began but my voice cowled and go on. Sure, just relax. Sweetie, Casey, Damon cooed, quickly rethinking his words. Even at just the start of the nightmarish my body stiffened with fright. He must be noticed because he began stroking my hair soothingly, a clear attempt at calming my nerves. What's your name? Jana cut in. Casey, C. Blazy. How old are you? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Where do you live currently? Jana continued while she examined me carefully from head to toe. Ottawa, Canada. I offered as I watched Damon's face become worrisome before I was unable to help myself to a grin. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ashington, Connecticut, I answered truthfully. I heard Amber stifle a laugh that was mixed with a sob. Dan's chuckle, though quiet, cowled and hide any of his humorous personality. Even when you have the straws dug into your lungs, you can't miss the chance to be a wise ass, Dan muttered with a bruised grin. Gotta brighten myself up some way. Sure as hell you're to teary to Crackerjay. Joke. I choked, every word spiking pain in my chest and making me flinch. The room went quiet. What do you expect, T? I have to FRE freaking tibs deep in my effing lungs, I said hoarsely, trying to reassure them that I was all right, minus the fact of the type pain I was suffering from both lungs filled with my own blood, and the only thing allowing me to breathe were 2 metal straws sticking out of my chest. Why don't we save the funny business for later, and right now you just rest? There'll be plenty of time later to laugh around. Damon smiled softly, stroking the back of my hand with his thumb. I tried to nod, but all that happened was a screaming pain in my chest, so I just gave him a look that said I understood. His smile slightly widened as I let my eyes flutter shut and let sleep take over, hoping to stay unconscious through the terrorizing discomfort. Wait, why the hell was he smiling at me like that? Damon's P. Ovi. At least we know the Casey we know and absolutely adore isn't dead, Dan said with a half-hearted smile. However, I barely heard him as I watched Casey quickly fall asleep, unable to tear my eyes away from her face. It was funny really, it took the threatening of Casey's life to get me to really notice her, to let my instincts take over, and allow myself to love her. Now I couldn't leave her side without thinking about her. Damon. Amber snapped me out of my thoughts and brought my attention to the heart she clutched in her hand. You must drop the charm, she said as I grabbed it, feeling that I had been pulled into my own world as I stared at it, mesmerized by its designs and lust. I could feel the power emanating off of it in my palm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, the beta female said, holding out a silver chain. I have plenty of chains and necklaces. I can sacrifice one for the greater good. She smiled, glancing down at Casey before looking back up at me. I caught her motion and after sliding the locket onto the chain, I tied it around Casey's neck, admiring how it looked over her pale skin. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The stone went into action, the bite marks on her bottom lip closed up and you could visually see the flesh around the straws trying to heal, the blood disappearing and the wounds trying to close. Is it safe to remove them now? I asked the healer, whom had remained silent and steadily watched Casey from a safe distance. She approached us and before she answered she gently pressed down on Casey's stomach like she had before. No blood. Seems like the fragment is capable of freaking miracles, Jana said, prying out the straws and watching in awe as the circular wounds closed almost immediately, any trace of them being there disappearing. Or miraculous healing, Dan murmured with a chuckle, receiving an elbow in the gut from Amber. Now all she can do is rest and hope what's left of the poison circulates out. However, it seems her wolf did a pretty good job at getting rid of most of it, Jana stated as she glanced over at the crimson stains on the other cotton floor. And what do we tell my baby girl when she opens those gorgeous eyes for good? Diana hissed from behind me, almost coming out of nowhere, that the rogues are dead. Chapter 40 for Stitch My Heart Casey SP. Ovi. The next time I opened my eyes, it was sometime in the evening, the sky through the window a pinkish hue. Good evening, sleeping beauty, Dan mused, looking down at me with a cheeky grin. I couldn't help but laugh, surprised by the pain it brought to my chest. I knew right then that it would be a while until they would stop hurting. Dan, I greeted blandly before glancing around the room and almost feeling disheartened to see how empty it was. Where's Amber? Not here," Dan replied. I raised an eyebrow at him. "No shit, Sherlock." Dan forced out a fake gasp as he put on a look of false offense. "Hey, no using Sherlock Holmes' name in vain," he exclaimed, forcing a chuckle out of me. Slowly, I tried to sit up right then, but Dan gently pressed down on my shoulders. No, he said. "Jana said you should just rest for a little while longer before you're up and about," he told me, talking professionally and trying to sound like a doctor. That would be a dark day if Dan ever decided he wanted to become a Dr. Ugg. I've been strapped to this bed for several days and now I can't even go for a run. Maybe it would have been better if Nomad had finished me off, I joked, but looked up at Dan who stared at me with utter confusion. "Never mind. Doctor's orders, not mine," he dismissed, raising his hands in defense. "And if you plan on keeping those useful little lungs of yours, you'll follow them," Jana said as she walked into the room, giving me a pointed look. I moaned dramatically, getting her to raise her eyebrows at me. Who needs lungs anyway?" I shrugged sarcastically. Jana rolled her eyes as she exited the room, Dan snickering beside me. "I think you've been spending way too much time with me," Dan laughed. "You think?" I'm actually a little worried. Afraid to chuckle. Slowly, Dan's smile faded and he looked at me with something I don't think I'd ever seen him look serious. Very serious. Damon was terrified, my hands clenching the sheets. "Archias really changed for the better," he continued, not breaking his seriousness. "I know," I hummed, unable to hide the goofy grin that grasped my lips. "Good, because you two need to get together soon," Gant said, clasping his hands over his mouth, then nose to create a mask. "Because your effing heat is suffocating me. Do you know how painful it is to be turned on by one of your best friend's heat? Not to mention I am very happily mated." I couldn't help but laugh, which then faded into a painful cough. "Are you trying to kill her?" Amber giggled from the doorway as she walked in, a wide grin in her face. All I could do was smile from my cot as she walked up and stood beside Dan's chair, a hand on his shoulder. "How are you, sunshine?" "I'm just fantastic." I rolled my eyes humorously. "Everybody know him up yet?" "No," Amber drawled, beginning to rock awkwardly on the balls of her feet. I stared at her, confused as to why not, and why would that be? Dan and Amber exchanged a covert glance, because they answered simultaneously. I stared at them blankly, since when did because become an answer? I went to cross my arms but then thought better of it and just stuck with using serious facial expressions to break them. Their bodies stiffened and I knew instantly they were talking to each other through the mind link of someone else was talking to them. "Well, that's our cue," Amber sang, hastily grabbing Dan's hand and hurrying out of the room, both of them flashing me wry grins as they ran out. I stared at the doorway, extremely lost and confused. Sighing, I stared up at the ceiling and just took careful breaths, trying to fill my lungs without them screaming in pain. I closed my eyes, concentrating on my breathing and feeling grateful when the pain was getting more tolerable. I opened an eye and glanced towards the door, feeling my heart flutter when I saw Damon standing there as a dark pair of jeans and a black shirt that outlined all his muscles. My heat sparked and I felt my breath catch in my throat. He stalked towards my cot, a soft smile playing his lips. My body was instantly paralyzed as he bent down and scooped me up in his strong arms bridal style. "WH, what are you doing?" Stringing my arms around his neck. He just smiled, but kept his gaze ahead of him as he climbed up the stairs. My heart was hammering furiously against the inside of my chest as Damon continued to climb, his eyes glinting mischievously as they flickered black. He continued past the floor of our bedrooms and climbed even farther up another couple steps, arriving at a short hallway with a large wooden door at the end. Supporting me with one arm, he pushed open the doors to reveal the alpha suit. Rose petals were spread across the floor, trailing up to the large, silken bed that was drizzled in the red petals. "Damon," I gasped, gazing around the candle-lit room. He laid me in the center of the bed while he straddled me, his eyes gazing into mine. "Will you give us a chance?" He looked at me with pleading, delicate eyes. "Casey Blair's, will you be my Luna?" I couldn't find any words. I just stared at him, my heart racing in my chest and my body numb with shock. "Well, you know, I don't mate with jerks," I hissed when I finally found my voice, throwing my arms around his neck. "I'm a changed man, Casey," he claimed, gazing into my eyes with sincerity. I knew then that he really had changed, that my mate had finally accepted, finally become the mate I wanted, the mate I needed. With my arms around his neck, I drew him in, pressing my lips against his. "Please, Damon Fallon, claim me," I whispered in between kisses. He didn't waste a second after my plea and pulled my shirt over my head, leaving me in my lacy bra. At a slow and gentle pace, he trailed kisses down my neck, his fingers brushing the mark he had imprinted at the crook of my shoulder. I ran my hands through his hair, hugging him closer to me. "Casey?" Damon breathed against my neck, his hot breaths ending a shiver down my spine. "Yes, Damon?" I asked breathlessly, tilting my head back to give him better access. "I love you," he whispered against my ear, nipping my earlobe. I purred content lie, feeling my instincts surface and my canines and claws emerge. "And I think I love you, too," I said, tearing his shirt off his body and running my hands along his hard chest. He growled affectionately, placing kisses over his mark as he ever so slowly removed my shorts. "You know," he paused to tenderly kiss the mark, "I will never do anything to hurt you." Another kiss. "Never do anything that will make you uncomfortable." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Never force anything upon you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I will protect you with my life. Just a little pain ever hurt nobody. Undoing his belt. He looked at me with raised eyebrows and a sly grin. "You little vixen," he murmured against my skin. Ignoring the pinch of pain and pushing Damon over so that I sat over him. I pinned his arms against the bed as I sat at his waist, admiring him. "By the way, Mr. Fallon, you're not going to be the only dominate one in this relationship." I purred, dragging a nail down the length of his arm and down his chest. He chuckled slyly as he gently pushed me back against the sheets and again straddled me. "We'll see about that." Capturing my lips, I moaned against his lips as my heat struck my stomach, my body beginning to tremble. For crying out loud, I breathed, "Claim me already." "Yes, Mum." Epilogue KCSP. OV. I clutched the bouquet of snow-white roses close to my chest, my arm wound around, dense and tightening with every nerve, racking step. Every other sighs were on me as I walked down the path of rose petals, nearing the altar where Jana stood. A steady stream of sunlight snaked its way through the tree branches, giving the forest the feel of something from a fairy tale. The flowers were already beginning to blossom on the trees and bushes, adding color and life to the woodland scenery. Del and Amber had really gone out of their way to find the perfect spot. "You hold on to my arm any tighter, and I swear you're going to tear it right off," Dan whispered humorously to me, a smirk playing his lips. "Sorry," I replied under my breath as I hastily loosened my grip. "Don't worry about it, Mrs. Fallon." his green eyes flashing with brotherly affection. I rolled my eyes as I covertly elbowed him in the ribs. For another 5 good minutes, I'm still Casey Blair's E. I retorted, blowing a strand of hair that had come loose from the diamond-studded barrette out of my face. He chuckled before falling quiet again, his arm gently supporting my own. As I neared the archway where the trees leaned against each other, I caught sight of my mother sitting in the front row beside Ben. She dabbed at tears in her eyes as I walked past her. I knew she was thinking the same thing as I was, if only my dad was here to see this. I threw a reassuring smile back. As I glanced over the crowd, my heart stopped on a familiar face. There he was, standing towards the back with a half smile on his thin lips, his grey eyes grinning broadly at me the way they always did. Tears of confusion, joy, and even fear welled up in my eyes, warping my vision. I blinked them back and looked to find that he had vanished, like he was never there before. Thinking it was a trick of the mind, I turned my attention to Damon as Dan handed me off to him before he went to stand behind the Alpha. Not only was the Beta escorting me down the aisle in my late father's place, but he was also my mate's best man. The Lunar Pack is gathered here today to celebrate the mating of Lunar Katie Caroline Lurzi and Alpha Dame and Gabriel Fallon. Jana began in her usual calm and careless tone. I shifted awkwardly in my black Converse as I glanced up at Damon, unable to look away when our eyes met. His brown ones were bright with life and affection, completely the opposite than they were almost a year before. Jana went on, but I didn't catch another word as I disappeared into Damon's soft eyes, my knees feeling weak. The 4 months, 24 days, and 14 hours that Damon and I have been mated has been the best time of my life. It was almost as if he was making up for the 4 years of the miserable life he had given me back in middle school. Do you, Damon Fallon, take Casey Blair's E to be your one only Luna? To cherish her, to shower her in affection, and to stay by her side in sickness and in health? The healer stated nonchalantly before muttering, "Not that you haven't or anything already." "I do." Damon smiled, turning to face me while he reached for my hand, clasping it in his. I exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling stupid that for a second before I had actually thought he would say no, as if in one night he had become the Damon I knew before my kidnapping. "And do you, Casey Blair's, take Dame Anne Fallon to be your lovely and dedicated Alpha? To love and to hold, in sickness and in blah blah blah." Janet ruled. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not only Damon and I laugh, but also Amber, who was my maid of honor, and Dan. "I do," I breathed in before Jana could say. "You may now kiss the bride," or whatever. I shoved the roses into her hands and threw my arms around her neck, while I crashed my lips against his, my husband's and mate's arms instinctively wrapping around my waist and holding me closer. I barely heard the cheering of the pack in the background as I lost myself in the kiss. Dame Anne literally swept me off my feet and held me bridal style, carrying me back down the aisle wild, and Amber followed the pack, pelting us with rice. "I really do hate weddings," I laughed, holding on to Damon tightly. "Why the heck did we decide to have one again?" He chuckled as we made our way back through the forest and towards the pack house. "My mother," I rolled my eyes as he carried me into the house. After what I put her through, it was the least I could do. We continued up the many flights of stairs. Dan and Amber had gone and headed off to their own room, the Beta suit that they had inherited the day I had officially become Luna. "Oh yeah," he mused as he carried me into our room. "At least you were able to get away with the Converse," he said as he laid me down on the neatly made bed. "Please, like it ever were those 5-inch ankle breakers." I sneered as I ran the material of my dress through my fingertips. Damon jumped onto the bed beside me, laying on his side so to look at me. "Besides, I think my high tops look better with this dress than any pair of heels would." I just think it's more you. Damon purred as he ran a hand up the front of my exposed leg. And I think you look amazing in this dress. Maybe a wedding wasn't that bad an idea, he cooed as I went to straddle him. I could never make it to the altar wearing a full skirt, so my friends and I had found a dress that had a front that ended mid-thigh and a full-length back. The top had a sweetheart neckline that was patterned in a minimum amount of diamond sequins. I had made it clear that I didn't want anything too flashy. Tough why. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And I got exactly what fit me most. No, but I could have just gotten the dress without having the big ceremony. I giggled as I leaned down to place kisses along his collarbone. He growled affectionately as he placed his hands on my hip. I guess, he hummed against my skin. A smirk tugged at my lips as I reached down for my Converse, carefully dropping them beside the bed. Damon went for the zipper of my dress as I worked at his tie, both of them pooling on the floor. Oh dear, I almost forgot about after party. I sighed beside his ear. He was so deep into his wolf that he didn't hear the trickery in my voice, and before he knew it, I had shifted and was already bounding down the stairs. I had made it out the door when I heard a deep growl echo from behind me, and I glanced back long enough to see a big burly grey wolf sprinting after me. I mentally grinned as I pushed past a couple people who were making their way back from the ceremony and headed for the woods, feeling a little childish when a few of them watched Damon chase me into the tree line with soft smiles on their faces. Leaves rustled as I ran by, twigs snapping beneath my paws. My ears flickered when I heard Damon's panting behind me, my tail wagging slightly as I jumped over a fallen tree, only to find myself tumbling down a hill that was shielded with brush. Shaking snag leaves from my fur, I staggered to my feet and was about to make a sprint for it again when I was tackled back down. Damon's paws pinned against my chest and his muzzle an inch away from mine. Nice try, Vixen, he cooed as he pressed the tip of his nose against mine. Well, what do you expect? I can't give in just yet. The adventure continues with Casey and Damon. Subscribe to follow their journey.